Okay.
All right. We are
Hello,
live.
everybody.
Hello. We were just
So,
talking about fucking how Palpatine has like a good person alter ego, and he's actually helping the Jedi throughout the Clone
yeah,
Wars.
that's the only thing that explains some of the nonsense we've seen on screen. Yeah, I mean, just to cut to the chase, I think the Mandalorian is really bad, and I think season 3 is abysmal.
Uh,
Just in case anyone was in any doubt.
yeah, no, I mean, you know what's funny is like after the first episode came out, all I did was make a community post just saying bad, nothing else. I didn't elaborate. A lot of people gave me shit for that. They're like, you need to elaborate, Sheev. You need to give your arguments. And I'm like, yeah, give me time. Like, let's wait for the season to come out, or at least some episodes. Like, I'm not just gonna make one video about the first episode of the season and nothing else. And it's funny too because like I do this so much. I do this a lot where like something will start and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna make a full video on this once it's done. But just for now, this is shit and I don't like it. And I don't give very many reasons because it's not time for that yet. This is not new. I don't know why people always get pissed at me whenever I do that for a Star Wars show.
Well, the way I'd
shit with Kenobi.
The way I think about it, right, is like, it's imagine like you're a food critic and you go into a restaurant and you order like your starter, and the starter is really crap, and you pull out your notepad and you just write crap in your notepad, and then someone's like, oh, you need to explain why you think it's bad. It's like, no, that's what the review will be for when I finish the meal, but for now I'm just making notes for myself, and if you happen to read them over my shoulder, cool beans, but
exactly. That's not like if I'm a food critic and someone brings me an entree, I take a bite, I'm like, this isn't good. Like at the end, when I've finished all the food that I need to eat and I'm putting down my review, then I'll actually elaborate on my thoughts. But I'm not just gonna tell the fucking waiter that the food he just served me is shit and then go into a diatribe about why it's shit.
Yeah, I'm not gonna bust into the kitchen and just accost the chef and start yelling.
Anyway, yeah. So I have about a 6-hour window. 6-hour window. 6 or 7.
Hopefully it won't take that long. I think
hopefully, but
because the thing is, like, whilst there's a lot to tear apart, they're very obviously bad in ways that don't require a lot of nuance to pull out. So there'll be occasions where we rattle through quite quickly. It'll be the stuff where there's like bad implications for the rest of the franchise where we actually have to go into a bit more discussion. But because
and the thing is, this is not like Kenobi where every single scene of every episode has like 30 things to talk about and break down. It's more just like in broad strokes, each episode has so many of these details that just make it shit.
Yeah. So I guess the way to start this, right, is like before we go into individual episodes, is just to have a word about the context, right, and why this series is poisoned from the get-go, which is that if you didn't watch Book of Boba Fett, you're not going to have a fucking clue what's going on.
Well, yes,
I don't know who's organizing this.
You just have to watch the recaps.
Oh god, yeah, but the thing is that the thing about the recap, right, is that the recap exists because they've recognized that, like, oh yeah, sticking 2 episodes of The Mandalorian in the middle of the Book of Boba Fett probably means, and then putting like such world important events like Grogu going back to Jin, putting those in another series that most people didn't watch and agreed was terrible, means that loads of people are going to be so confused as to what the hell's going on, which will obviously damage like investment in the stakes. So we'll stick this huge.
What's really funny is I was watching. I watched 301. I think for the 3rd time. God help me, with a family member who hadn't seen Book of Boba Fett, didn't really know anything about it, and we were watching the recap, and she was like, "Did I miss episodes? Did I miss something? Because this didn't happen in the last episode I remember." And I was like, "No, it happened in a different show between these 2 seasons." And she was like, "Oh, okay, why?"
Yeah, I guess this is the thing, right? And this is the elephant to address, and this is more of a Book of Boba Fett criticism, but I am convinced that show only existed because Pedro Pascal had filmed 2 episodes of The Mandalorian or 3 episodes of The Mandalorian, and then was like, I need to take a year out to do Last of Us. Bye. And then Disney told like, we need to fill the gap with something. So we'll do this slapdash show of nonsense, and we'll stick in what should have been 3 or 4 episodes worth of The Mandalorian, re-edited to make it make sense in this context into 2 episodes. and just shove it in there to flesh out, to pad out this already very short and pointless series, just to fill the time.
That could be it. I also think there's an element of like Boba Fett is a popular character, and one of the corporate ghouls, mandated that a Boba Fett show needed to exist, but Jon Favreau was like, I don't really want to do that. So he kind of shit out 7 worthless episodes that he didn't have any passion for, and he inserted 2 episodes of the show he actually does care about into it, just like halfway through.
Yeah. Well, the reason I suspect the editing thing is, and we'll get to this when we talk about the first episode, right? Is there are many plot points in episodes 1 and 2 of season 3 that feel like they should have been interspersed with what we saw in the Book of Boba Fett. Like, it feels like the scenes have been cut out of, like the 2 episodes in Book of Boba Fett and the 2 episodes at the beginning of The Mandalorian are actually 3-ish episodes of The Mandalorian that have been like sliced up and then had new like reshoots inserted, because there's a lot of repetition of plot points. I mean, beyond just them being incompetent, right? There's just very clear repetition of things that have already happened. There are, even by the standards of The Mandalorian, scenes that literally just exist to pad out runtimes. It all feels very disjointed. So yeah, I've no way of proving this without going into the editing suite at Disney, but I do. It does feel to me like there are pieces of the puzzle that have just been like jammed where they don't belong into various different places.
Yes, exactly. It is very disjointedly edited, and we can get into that. What I'm going to do basically is I have the episodes pulled up. I'm just going to kind of recap them chronologically, maybe, and then we can just stop when we have a point to make. Let's get past these recaps here. We start off with the Armorer. The first episode starts with the Armorer. She's making shit. She's making a helmet for this little foundling character who we're going to learn more about in episode 4. Don't you worry, kids at home.
Can't wait.
The cosplayer Mandalorians are all gathered around a beach, and they're going to initiate this child into the Mandalorian creed. He's going to say, like the pledge, and then he will be a Mandalorian. Finally, it'll be great.
If I might just pause, because I think the cosplaying thing, it's important to qualify it, right? All the previous experiences we've had of Mandalorians, when we've seen groups of them, whether it's Clone Wars, well, I mean, it's basically just Clone Wars, right? But also in the flashback do you remember Mandalorian season 1 when he has the flashback to Death Watch saving him during the Clone Wars?
Yeah.
Those Mandalorians have, like, clans of Mandalorians, the groups of Mandalorians have uniform color schemes and uniform, like, sets of armor to a degree, right? Enough to mark them out as members of a faction. So, like, Bo-Katan was a member of the Night Owls. They were a subgroup of Death Watch. Death Watch had its own insignias and things. The Pacifist Republic Mandalorians had their thing. When Maul took over Death Watch, you've got, like, Maul's commandos who wore his colors. The point I'm making here is that, like, when we have a group like the Watch, which is supposedly made up of, like, survivors of other groups who've come back together, we should see members of groups. Like, we should see like 4 or 5, like, people, essentially, rather than everyone being an individual with their own color scheme and their own patchwork of armor, we should be seeing like 6 or 7 members of a group and another 6 or 7 members of another group with their color schemes and stuff like that. But that's not what we see. People just have patched up like combinations of armor and different colors basically on a whim. It's very odd.
I do agree, and I think it looks bad. But I will say that I think this is kind of what they're going for. The idea that the Watch is very scattered and poor and lacking in basic resources, that they're basically just patching their armor up with whatever metal platings they can find, no matter if it's discolored.
The issue, though,
I think that's what they're going for.
I guess, but the issue there is that even if you're like having to rescue Beskar and salvage it, and it's all very fragmentary and there's not enough to go around, what you have, you would presumably still be repainting in your clan colors. I mean, they're taking the time to give everyone their clan insignias out of Beskar.
Yeah.
So you'd think they would be coloring, like, let's say, I don't know, you're Paz Vizsla, and you want to paint your colors in the colors of House Vizsla, and the armor is like, here's a spare piece of, I don't know, green armor that we found. Have it. He's like, great, I'm going to paint it blue because that's Vizsla's colors.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not
Right,
what we see. We just see like people wearing patchworks of different colors.
and in a meta sense, the reason I say they look like fucking cosplayers is because they do. They look like Earth people decked out in their own Mandalorian OC cosplay, hanging around on a beach at some convention, just like they don't look like real Mandalorians. It's hard to even explain.
Well, that's why I
they
tried to
look
pick up on
fake.
the armor coloring, right? Because like what's lacking from them is any sense of any feeling of culture. This just feels like a group wearing armor, right?
Right.
None
You
of them
got the
feel
ones
like that.
with like the orange armor, and they're like, "I'm the unique Mandalorian who has the orange armor." It's like, okay,
Yeah, and what I want to see is like some sense that this is like fragmentary slices of a broken culture, right? That like they're like, oh, there's a group that have this kind of like, because you remember like the Night Owls, it's not just the color of their armor, it's also the shape of the nasal bridge on the helmet to make it look like an owl, things like that. Actually, to the point where there is actually in one of the group shots, I think it's when Bo and Jin come back from the mines. You can see another Mandalorian, female Mandalorian, in the background of one of the group shots who has a night owl helmet. And I genuinely wondered if they were going to maybe comment on that, like maybe like introduce her as like, oh, she used to serve with Bo, and there's history that. No, it's just a they had a spare helmet, I guess.
well,
It's
that's the
so
thing.
blank.
It's that, and as well as like Bo meeting the armor like on screen for the first time. I expected that to be significant. Like I thought they like knew each other, and I always got the impression that they had some kind of history with each other. I don't. Maybe I'm pulling that out of my ass. I don't know, but like they meet in the show, and it's just like any other characters having a conversation in the show, which is to say nothing substantive is happening. And I was like, what? I thought these two characters like knew each other.
Well, just even if they didn't, right? You'd think there'd be some. I mean, they're both meant to be like quite
You've at
strong
least
leader
heard of each
characters
other.
with.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, more than that, right? They're two strong leader characters who they definitely know of each other's as factions because she's heard of Bo as the leader of Mandalore, and Bo knows about the Fanatics. You'd think they'd have some kind of butting heads moment over their ideologies, but we'll get to Bo's perspective on the watch soon enough.
Yes, we will. But going chronologically, so we're on the beach. The
Yeah.
kid is being initiated. He's taking the creed. I thought it was just me at first, but there have been other people who have said they thought this opening bit was like a flashback showing Din's initiation.
Yeah, I thought that.
Giving the creed. And I really thought that's what they were doing because when he gets interrupted, I thought, is that what they're going for? Are they going to say that because he never actually officially took the creed that he's actually not an apostate? But that's not what they did. That is the kind of writing I would have expected from this show, but it's not.
I guess that technically means. I guess that technically means that Vizsla Jr. never actually completed his vows. So I guess Vizsla Jr. is off the hook.
In the next episode, we see him. He's wearing his helmet, so I guess he completed them. Maybe,
or he forgot, or the show forgot, which I think is more likely.
He's gonna realize when he's like 15. He's like, I never fucking took this vow, and actually, I'm kind of tired of always wearing my fucking helmet. I'm gonna leave. Fuck off.
He's like, I actually want to be a spice miner on the ruins of Castle. I don't want this anymore.
Literally anything else other than stand around on this fucking beach all day fighting infant Yoda things and getting swooped up by giant bird dinosaur things all the time.
Oh yeah, which
is a regular
coming back to this beach
apparently.
Yeah, coming back to this beach because apparently it's the most dangerous beach anyone's ever been to in the history of like beach holidays.
Because this ceremony gets interrupted by a giant fucking alligator thing just coming up out of the water and attacking all of them.
We resurrected Sarcosuchus Imperator from 68 million years ago and just dragged him into the Mandalorian, which no wonder he's grumpy. If I was resurrected from extinction just to be dropped into that show, I'd be pissed off too.
I would be as well, yeah. I do kind of like, I wish it was executed better, but I kind of like this kind of prehistoric Earth aesthetic that this planet is clearly meant to encapsulate. You got the giant crocodile in the water that's like 60 feet tall. You got the dinosaur creatures sitting in nests on these little rock enclaves. I think that's cool. I just wish it wasn't in this show, and I wish it wasn't executed the way that it was, because this fucking alligator shoots up out of the water and attacks the Mandalorians. And oh god, let's break down this fight scene.
Well, before we get to the fight scene, let's just there's an obvious thing we've missed here, which is how are there this many people in the watch suddenly?
Oh yeah, well, I mean, we're gonna get into this. I wanted to save this for when we got to Navarro, but like anywhere between a year and 10 years have passed, I guess, since Mando season 2. I'm not really sure because
No, but
when we
so
found the watch in Book of Boba Fett, there were 2 left. It was just Paz and the armor. I think they alluded to the idea that there were like maybe a few more out there scattered, but like when we meet them here, there's what, like 2 or 3 dozen just hanging out on this beach.
oh yeah, and then when we get to episode 4, there's I mean almost hundreds of them now. Um, the thing I wanted to say is because I know the time jump has been sort of used as an excuse for why things are allowed to just rapidly change. But the first thing to point out about that is the time jump has not been communicated to the audience well at all. Um, so if that is what's happened, then the show is already doing a very poor job of even telling its audience what the hell is going on. Because if you didn't see Favreau's interview where he hand waves that there's been a 3-year gap, which, by the way, doesn't actually make sense considering what happened in the Book of Boba Fett. But like, if that is what's happened, and you didn't see that interview, then you have no idea how these people have just poofed into existence. It's really shoddy.
Also, I don't think there's an incongruity here, and I don't think they're actually going for that there's a time jump happening, because why, if it's been years since Mando and even since Book of Boba Fett, why are friends of Mando only just now finding out that he's back with Grogu? Why is he only just now embarking on this quest to redeem himself in the eyes of his cult? Why?
Yeah, what was he doing during those years?
Yeah, if it's been a nebulous amount of time, what's he been up to? Has he been bounty hunting? Has he been taking Grogu with him bounty hunting?
Yeah, and the other thing to add to this, because again, I cannot stress how much the show almost seems to actively try and contradict itself. If this time gap exists, the fact that Paz Vizsla has a son who is at least 10 or 11 or 12 years old, I mean, arguably looks about 14, but he has a young teenage son. Paz Vizsla, when we met him in Book of Boba Fett, he was like, "There's just 3 of us left. It's just you, me, and the armorer, Jin. We're all that's here."
Yeah.
Where was his son?
I brought this up on Twitter just yesterday, and I think the explanations of that like varied from like he was like separated from Paz when Navarro happened, like when the Mandos were chased off of Navarro. I'm confused though, like if he had this son by the time of Navarro in season 1, Din has known him his entire life, right? Like they basically grew up together in this clan and this cult. How would he not know Paz has a son? Like this is revealed to Din in episode 4. This isn't like something that he just already knew. Or maybe he was telling it to Bo-Katan. Maybe he was informing her and Din just already knew.
I mean, the best faith thing I can give the show, and by the way, I'm not giving the show this because they haven't taken the trouble to establish this. The best faith I can do is say that he's not a biological son. He's like Grogu. He's a foundling. He's an adopted son. And that he was found between the 2 shows. That's the best I can give them. But again, I'm not going to give them that because there's been no groundwork done to establish that.
You know, he's actually played by the same kid who played the Tusken kid in Book of Boba Fett. So my headcanon is that he's actually the same character. And he was abandoned by the Tuskens after they all got massacred by the Pikes. And then he was wandering through the desert. Paz was just there, and he took him in.
Well, again, without trying to get into without trying to derail this to a nepo baby conversation, isn't the actor like the son or the nephew of one of the crew or the director or something?
I have no idea. I don't care.
Neither, but it's just one of those things where like this character exists because we wanted to give the son of the director a job. Cool.
Well, you don't even need to confirm that he's Paz's son. It can just be any child character in this cult. Why do we need to know that he's directly related to one of the characters?
I don't know. Anyway, yeah. So like the crocodile attacks, which it's really unfortunate that the Mandalorians have set up that. Like, you're in hiding. There's not many of you left. Every foundling is precious to the point where like it's apparently the highest calling of the Krees to save a foundling, and they set up their home base on a beach next to a giant crocodile lair on a planet that has giant dragon bats.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, all sorts of danger, which, as we're going to get into more in episode 4, is like these foundlings are being constantly kidnapped by these dinosaur bat things. Paz literally says that this has happened before, and every single time they try to save one of the foundlings, they die. They like spook the creature and it eats them. Why the fuck are you guys still here?
Yeah.
Why are you still hanging out on this beach out in the open? Why are you allowing the children out on the beach?
You know what's really interesting, Sheev, is that if only the show had shown us, I don't know, maybe in season 1, say, a planet which was nice and lush and forested, filled with peaceful farmers who could probably really use defenders like the Mandalorians, and hell, or you know, just you know, spitballing in the dark here. What if we'd been shown a planet that was like, I don't know, like an independent trade hub that was in dire need of security?
I was just about to say, yeah, you need. Because we're gonna get to this in just a bit when we get to Navarro, but basically, Grief Karga, he's got this whole pirate republic that he's building based on Navarro, and he desperately needs security. He offers Mando a job as a marshal, when it's like, okay, a marshal makes sense for a small town like Freetown on Tatooine, when there's not really much going on and there's a population of maybe 30. But like, this is a big, beautiful, lush city that you're running. Like, you need more than one security enforcer. You need, if only there was an entire clan of wayward Mandalorians running around who desperately need a home. Maybe you guys could help each other.
And who are already familiar with Navarro, having spent time there, and who have a member of their clan who's on extremely good terms with the guy who rules the planet.
Mm-hmm. They literally lived there for what, like a decade?
Yeah. You think they'd be quite keen to go back there now that it's much, much nicer and they have the official protection? Yeah.
But no, they're just gonna hang out in this fucking cave on some shitty fucking prehistoric world where giant alligators jump out of the water. There's a part in the fourth episode where they're training on the beach and Grogu's just sitting alone by himself in front of the water, and I'm like, Din, what are you doing, buddy? You fucking know these giant crocodiles jump out of this water seemingly at random. Why are you allowing Baby Yoda to just sit there on that beach right in front of it?
I mean, to be fair to episode 4, I think that's consistent with how shitty his parenting is. But we'll get there when we get there. So yeah, alligator attack. And do you want to take the tactics that these hardened warriors, these space Spartans, raised from birth to be an elite fighting force that can, you know, both individually and in tandem with each other, that were once a threat to the mighty Jedi Order itself? Would you like to tell the viewers how these hardened badasses take on a giant crocodile?
Well, jumps out of the water, Armorer grabs the kid and runs away from the water. Then a bunch of Mandalorians start running toward it while shooting at it. They close the distance, which Southpaw's in chat, so he'll appreciate that. And they're not like getting Paz tells them to get the kids out of there. They don't seem to manage that, apparently. Those kids, like, the kids are running up the wall. I'm watching it right now and just reacting to it in real time. The kids are running up the walls around the cave instead of just going in the fucking cave. What is happening?
So there's some things I want to address as well. So like, this is a general new Disney Star Wars problem. Why are so many animals in this universe impervious to plasma bolts?
Yeah, remember when that was like really significant in the Zillo Beast episode when even a lightsaber couldn't cut through its skin?
Well, but it's become relevant again because they brought the Zillo Beast back only like 2 weeks ago in Bad Batch with this exact like thing again about how it's impervious.
It's like it's a huge deal that this is like a beast that can withstand these powerful energy beams, even lightsabers.
Yeah.
And Palpatine's like, I want to capitalize on that. Like, that's
to the point that Palpatine wants to dissect it and clone it so he can make special armor for his troops.
No, well, apparently he didn't know about this fucking prehistoric planet with these alligators that could just resist like significant shots from blaster fire.
Well, because I want to stress this, right? This is not just like, because I can just hear people being like, oh, well, you know, this thing has a very thick armored outer carapace on its top. And I'm like, no. If you watch the show, this thing gets shot inside its open mouth by the Mandalorians, like many, many times. So it's the inside of its mouth is apparently impervious to blaster bolts as well. And just to stress, these things aren't lasers, right? I know they get called laser guns, but they're not. These are shooting plasma. They are shooting hot, like superheated bolts of ionized matter.
Well, it takes a proton torpedo to take it down. Finally. Shit. This is like one of the most powerful creatures in Star Wars. I did want to comment on what you said about how like the Mandalorians were once these great warriors who rivaled Jedi. if we're going by the Jedi in this show,
Oh yeah, true.
I can believe that they posed a threat to them.
I mean, to be honest, I would fully believe that Dr. Pershing on it by himself could pose a threat to the Jedi, considering how they've been portrayed.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, so the crocodile, also the sequence of battle, right? Because they're like, okay, we're gonna get our kids inside. That's the first thing. Except that we'll then just leave them on the beach. Now, fortunately, this is a land-based animal, and we've all got jetpacks and rocket launchers. So why don't we just take all of ourselves and our children to high ground, which is all around us, because this beach is in front of a giant a sandstone block. Why don't we just jump up there and attack it from range, where it can't get us, and where we can do damage at our leisure?
Well, Jolly,
no? Oh.
maybe they were worried that if they took the kids to the high ground, one of the bird bat things would swoop down and take them.
Well, I mean, I always avoid taking kids away from immediate danger because there's a possible future danger that hasn't materialized yet. That's a bit like saying there's a school shooter in my school, but we shouldn't take the kids outside because it might snow and they get frostbite.
Yeah, that was not a defense. I want you to understand.
No, I understand, but I'm just I just want to address it, right? Because there's someone who's going to use that as a defense.
I do also want to point out, just to your point about this thing being impervious to blaster fire, Mandalorians also fly up onto its back and place bombs on it, and they explode.
Yeah,
and it does fuck all.
And again, I want to stress why this is such a big. I want to stress why this is such a big deal, because even in the Mandalorian, the ability of Beskar to deflect blaster bolts basically without damage has been put as such a massive plot point and such a unique thing that makes the Mandalorians particular badasses, and that makes Beskar so valuable. That's something that the Mandalorian introduced, but now apparently this crocodile is just better. It just exists. It's just there. It can just do that.
It can just do. It can literally just do that. Yeah. No, but anyway, so the bombs don't work, and so these geniuses have the brilliant idea of grappling onto it for some reason.
Which again, I want people to understand this, right? Imagine I'm this you and me, Sheev, we're trying to calm or battle a rogue African bull elephant, and you're like, Jolly, quick, throw some metal wire around its tusk and try and pull it over. What the fuck are you thinking?
Well, also, how did the fucking grappling hooks penetrate its skin when the
blasters can't? Yeah,
the blasters can't. What the fuck? What are
well, they're made of
swung around.
I guess these darts are made of Beskar. That's the go-to answer for why magic is allowed to happen, right? It's
because Beskar weapons are allowed. But
wait, hang on though. If that's possible, if that's the explanation, because again, someone's going to use this, right? It's oh well, the hooks are Beskar, and Beskar can penetrate anything. Well, first of all, I'm pretty sure that they have whistling birds made of Beskar, which you'd think would be really useful to use right now if your blasters aren't working.
None of them decided to use that. It would have been helpful. Someone was shooting a flamethrower at it earlier.
Oh, but then Book of Boba Fett did tell us that you're not allowed to make Beskar weapons, even though she's already been on screen making Beskar weapons.
The Book of
Boba Fett
the whistling birds had the whistling birds used in it. It's so funny.
Oh, I hate this show so much.
To be fair, Book of Boba Fett is a masterpiece. We need a CW live-action Book of Boba Fett show.
I think that's one of the only shows in existence. No, scratch that. I think that is the only show in existence where a CW live-action remake would by default be better. That is the only one where a CW show would actually be an improvement just by default.
I don't know that I agree with that. I don't like that you said that. Actually, I'm annoyed now.
Because I'll put this out there. I think The Flash is better than the Book of Boba Fett, and I hate The Flash. I hate it so much.
Is it better than the Book of Boba Fett? It's a really bad show, Joey.
I think it is, just because it's more aware of its own badness. So it does actually reach a slightly higher level. We're talking about the bottom of the floor versus just off the bottom of the floor, but it is marginally better, I think.
Well, right, we're discussing which is more toxic, the sludge on the side of the waste barrel or the sludge at the bottom of the waste barrel.
Oh god. But yes, so they're battling the crocodile in a. Oh, I forgot to mention, the armorer decides an amazing battle tactic would be to run towards it with her hammer.
Well, so I was just about to bring that up. There's a Mandalorian trapped underneath it, so she's gonna go save him. what she does is she just decides to run up underneath it. She doesn't like drop her hammer. She just brings it with her. When the goal here is to rescue this Mandalorian from underneath the crocodile, she's not trying to fight it. She gets him out, and then she gets like trapped, I think is what. Yeah, she gets like knocked back, and then the kid, who should be inside by this point, there's a bunch of kids still hanging out outside, so I guess fuck that. He runs up to her, and then he's about to get killed by the crocodile. Paz is like, oh shit, not him, and he knocks him out of the way and starts shooting at it in the mouth, which does fuck all, of course. And then guess who shows up?
Okay, and now I have so many. Okay, yeah. So first thing, this sound effect needs to die. I'm sick of the wow noise every time he shows. Like, not just every time he shows up in an episode, every time he shows up on camera. Like every time the scene cuts to him. Which again, later in this episode, we're going to refer to this when he does the space battle with the pirates, because that's when it gets like to silly levels. But it's really distracting now because it's really obvious why they're doing it, and it's really irritating. So there's that, but the just from a plot perspective, right? Not a meta, the sound editing is annoying perspective. How does he know where they are? How did he find this place?
Yeah, because he was an apostate from them last we saw them. He left them behind on the space station in Book of Boba Fett, and he was
not just that, but
by them by Mandalorian. So like, I don't imagine they're in contact.
Well, and also not just that, but even when he wasn't, an apostate, Book of Boba Fett shows that he had to go on whole quests and missions to find clues to find them.
Did he? Oh yeah, that's right. He followed.
He had to do a job. Arrows. Yeah, he had to do a job for a person to be directed to some symbols that would then tell him where they were actually hiding. So they didn't. It's not the case that they just contact their members somehow. No, you have to find them. They're secret and hidden, even to their own members, and you just have to look for clues.
What a shitty strategy when you're like scattered and beaten and you're trying to pull together, that like you force your members to go on a scavenger hunt just to find out where you are.
Yeah, we like, I like the idea that the armorer is sitting there being like, I know we need to pull all of our guys together, but I also want to make sure it's just us. What can we do? And someone's like, well, Cicada 3301. Why don't we just do that? It's like, oh, okay. I mean, I was more thinking just like, maybe leave a note written in Mandalorian, which apparently nobody else reads.
Maybe we have like an agreed upon comm frequency that we can all communicate through, that like the Imperials haven't tapped or whatever.
Anyway, yeah. So I don't know how he found this place. That seems like nonsense. But it's a good thing that he did, and it's also a good thing that he turned up at this exact moment. 5 minutes later, and that would have been really bad.
Yeah, well.
But convenience is alive and well.
He probably just didn't expect them to stay hanging around on a beach that can be regularly attacked by a crocodile whenever it decides it's hungry.
I just again, it's because this is going to come up again. The sheer convenience that's at play in the Mandalorian verse. Well, like we need, because again, the writing team are presumably going like, we need Jin to have his cool entrance because he's cool. We're going to give him his cool music sting because he's cool. So he has to come in at just the last moment and be heroic. And someone's like, yeah, but how is he there at all? I'm like, oh, yeah, shut up. He's going to come in at the right moment. It's like, okay, but why that? Like, of all the moments he could have arrived, I can't believe he arrived at this moment. How unbelievably lucky. Is there an explanation for this? It's like, no. It's just that we wanted a cool writing moment. It's only explained by the meta. It's really annoying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, he... Here's the thing: you can like give him his heroic action moment at the beginning of the season to establish that he's here, he's getting shit done, and he's got Grogu back. Give him a bounty or something. I don't know, or maybe since we're tying this into the whole Mandalorian quest, maybe he found out about some guy who maybe had like this. What was it that he brought to the armor? The crystal thing that had the Mandalorian we're about to get to.
Yeah.
What if he was doing a job to get a hold of that? Like he was doing a job for someone, and in exchange they would pay him with that and like information on like who found it and why, and like how they got to Mandalore, stuff like that. Since that's what he's like, that's his goal, is to get to Mandalore. Maybe start off with that, and then maybe he contacts the armorer, or like because maybe they have a fucking communication frequency set up that they can contact each other on. Go figure. But no, he's just gonna show up and shoot this stupid fucking alligator that's here. Because all the Mandalorians down on the beach have no fucking clue how to stop it. It's not like they live on this world or anything. It's not like they should probably have like scouted out the planet and seen what kind of creatures live there first and whether or not their blaster fire and weaponry have any effect on it at all.
Well, also just like again, I can't stress this enough. They are space Spartans. They're an elite cadre of warriors whose own home planet was a barren, desolate wasteland filled with nightmare monsters like this crocodile. The idea that they just have no clue how to fight these things is so profoundly insulting to the intelligence of both the viewer and the culture of the Mandalorians that because you're simultaneously telling me as an audience member that these people are just beyond stupid, and not just like as individuals, but as a culture. But you're also telling me that I should respect them as badass warriors. These two things are incongruent.
I still don't even really understand why at this point the Mandalorians are in hiding. They were hiding from the Empire, right? That it's the New Republic now that's majorly in control. Like maybe, there's definitely going to be like some Imperial territories out there. So just, don't live there and you're good.
Yeah. I mean,
then you don't have to hang out in this dangerous planet. Go to Kalevala. That's like a Mandalorian world. Oh, but the Imperials showed up there for some reason. We'll see. We'll
get to that. Yeah.
They just show up and decide to bomb Bo-Katan's palace for fucking reasons.
Even if you don't trust the New Republic, right? Like even if the general gist is like, well, we just don't trust any large galactic authority anymore. We want to do our own thing. I'm like, well, it's a good thing that there's an independent trade planet that has got the exact same idea that might be a good place to go set up shop on.
That you used to live on and that needs security and that you need a home. So it's very mutually beneficial to everyone involved.
Yeah, plenty of children as well for you to get foundlings from. You could even maybe set that up as a system, right? Of like maybe that's what you're paid in for protection is like you get to take some foundlings maybe from the orphans.
Yeah, if they're orphans, if they don't have parents, because that would be a little weird.
Well, I mean that's the Jedi Order thing all over again. They're just kidnapping children.
Yeah.
That this is a pirate planet where I'm sure like lots of people either end up as like child runaways or their parents are dead, or this is a fairly not lawless, but it is a fairly deregulated libertarian kind of place. I'd be imagining there's lots of children in need who might do good with a Mandalorian mentor.
Well, and we can get into this further in regards to just like narrative direction and cohesion, but like it's going to be I'm going to find it so strange if by the end of the season these Mandalorians aren't living on Navarro protecting Navarro and like acting as a security force, because like why would you set up two things in the same fucking episode that could like help each other and then not pay that off by the end of the season?
Yeah, and again, this is the issue. One of the issues that we have with this is like, as you were saying, narrative cohesion, right? If like as a writer, this is like Chekhov's gun. If you're a writer and you're like, I want to set up these things for the season, I am telling this. This is me telling you, the audience member, what the season's going to be about and what you should care about. And I'm like, we have two problems. We have a planet that we're supposed to care about that needs security, and we have a group of warriors we're supposed to care about who need a home.
Yep.
Like,
so like we're really hammering this point in, and I feel like we are just repeating ourselves at this point. But like the essential is, if these two things don't ever intersect narratively, it's going to be extremely bizarre. Just be on the lookout for it, I guess.
Well, fortunately, just in these first two episodes, we're going to have a plot point that is set up and then paid off. So, wow. So I have faith in the writers. Yeah, carry on.
So Din arrives. Grogu's back with him. He goes into the cave, and they basically recap. It's very unnatural dialogue, which is a staple of this entire episode and really the whole season, but especially this scene, because they were like, all right, well, anyone who skipped the recap and also hasn't seen Book of Boba Fett's going to need to know this information. So for the third time, we're going to go ahead and just exposit it. We're not going to have any kind of like build up to it naturally. We're not going to have like, it be said in a way that makes sense. He's just going to walk in and she's going to be like, you have removed your helmet. You are no longer Mandalorian.
Which I have a question just immediately because you're right on the recap, but we have hammered that point I think hard enough that I can take a slight step to the left. What is the what's the cost of being an apostate? Because apparently he can still walk in whenever he wants and ask the armorer for advice, right? Which is basically all he was doing anyway.
I don't know, because here's the thing. It seems to be mostly an emotional connection that he has to these characters that we haven't really seen and we don't know anything about. We don't know why he cares so much about these people or about the religion itself. We don't know if it's like a mental or like a psychological thing that he has been indoctrinated so deeply into this cult that he feels turmoil just by being an apostate, and he needs to rectify that.
I'm going to just jump in quickly because I want to save the religious trauma discussion for episode 4. But I agree with you, and there's going to be a lot to talk about here because this is actually most of the stream is going to be me joking around and finding it funny. The religious trauma stuff is where I start to actually get a massive problem with the show to a point that it actually makes me quite angry.
Oh well, yeah, the direction they're going with the whole religious trauma thing. If they continue going this direction and they don't rectify it by the end, I'm going to be supremely pissed. I'm going to be really, really upset.
Yeah, but just for now, just to address the bit that's relevant for now, before we have that discussion, you're right. Insofar as we are being told by the show that these people mean a lot to him, and that is why he cares that they think he's stinky now. Because that seems to be the only cost, right? It's like there isn't he can still turn up, he can still take advice, he can still get services elsewhere. The only thing he's getting from these people is apparently his emotional validation, the sense of belonging, and now they've withdrawn that because he took his helmet off one time. Which okay, sure. But if that's what they're going for, that we as an audience should care about him caring about being thrown out because of the deep and emotional relationship that's been set up between these characters, then I'm going to ask you to point out where the hell the show has actually set that up. I've not seen anything between these two characters other than they're monologuing in a monotone at each other.
You got to understand, Jolly. They had a lot of off-screen development before the show started.
I don't care.
Really grew to care about each other.
if it's off, I don't care if it's off screen. Like particularly when it's something this important to a character's arc, right? Well, character and arc. If it's this important to a character's arc, you can't just be like, oh, by the way, this is the Luke Skywalker thing. It's like, oh, well, Luke could have changed between that 30-year gap, and I'm like, yeah, he could have.
He could have. You can't just tell me.
Yeah, you can't just tell me that happened. I have to see it. That is far too important to just be like yada off screen. It's not just because it's intellectually unsatisfying, but just emotionally, it's really difficult to immerse myself and suspend my disbelief if you haven't shown me the step between A and Z. It's bizarre. But anyway, yeah. So apparently he does care. So
he cares. And
we're recapping this.
World. The only new information we're given in this scene is he presents her like this crystal, and he's like a random traveler found that, and this proves that Mandalore is habitable. Like you can go there. I have so many questions about the state of Mandalore and what people know about it. Would you like to start?
Well, so I'll let you do that one because I'll have plenty to say about that when we get to episode 2. The thing I'm just going to point out, because it's a throwaway line, but it's just another convenience that gets skated over, is he's like, oh, I got this from a Jawa. And I'm like, oh, okay, so let's, oh, God. No, but let's examine this right for a second. And what he's basically said is because remember, Mandalore is one planet in amongst the literal trillions that are in this galaxy, because it's a galaxy.
Yep.
And he's like, well, and the Jawas are not a species that you find everywhere. They're pretty unique to Tatooine, with maybe one or two turning up elsewhere, but they're pretty indigenous to Tatooine. To the point where C-3PO, the protocol droid, is not programmed with the knowledge of Jawa, because it's not a language that will ever be used on a mass scale, right? Mm-hmm. Din only knows it because he does regular business on Tatooine for reasons that were also pretty convenient, but we'll skid over that. So of all the people who could have been sold this crucial evidence that Din needs to go on his quest, or to start his quest, it just so happened that this random traveler went to Mandalore, didn't report it to anyone other than the Jawas, and therefore start a scavenging rush to rifle through the remnants of this once proud and mighty and galactically relevant and historically important planet, whose relics are presumably worth quite a lot. and the best scar that definitely is worth quite a lot. But none of that's important. Not only did this guy randomly go there, not only did he not apparently tell anybody else that it was fine to go there, but the one group of people he sold this relic to were some Jawas who just so happened to run into Din.
Yeah, you summed that up perfectly.
That is cosmically unlikely. Like, literally cosmically unlikely. I don't know. The odds against that are going to be like several hundred trillion to one. That's the kind of thing that, like, the infinite improbability drive was invented to take the piss out of.
Jolly, I'm going to say the thing. You ready?
Do it.
Never tell me the odds. There, I made
the
start.
Oh, and I clapped.
But yeah, so my big takeaway here is, what the fuck is going on with Mandalore? What? Who told everyone that it's not habitable? Was it the Empire? Did they tell everyone that it's not habitable? Did we believe them? Did we never go to make it like verify? Did
Bo-Katan never check?
Nobody checked, or was it not habitable? But now it is. It's only been like a couple decades, probably.
Bo-Katan lives on a planet in the same system. She never went to check.
No, but like, you didn't even send like a probe droid down there to do some like readings.
Oh, we'll get to probe droids. I have things to say about probe droids on this planet. We'll get to that in episode 2.
I assume the Empire was like, well, Mandalore's not habitable anymore, which was a fucking lie, and everyone was like, okay, and they believed them. And then once
the Empire was notably trustworthy,
nobody was ever just like, let's actually, there's like a lot of valuable resources on this planet. Let's actually make sure that they weren't bullshitting us just now.
Yeah.
But also, why did they lie about that? Was it so that the Mandalorians would be without a home? Who cares?
Well,
Just kill them.
Them. So I'm going to suggest the defense that's been given to me when I asked this question to somebody, and then I'm going to push back on it. So the defense I was given was like, they don't want Mandalore to exist because the culture is rooted around the planet, and therefore it's a rallying point for like this enemy that would be stand against you. My immediate response to that is like, well, when they were rallied, they were no match for you. You bombed them out of existence. And if you want to eradicate your enemies, then surely drawing them into one place to destroy them is not only a good move, it's something that the Empire is repeatedly shown to do on screen.
That's exactly what I was going to say. You, if anything, you advertise that Mandalore is like the Empire's withdrawn all of its forces from Mandalore. It's free to go to at any time. They got what they needed. They bombed the Mandalorians. They have no reason to stay there. They left. Then the Mandalorians show up because they're like, let's see if we can, rebuild here. And then, oh shit, no, the fucking Empire's still here. Fuck. And then they're all captured and killed.
I mean, again, this is one of those things I can't stress this enough. We have had post-Order 66. What did they do with the Jedi Temple? They put out a signal telling all the Jedi to return. Why? To kill them. Or Return of the Jedi. A big plot point is that the rebellion have been drawn to one place deliberately, so they can be destroyed in one fell swoop.
Mm-hmm.
This is something that they repeatedly do, and it's a good tactic. You should do it.
Well, apparently they lied about them. Either they lied about Mandalore being uninhabitable, or it actually was, and it somehow healed enough to be breathable and like radiation free in 15 years.
Well, this all comes down to what they mean by poisoned, and we'll get to that discussion as well.
It's a very vague definition, but I don't know what they mean. There's apparently breathable air. There's no radiation. There's nothing that seems amiss. I mean, Din and Grogu and Bo-Katan all go there and and they don't die. There are creatures that are living there and they're fine. That existed like before the bombings. They aren't like mutations or whatever. They've been on Mandalore for thousands of years, as Bo-Katan says.
Well, let's just stick with this episode for now. We'll get to that. So there's a conversation with the armorer. He shows her the miracle rock. That shouldn't exist, but it does. And she's like, cool, yeah, go on the quest that we told you to go on in Book of Boba Fett. That was apparently 3 years ago. Why? It's weird that you haven't done that yet, actually. Why are you coming back here to tell me? Like, honestly, like, if I'm the armorer, like, okay, why are we doing this again? Like, I know what you should do. You told me what you were going to go do.
I like to think...
Remember? We had that conversation.
We can even actually justify it now why he just happened to show up at the right time. I like to think that she summons him back there like once a week just to give him the same rundown of like, you are no longer a Mandalorian. You're a fucking apostate, you piece of shit. Fuck you.
Again, what are the costs of being an apostate? I just again, given what the culture is like, well, genuinely, given what this culture is like, you'd think it'd be like a shoot on sight thing, right? Like once if you come back and you can't prove you've been redeemed, you'd be killed.
Well,
But
if nothing else, like I would imagine he has to give back his armor because it's Mandalorian.
Yeah, he's not a Mandalorian. Yeah.
Maybe he can keep the Darksaber because that has to be won in ritual combat. But like, for all intents and purposes, he'd just be walking around like a regular guy with a fucking lightsaber on his hilt, which could be really interesting and cool. He's like not a Mandalorian in practice or in theory. Like he's just a guy who wants to redeem himself. Like
he holds the Darksaber. He's the literal king of Mandalore.
It would go a long way visually in showing that like he isn't a Mandalorian anymore if he wasn't always walking around with the armor as if nothing was happening.
Well, I thought, because I wanted to save this for the Darksaber discussion that would happen at the end of this when we talk about Bo-Katan and what she's been up to, but given that he won the Darksaber fairly and he still can't wield it properly, I thought the way they were going to be taking that was like, well, the reason he can't wield it properly is that he's not really a Mandalorian despite everything, right? Like he doesn't really fully sign up to their nonsense. And I thought this was going to culminate with the religious trauma arc in terms of like that the show The Mandalorian was essentially going to be him breaking away from them eventually and doing his own thing. But no, that's not where they're going apparently. So I want to save the Darksaber discussion for Bo-Katan because I disagree with you that they would ever let him keep it if he walked away. But and especially like you're not allowed to be Mandalorian.
I think it would depend on the perspective of the Mandalorians in question, because there are some who are willing to accept outsiders as like rulers or whatever. But even then, it's like
I don't believe the Watch are that.
Well, also, even if they are, like, would that mean Maul was a Mandalorian because he was an outsider who rightfully won the Darksaber? Because if so, then is Din not a Mandalorian by that exact same logic, even if he is an apostate, even if he is an outsider?
Yeah,
it just doesn't
none of this makes sense.
This ideology is logically incoherent. I'm going to disrupt the flow of conversation to showcase the super chat because unlike EFAP, I don't save them all to the end and then read them off. Mr. Skullface Garcia, thank you for the super chat. It's very helpful. He says, my only question is, how does C-3PO know to speak Ewok, who are medieval society, but he doesn't know how to speak Jawa? I'm not trying to defend the show. I'm just asking.
Wow, the Ewoks wish they were a medieval society. They're way more primitive than that.
They're way more primitive. But I do see what you mean. They are very primitive and also not. They don't exist on a galactic scale necessarily. Like they would never probably come up in conversation before the Battle of Endor.
Also, I'm just gonna quickly rephrase myself because I've got mental images of my anthropologist roommate getting very angry with me. Primitive is the wrong word. Just because you are a non-technologically advanced culture does not make you primitive. That's a very derogatory way of referring to it. So I apologize and take that back. I think the salient point here is that this is a society that are not galactically relevant. They are not even interplanetarily relevant. They are stuck on their own little corner.
Racist.
I hate the Ewoks. They're dirty savages. No, they need to die.
Like
it'll be like that scene. It'll be like that scene. No, it'll be like that scene in Disney's Pocahontas where I'm like, savages. No, but my point is like, there's no reason, and I think this is a criticism to be made of Return of the Jedi, right? Is that C-3PO has no reason to know this language and shouldn't know this language. And if you're going to have him know the language, you need to give 3PO an ability to learn and translate newly encountered languages quickly,
right?
Or something. But I agree that's a problem with Return of the Jedi.
Yeah, I agree. C-3PO brags about knowing 6 million forms of communication, which sounds like a lot. But again, like we're talking about a galaxy here with trillions of planets. And there's got to be at least like hundreds of thousands, if not millions of said planets that are part of this republic or empire. And a lot of them have different cultures and languages that C-3PO would need to know. Like that would just be standard, you'd think, for a protocol droid to know this many languages. But like some random teddy bear society that exists on some planet or like a moon of some planet that nobody ever goes to, why would he need to be programmed with their language, even in like a more primitive dialect, as he puts it?
Yeah, especially because the reason Endor was picked by the Empire as a building point is because it's so out of the way and remote.
Yeah.
Um,
yeah.
I see. Yeah, the simple thing to that is like that shouldn't that's a problem with Return of the Jedi. It should not be the case that 3PO could do that. Yes, yes, it is Southpaw. But many is the time I've committed genocide against a tribe, and my pacifist girlfriend has decided that she loves me all the more. That's definitely something that we would expect people to do.
Aru Naru.
Yeah. Anyway,
The Mandalorian.
yeah. Where were we? I'm so lost now.
So we've left the armor. We've recapped the quest and told her about this crystal thing that we happened to find despite astronomical odds. And now we're going to Navarro.
Oh yeah, we had a discussion of the planet being poisoned and how no one's checked, and then now we're going off to Navarro.
Yeah, so
which I'm happy to go out to Navarro. It's nice to check up on it.
Yeah, see how they're doing, depending on how much time has passed. We have that between the scenes is the hyperspace scene where like Baby Yoda sees the Purgle.
The Purgle whales.
Yeah, you're definitely more anal about this subject than I am. Being you're much more knowledgeable about these things. I don't really mind it, but you did kind of rant to me about it last time we spoke about this.
Wow, I ranted. Oh, I'm hurt.
A little bit.
Okay, fair enough. I have two lines of thought on this, right? So as a Star Wars fan, just from a writing perspective, my only issue with the scene is that if you haven't, again, this is just if you haven't seen Star Wars Rebels, this is going to raise a lot of questions to a viewer about what these things are and how they can do this. On a purely outside of the universe, looking as someone with a biological knowledge of how creatures evolve, I have absolutely no idea how you have a bunch of creatures. Sorry, there's a Chinook going over my house. That's what the background rumble is. I have absolutely no idea how a bunch of whales have evolved the capacity.
Is there like a jet plane behind you or something?
No, I'm right now. I'm looking after my mother post surgery, so I'm down in basically the Newbury Reading area of Berkshire, which is literally right beside the those giant hangars they used for the Force Awakens for the Rebel base. I'm literally 2 minutes away from that. I could walk across the park and see that.
Because unlike Jeb, you actually care about your mother.
Yeah, unlike Jeb, I actually love my mother. But it's also Winnissel's Replane, which is a military base. So there are lots of Chinooks and stuff that fly over occasionally. That was what that noise was. Anyway, back to the whales.
Cool.
The reason I have a problem with the whales is that I do not see how a creature could have evolved hyperspace capacity whilst also going as fast in hyperspace as an actual engine-powered ship. That's a very minor thing. It doesn't really matter. It's a beautiful shot. It looks cool. It doesn't affect the plot. It's not really amazingly spectacular. It's not really relevant to anything. So yeah, it looks nice. It's fine. I don't really have a problem with that.
My only nitpick of the scene was just Baby Yoda going through a little hatch to go from the R2D2 port to sitting in Mando's lap. I just thought that was weird. It really caught me off guard. It's not like a criticism or anything. It just surprised me when it happened.
Yeah, it's very odd.
Mm-hmm. I did want to note that though, just as a setup, because in the second episode when they're on Mandalore, I thought when he said "seal yourself in your hatch," he meant the R2 port, which also had been replaced because they took R5 there. But I thought that he was going to go through the little hatch and be safe or something. I don't know. That's not whatever. Yeah. I just thought that was weird. But anyway, we arrive on Navarro, which is a thriving, what's the word I'm looking for? Blossoming world. Because either 2 years or 10 years have passed, and now we have a whole society built. It's great. It's lush. It's perfect. It's awesome. They're walking through the town, and there's trees and buildings put up, and there's Kowakian monkey lizards hanging out.
Yeah, street vendors, food stalls. Looks nice.
We have a whole society here. Jolly, you said that this was at least initially the most interesting part of the episode for you because of what it's setting up in regards to a Pirate Republic and Grief's new role as de facto figurehead of it.
Yeah, so the thing I raised to you, Sheev, was I really wanted them to go down this route, right? Like Grief is what Grief has essentially done here, and we get more of this from when he starts talking to Jin in his office about what he's trying to accomplish and what he's doing. He's trying to essentially establish Navarro as a non-government affiliated, private, libertarian-style town of free trade that exists between, like, outside of any like official jurisdiction, almost like a free port or a free town. And the closest analogy I could come to historically was like what he's essentially doing is setting up the space version of Nassau on the island of New Providence from the golden era of piracy, right? It's like a pirate republic that stands against all these like highly centralized, corporatized interests. And again, I'm not saying this because I don't like libertarianism. I'm not saying this to be like, yay, libertarianism. But as a piece of world building for a story, it's a really cool idea. Like, yeah, there's this republic of people that's been sort of set up as a reaction to overbearing authority, and they want to do their own thing, and it's all about fairness and equality. And
it's really interesting. I think also we talked about this, but like you could also even tie it in, like do your little member berries of like maybe he has some kind of relationship with some of the representatives of the Republic, maybe even one such former smuggler, reformed war general who would probably know Grief Karga and would be and would probably be like sort of a representative of the Republic for this pirate republic. Could be
that's the thing, right? Because if you really want to do if you're Disney, right, and you're like, we want to do the member berries so we can sell toys, then having this New Republic Nassau style settlement that's having to like forge its own path against great odds, being wedged between imperial remnants and a large galactic republic, and threatened on all sides in various different ways by their interests, then having this kind of like council of ex-pirates and ex-smugglers who are trying to make it work, where like Han is a part of that community who now works for the Republic, and you could even bring Hondo back if you wanted Hondo, and like there's all sorts of things you could do with that are really interesting. You could bring back some of the bounty hunters we've seen, like Bosk could be hanging out here.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe some of the ones from Clone Wars have retired here. That would be cool. We could bring back what's his name, the guy with the large hat who I always liked.
Embo.
Yeah, we could bring back Embo.
Canonically, he is still around by the Battle of Endor, so he could probably be hanging out here.
Yeah, and I really like this idea. Like, we could have Grief Karga essentially being the Benjamin Hornigold of the Star Wars verse, which is a cool idea. And, that actually mirrors the real Republic's problems in the real Golden Age of piracy. Of one of their big issues was security. Like, how do you, when you're a group of independent pirates, how do you fend off large navies that want to screw you over, right? And that seems to be what Grief's problem is. He's like, I need real security because we have not just the New Republic and stuff breathing down our necks, but we have large pirates who view us as an easy meal, who might need to be warded off. It's a really cool idea. And if the Mandalorian season 3 had literally just been about like the establishment of this pirate republic and linking that to the Mandalorian struggle for a new homeworld, that could have been really cool. And I would have been very interested to watch that. But that's not what we're getting.
No, it's not. But anyway, we walk up to this statue in the middle of like town square, where it's a statue of IG-11 standing on like some fake stormtrooper heads made of stone. You'd imagine the whole thing is fake. Like none of those surely none of those are actually IG-11's real body parts. Definitely.
Do you want to tackle the character problem with this for Din, or the literal physical problems of having IG-11's pieces being a thing that still exist?
Where to begin? Well, we'll do the physical problem first, because just want to establish for any of you who don't remember, and they even bothered showing this in the episode recap just to remind you all, IG-11 exploded in a pool of lava, and the bomb was positioned like in the middle of his chest for self-destruct purposes. It's designed specifically so that there's nothing to recover should he initiate self-destruct. But apparently his entire upper half was recovered from that, somehow pieced together, put onto this statue, and is fully functional. All you need is to just kind of give it a jump start, which is what they end up doing. And it's like,
somehow IG-11 returned.
Yeah, the frustrating impermanence of character deaths.
It's back again. It needs to stop. Let characters die.
Please.
And again, so you've been through very eloquently and neatly the physical problems with all this. Let's talk about the character issues. So just for Grief, because he's the quickest. Grief Karga has never been presented, even when he was hanging out with IG-11, even when IG-11 made his sacrifice. Grief is not the kind of person who gets cut up and emotional about robots. He views them as tools. The idea that he would put a statue up to a glorified can opener.
Well, also,
in the middle of his new town is
for him and not Queel.
Yeah, why not? Why not Din? I know Din's alive, but Din did way more to help establish that community.
Yeah. Well, they should all have a statue, even Cara Dune. But we skipped over that, didn't we? Or no, we haven't gotten
there yet. Well, I haven't gotten there yet. Yeah.
But yeah, if we're only memorializing like dead people who died protecting Navarro, where the fuck is Queel? Where's his statue?
All the Mandalorians who died to get Din out at the beginning.
Yep. Any of them?
Where are they? I know they were fighting Grief at the time, but like you'd think, given his change of heart, that he might come to view their sacrifice with more like regret. Anyway, so yeah, Grief apparently only cared about IG-11, despite not being the person who would ever care about droids to that extent. And I mean, literally to the point where in this very episode, he is telling Din to not be emotional about robots and just get a new one. But apparently he really cared about IG-11, and apparently rather than just making a statue from scratch, Grief decided to be cheap/nostalgic and pull parts from the lava that somehow survived to weld them into the statue, rather than just making a statue the normal way.
I guess.
Why?
Yeah, but then we have a different and more significant character problem that's also melded with just a logistical and logical issue. And again, it's like I don't know where to start. Like,
is this Din's love and / hatred of droids?
Yeah, it's inconsistent throughout the show, whether or not he trusts droids. Sometimes he does, sometimes he doesn't. It just kind of depends on what the episode.
It comes and goes at the whims of the writer. Yeah.
Yeah, Karma Chameleon. But so in this episode, he's like, I need him. I want him back, but specifically him. He's the only droid I can trust because I need someone to help me navigate through Mandalore. And
any droid could do this.
Yeah, Grief Karga's like, so we have a lot of droids, and he's like, no, it needs to be him. And it's like, okay, so we're writing, we're this is contingent on his character inconsistency of being distrustful toward droids sometimes, but the plan is now that we're gonna take his upper half off of the statue, bring it up to Grief's office, and try to like bring him back. Which, first of all, and I don't even want to skip over this. Probe droids exist.
Yeah, just use a probe droid.
Why would you need? Again, he only trusts this one specific droids because.
What? Even more than that, why do you need a droid at all? So the purpose of probe droids is if you can't send a ship there, right? If you can send a ship there, then you can use the scanners on the ship to detect things like radiation and life signs and atmospheric composition.
Yeah, but we're pretending that's not an option and that we need a droid, and that since this is the only droid that he trusts at this particular moment in time, it needs to be him. So the plan is to revive him. Grief's like, it's not possible, and then he brings him up there and gives him like one jump start, and he wakes up. So okay, and then he defaults
to factory settings.
His factory settings. He tries to kill Grogu because that's like what his last mission directive apparently that he remembers, and he like jumps off the table and starts crawling toward Din and Grogu, Evil Dead style, while Din is just kind of slowly backing up and holding. It's a really bizarre scene because first of all, he's shooting at him. He's shooting at him and missing every shot somehow. But also, why are you still in the room? Why is any of this happening? He fucking throws Grogu to Grief, and it looks really stupid.
Well, no, so to be very clear, he throws a cuddly toy of Grogu to Grief that is very obviously a cuddly toy of Grogu.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I love watching Carl Weathers react to this fucking plushie being thrown at him that he has to pretend is like a baby to catch. It's so funny.
Do you think he's just staring at it coming at him in slow motion, and there's like a part of his brain being like, I used to be in Rocky. I used to be culturally relevant. What happened? I don't even get flashbacks in the Creed movies now. I'm doing this. What the hell is happening?
Poor guy. I do feel bad for him.
Also, and this is a side note, why is his beard and his hair different colors? I know this is true of this last season, but that wasn't the case in the first season. And I'm like, has Carl Weathers just consistently forgotten to apply the hair dye to his beard? Is that what's happening?
I don't think he gives a shit.
I
don't think anyone working on the show gives a shit either.
it's that thing of like, okay, whatever. It's really unimportant, but it's just really funny to me that he's like, oh yeah, my beard is just white now, deal with it. My hair is still black, but my beard is perfectly white.
No, but so then Grief's droid like drops the head bust on him and he crushes him to death, and it's like, oh, okay.
Which you'd think would destroy the robot beyond repair, right?
Apparently
like at that point, like, yeah, okay.
Well, and also, I realized we did skip over like the whole pirate sequence as well as the Cara Dune write-off, but I just wanted to like establish that.
Okay, in which case, like, should we do the rise of Babu Frick, and then we'll go back for the pirate scene?
Right. We'll finish off the droid stuff, and then we'll talk about the pirates and stuff. So now that the droid's been taken out of commission, he takes him. He takes him to Babu Frick and his little band of other Babu Fricks that hang out on Navarro.
What are they? The Fricklings? The Fricksters?
The Frick Consortium. And they have like this little workshop that's tiny because they're tiny little creatures. So when Din goes in there, which they skip over showing how he got in there because he goes in there and he's like sitting and like all huddled and because apparently they didn't build this workshop to accommodate regular sized people, of which
it's worse than that, right?
Of this world are.
It's worse than that. These guys' job is a mechanic, and you cannot fit. Like the droid only fits in there because he's half a droid. How are you fitting actual droids in there, or even ships?
So like,
pods?
I hate that the Rise of Skywalker is having to be praised here, but in comparison, yeah, Babu Frick is a tiny dude. But he has a regular sized workshop because most of the people, like most of his customers, are going to be normal sized people who need to be able to walk around and stand and like stretch their bodies. And the droids need to be able to like fit inside the workshop.
Yeah. Well, so this is the thing, right? Like, imagine Babu Frick was a car mechanic in our world, and you're like, oh yeah, his garage is only 1 meter by 1 meter. I was like, okay, how am I fitting my Porsche in there? How's he working on my Citroen, my Volvo? Anything.
Well, you're gonna have to take it apart piece by piece and hand him each of the pieces that are broken and have him fix them
individually. And then he'll look up at me. I'll hand him the carburetor, and he'll be like, "No fix, no can fix, no make no more."
And 4.5 hours taking this piece of shit out. This is your job.
Also, I love how we have this whole sequence just for them to be like, "Yeah, we can't fix this because obviously we can't fix this." What the hell?
But
and then he's like, well, what if I had the parts? Also,
it comes back to a logistical thing. It's like, okay, so we need a droid because ships apparently can't scan for like poison on a planet. We need a droid. It needs to be this one specifically because we're pretending that that Din doesn't trust droids, rather. And I keep going back to the line Queel said in season 1 about how droids don't really have agency. They're just an imprint of the people who program them. Which, yeah, duh. It's not IG-11 is only like a droid you trust because of the programming, like the reprogramming that Queel did. He is now defaulted back to the settings of the version of him that you can't trust, because that is how robots work. You can no longer trust this droid to help you on your mission. Therefore, he is no longer a droid that like is the exception to your apparent rule that droids are untrustworthy. Like, do you see what I'm getting at?
Well, there's also an element of magic.
Nothing now because it's like, okay, oh, we're gonna reprogram him. So you're admitting that all it takes is a reprogramming,
and then we trust any droid, yeah,
worthy of trust, yeah. So any droid that Grief can offer you will work. I sure fucking hope episode 2 doesn't have Din just immediately buy a different droid because now he'll trust any old droid, because that would be really fucking absurd.
That would be very unfortunate if that was what happened.
I'm so glad that doesn't happen.
Oh god, I'm so happy they didn't do that. I would have been so annoyed. But and there's another thing to add to this, right? Because even if you want to play the card of, oh, it's not a trust thing, it's just that he's emotionally attached to IG-11 and just wants him back. And I'm like, okay, but
But that's
listen to the dialogue. So, well, hang on. So, listen to the dialogue, right? Because the Babu Frick creature goes, "I can't fix because the memory circuits are broken." And Din's like, "Well, what if I got you new memory circuits?" And they're like, "Okay, then we could fix it." I'm like, "Okay, but that's essentially like going like, okay, my friend is brain dead. If I gave them a different brain, would that fix them?" I was like, "Well, they might, let's say that's possible. They'd be walking around, but that's not your friend anymore. That's a new
completely
person,
different person. Yeah, different agent.
because it has none of the memories or the personality, none of the information that was represented on the memory circuit is going to be carried over to a brand new memory circuit. If the first one is broken, you cannot get the information off of it."
You know the show Severance? Yeah, I don't know if
I haven't watched it yet. No, well, I want to. I haven't seen it yet.
Do you know like the premise of the show?
I do know the premise, yeah.
Right. So basically, you have like characters who are willingly dissecting part of their brain so that they don't remember what happens while they're at work, and their work selves don't remember their personal lives. And for all intents and purposes, they're two completely different people that share one same body because they don't have any of the memories and experiences that the other have. So they aren't the same person. That's just how agency works.
That's how identity works.
Yeah.
Like, I can't believe we're doing this. But
IG-11 now. It's a different.
The WandaVision. The WandaVision ship of Theseus thing, when they're like, is it the same ship?
Yeah.
It's like, okay, if it's built in the same, it might be built at different parts, but if the information is the same, right? Like if I'm building a ship, two identical ships, and all that's different is like the specific wood from what specific tree, but otherwise it's identical. You can make an argument that they are functionally the same thing, or share that, or at least share a majority of their identity. But if I take apart the ship of Theseus and then I use the wood to build a giant wooden dildo in the middle of my town, you don't get to be like, that's also the ship of Theseus. This is complete nonsense.
It's like, can this thing take me across the ocean? No.
Can I sit on it? Like, well, technically you can.
It's the same thing, Jolly.
They're both made of wood.
Not only is it just a character problem, but it's also a logistical problem and a logical issue. It's
a logical fallacy. It doesn't make sense.
It's like you're inadvertently telling me that Din Djarin is a fucking moron. He doesn't know how robots work.
All the robots operate by magic, and like the metaphysics of how robot identity works are beyond my understanding. If that is the case.
Jesus Christ! We're only on episode 1, Jolly.
We're not even finishing it yet. Okay, pirate scene. Let's go to the pirate scene.
Right. Well, so before we get to that, I just want to quickly say, they wrote out Cara Dune because Gina Carano sucks, and I'm actually kind of proud of them for restraining themselves. I thought they were going to give her like a really embarrassing send off just to really stick it to the actress, but like they didn't. She
died off screen from choking. She choked on one of those blue macaroons and died.
She slipped on a banana peel and did like 3 backflips and broke her neck.
And then we cut across town, and there's a statue to her that is like half of it is just her body incorporated into the statue.
No.
And Grief's like, that's just how we honor people on Navarro. We turn them into statues like some demented marionette.
Then like, well, I'm glad for my specific purposes that you did that, but we're gonna have like a talk about that, buddy, because that's
no.
Really
and
weird.
Then Din's like, I want her back. Take her down. We're taking her to a doctor.
We're gonna jumpstart her brain.
And Babu Frick's like, I need a new brain. And he's like, oh, but it'll be the same person, right? It's like, yes.
Yeah.
Or Din's leaving, and he's like, well, that's horrible what you did to Cara, man. That's really messed up. And he's leaving, and he stopped. He's like, wait a second.
I'm not.
What happened to all those?
She's Cara Dune is not a character that I particularly care for one way or another. I'm talking about Gina Carano, just for clarification.
Yeah, Gina Carano is
yeah.
I wouldn't even say here's the thing. She's not even like evil, say, right? I don't want to overstate this. It's more just like she is extremely silly and ignorant and proudly so, and therefore says a bunch of very stupid things. And I think Disney were well within their rights to fire her, considering she was bringing her employers into disrepute. But this has been blown up into a culture wars thing. It's really simple. A silly person said some silly shit without thinking about it, and their employers fired them because it breached the clauses they willingly signed when they took on the job. And now everyone wants to play it off like it's the be-all, end-all of the culture wars and civilization.
And of
not.
course, Ben
It's just,
Shapiro capitalized on it, which was funny.
well, I hear her newest film got all of 800 people watching, so she's doing all right.
No, I think actually what you're the number 800 you're thinking of is like that's what she grossed. Like her new film grossed like
Right, yeah.
$800.
Yeah, well,
Like I've had months on YouTube where I make more than that.
wow, damn.
That's
I don't
really
make anything
sad,
from YouTube.
Gina.
Oh man. Anyway, yes. So Cara Dune was addressed.
Yeah.
And also to give them their dues, I actually think this fits in right because obviously Cara Dune's last scene was the New Republic were approaching her, and if we're setting up Navarro as this place where the New Republic is not the authority in charge and it's trying to be independent, then I think having a New Republic marshal hanging around would have been really odd.
Well, yeah, but it does go back to what we were talking about with how like you'd want to imagine that maybe Grief and some representative of the New Republic, be it Han Solo or someone else, might be in good and maybe in talks so that they can like sort of represent each other for their respective governments. And like if it weren't for what Gina Carano said, you'd imagine that would be kind of be Cara Dune's role, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. You think there'd be some kind of not an
role?
ambassador because yeah, like not an ambassador because I don't think Navarro is important enough to warrant an ambassador, but like some kind of consulate or some kind of like just outreach from the New Republic to tentatively maybe get some trade set up or something.
Yeah.
But the mining guilds are apparently setting up shop here, or if not some official mining guild, then definitely there are some asteroid miners. And I'm not even faulting the show for this because I've seen people go like, "Oh, where do these guys come from?" I'm like, no, prospecting and like and mining, like independent miners and prospectors are a large part of frontier civilization. Like look at the Klondike Gold Rush. I'm fully of the belief that you'd get these like mining towns. In fact, I'm happy that they showed them because it helps explain the sudden popping up of all these buildings.
Yeah. But anyway, yeah, so the pirate scene.
Yes, so the pirates turn up, and the first thing to say is the prosthetics are garbage.
Oh, they look shit. They look like
yeah, this is weird. Because I was idly watching EFAP's view, and they were praising the prosthetics. And I'm like, it's interesting. When the actors aren't so I agree and I disagree, right? When the actors aren't speaking, so the ones in the background, it looks good. Just as a visual on its own, when it's not being mechanically called upon to do things, it looks good. The actor who's speaking, who is called Vane, which by the way is another reference to the Golden Age of piracy, it's a reference to Charles Vane.
Cool.
But Vane himself is right down to the fact that he's got a London accent, which Charles Vane was a poor man from London, so that checks out. But the Vane model, the Vane character, the prosthetics clearly don't work very well over the actor's mouth, in the same way that the Greedo fingers didn't work very well in the Book of Boba Fett.
You see that in like a lot of Disney Star Wars, like the Greedo fingers in Book of Boba Fett. You even have seen in episode, I want to say 2, where when Pelimato was negotiating with that Rodian, I like the moment where he like reaches for his wallet, so it cuts away like behind him, so it doesn't show him having to like pull his wallet out of his pocket with his little floopy fingers. I think it's really funny.
Yeah. And again, so this comes back to what you said in your Kenobi thing of like, it's not that practical and is inherently better than CGI. It's that you need to know when one is one, when you have to use one versus the other, and you have to use both sparingly and well. And that's where the skill comes in, right? And I'm like, I like seeing mostly practical effects, but there are just some things that practical effects are going to struggle to do, and that's when you use CGI to fill the gap, right? Very highly precise uses of CGI. And you have the budget to do that. This show has the budget to do that, so I don't understand why they're not doing it.
Yeah, no. Again, all that's going to take is like some planning. If you just plan it ahead of time, like if this character is going to have to be CGI, this character is going to have to be practical, then like when you're filming, you can just like have certain characters be wearing like mocap suits and some characters be decked out in their practical garb.
Yeah.
But that takes planning, and instead they're just like, oh well, we don't, kind of. Didn't Jon Favreau literally say when in like an interview or someone said this about Jon Favreau in an interview that with Book of Boba Fett, he was literally just like, just say what's in the script and we'll figure it out from there.
Yeah,
it's like you don't want to be doing that when you're the runner of a show. You don't want to just go, just say the words that are on the paper and we'll figure it out.
this is the issue with a lot of Disney stuff, right? Like, what was one of the issues is that they reek of apathy. They absolutely stink of just a complete lack of care from both the production team and the showrunners and the studio at large. To the point where, like, I feel very sorry for Pedro Pascal. I mean, I know Pedro Pascal is never physically on set anymore, but like, I feel very sorry for Pedro Pascal. And ironically, with The Last of Us, like, we have another show where Pedro Pascal is a character who's carting around a smaller character, and like, look how good we can get characterization and acting from Pedro when he's given good stuff to work with.
Yeah,
why can't we have that in The Mandalorian?
He gives some stellar performances in that show. I really like his acting.
Yeah. It's just a great shame that the same care and attention is just not given by Disney to anything they do. That it's all done to maximize profits.
It's like I was saying earlier, it really feels like the Book of Boba Fett exists because it was corporate mandated, and Jon Favreau just didn't give a shit and didn't really want to do it. So he took a shit and made one of the most like easy projects, didn't put any care or effort into it at all, slapped it out because he knew people would watch it because of course it's a Boba Fett show, and then moved on to the show that he actually does slightly care about, which is this one.
But then the problem I have with that is like, why is it apparently? Oh god! But again, like, but then it comes down to the question of like, well, then why does Mandalorian and Kenobi, and I'm sure the Acolyte will be the same, why do these all feel like they were put together by a university team who had somehow lucked into a large budget but didn't actually care about what they were doing?
I don't know, man. That's kind of just my theory.
I don't know. It's not really important. Anyway, back to the scene, right? Like, this is just me being despondent about the state of storytelling in the general media landscape. But with Charles Vane and the pirates, they're here because Greef took a share of. This is where it gets really weird. So Greef used to be business partners with Pirate King Gorian Shard, and they did a job together where Greef took his cut. You know, like any normal job, you get paid for what you're doing, and he used that cut to help build the bar on Navarro and presumably fund other things on Navarro. Which, again, this is not a loan. He was paid. This was his cut. It's his money. But the pirates have been like, oh well, you know, you owe us because that cut came from our job you did with us. And Gorian Shard, he wants a word with you about using this place as like his personal base, basically. And Greef's like, that's not how that works. Go away. And then she's like, he's like, let's come to my office and actually have a drink and talk about this like reasonable people. And they're like, no, we want to drink here in this bar. And then Greef's like, well, it's not a bar anymore. It's a school. It's been a school for a while. And then Vane's like, oh, but I want to drink here. Go fetch us a bottle. And I'm gonna try and do the show credit here. I think what they're going for is that Vane is trying to pull a power move of like, oh, it's not your town, it's my town, so I get to decide what this building is, and you do what we say. But the problem is that it just comes across like, okay, but there is no booze in this place, and it's full of small children. It's really sus that you insist on drinking in the building that's full of small children. Man, Vane, that's a weird look.
It's just
don't do that.
Well, and again, I do want to bring up how much fucking time has passed. Why do these pirates why are they only just now like, hey, this used to be the bar that we hung out at a lot. What happened? It's like, has it not been years? Did
again,
kind of
to be fair to the
Navarro in those years?
To be fair to the show, I guess the explanation, and I'm willing to give them this one actually, is like Navarro's recent success, right? The fact that it's now a booming town. Word of that is that's quite a recent development, and word of that's reached Gorian Shard, and he's like, oh really? There's lots of money there now. Well, I remember I used to have a little thing to do with that town, so I can use that as leverage because now it's a gold mine. So I'm prepared to believe that. It's more just like the weird, especially seeing as these guys have theoretically been sent here to politely strong arm Greef. Like, you'd think that like if your job is to like negotiate with him and basically go like, you have to do what we say, by the way, but in a polite manner. Maybe don't be like, I want to drink with all the children. Bring me a bottle, bitch.
It would have been a better scene if they actually went to his office. They sat down, you know, maybe Greef pours them a glass. And like throughout the scene, it's just becoming very clear that the pirates have their own ulterior motives and they have like an advantage over Greef that we're not yet aware of. And it's sort of being revealed as the scene unravels to the point where we're like, oh shit, like this is going to get bad for Greef. Like, we started off sort of on an even playing field, but now it feels like the power dynamic has shifted drastically. in favor of these pirates, and then they kind of leave, having essentially put Greef in his place, and he's like, "See, Din, this is why I need you. Like these people are going to extort me, and this place that I've built will all be for nothing. Like I need your help."
So this comes down to the show don't tell, and subtle storytelling versus like being really incompetent. Because like you're a writer, right? What you want to convey in the scene is like there is an imminent threat of these pirates. They feel like they're owed something, and they want to throw their weight around. So there's a lot of this is a dick measuring contest, basically, is what's going on here. And the pirates think they have the upper hand. How do we portray that? How do we make these guys threatening? It's like, well, we could literally have a pirate just say all this whilst also wanting to drink in a school, or we could go back to the office and like actually have like a semi-polite, on the surface, a polite conversation with lots of threatening subtext. Yeah. Maybe even do something like Greef is like, this has been done so many times that it's almost a meme, right? But like it's been done because it's a very easy way of showing this subtly. Greef points them to a chair, and he goes right behind the desk and sits in Greef's chair. Like that kind of thing. I've just been like, no, you're not in charge, we are. That's way better. I know that's cliche, but that's way better than just having a pirate be like, we're in charge. I want to drink with children. Bring me booze.
Maybe Gorian Shard has some kind of information on Greef's past that he'd rather keep buried, that he might bring over to the New Republic if he doesn't cooperate with them.
Or even if it's just straight up blackmail, right? I just literally I outgun you, so you do what I want. You still, okay, again, real history lesson. Pirates didn't just randomly attack people. The whole reason the pirates flew the Jolly Roger was because 99 times out of 100, they wanted the other ship to surrender without a fight, right? That was much better for everyone concerned, because pirate ships, it's expensive to run a pirate ship, and your crew have to be quite highly paid compared to a private company, because you're largely there by democracy. So you don't want to fight if you can avoid it. You want everyone to surrender peacefully. You'll take their stuff, and then you'll let the other crew go. That's generally how it went down. So even if this is just I have more guns than you, do what we want, you would think that these guys being sent here are essentially meant to be like the emissary equivalent of a Jolly Roger flag, of like do what we want or there will be violence, not here is some violence immediately.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, let me just initiate a gunfight in the middle of this peaceful town square. Meanwhile, while there's a Mandalorian standing right next to you, clearly on your side, people know who Mandalorians are, and this guy's clearly with Greef. Maybe he's the marshal of this town. Well,
I mean, as far as these pirates know,
standing right there.
I mean, as far as these pirates know, Cara Dune could still be there representing the New Republic. What, are you going to pick a fight with the New Republic?
Yeah, what?
You'd think part of these guys' mission, right? And presumably this is why they're here, because they are an emissary, right? So they've clearly been sent here to negotiate. But you think part of their job would be to scout out the town and its defenses. You think they'd be looking around, taking notes, being like, okay, how many security guards are there? Do they have anti-aircraft cannons? Do they have shields? What's going on? How easy a fight will this actually be?
Instead, they're accosting a school.
And starting gunfights in the street.
Well, and the thing is that the whole thing, all the scenes the alternate versions of this scene that we've kind of pitched, they would have been better. But the reason they didn't do that is because we needed the action scene. We needed a gunfight to happen.
We had our mandated 2 action scenes. We have our mandated 2 or 3 action scenes an episode.
3
had to happen. Yeah.
So
anyway,
I guess
the pirates cause a fuss. Yeah, the pirates cause a fuss, and then they all get shot down, except for Vane, who is told to run back, which is weird, right? Because at that point, you've established hostilities, so just shoot this guy and buy yourself some time. But no, he's going to go back straight away and report.
Away to report what happened. Maybe one of the ones that didn't immediately try to kill you or drink inside of your school, kill Vane, and maybe everyone else except for one of the pirates, and then send him running. Why would you?
Yeah, or take Vane. Or take Vane prisoner. If hostilities are now established, right? If it's now inevitable that there's going to be hostilities, maybe take him prisoner. But so where is Gorian Shard? How many guns does he have? What's his crew strength? Give us some info, man. But nope, he just goes and he organizes an ambush immediately, which we'll get to in about 5 seconds, because Mando then leaves the planet to go and find special parts for IG, because no other droid will do. Remember, guys, no other droid will do. So he's now on a mission to find special parts for IG. It was an extremely rare and no longer manufactured droid. And on his way out, oh no, he's ambushed by Charles Vane and 4 fighter pilots. And oh god, so let's talk about the sound editing. Yes. Literally every time. I think it happens like 9 or 10 times, maybe more in this scene. Whenever he does something quote unquote cool or just turns up in the middle of the camera, we have the wow noise, and it's really, really irritating.
It's distracting.
Yeah, very. But Mando, the N1 starfighter, that's a cool piece of kit, right? Very practical for a bounty hunter. But anyway, he destroys all of the ships that Vane sends after him, except for Vane himself. In the process, by the way, destroying the mining community on these asteroids, which I guess we're not going to address, right? I hope there weren't any people living on that thing.
Oh, they're definitely
dead now.
I feel like we even saw people there.
Yeah, they're dead now. Anyway, no worries. Anyway, Vane pulls around an asteroid. Remember, this asteroid belt, and the mining community confirms this is in the same solar system. So they're right by this planet in terms of like Star Wars proximity.
Yeah.
Goes around an asteroid, and Gorian Shard is there with his I don't know what to call it, like his capital ship, his dreadnought. I mean, it's a large frigate.
I
guess it's a frigate,
familiar
right?
with the EU, it's the Eclipse, Palpatine's flagship, but painted. Yeah. I don't know if they're actually saying it's the same ship or if it's the same type, but yeah, imagine that if you know what that is.
But yeah, so it's a frigate-class ship. Lots of guns. They're all pointing at Din. Their target. He even says like their target locked on him, right? And then we have Captain Weirdbeard himself, King Gorian Shard.
King Gorian Shard to you, Jollert. You get it right.
The love child of Davy Jones and Captain Gut from Ice Age. Just turns up on screen. And it kind of feels like I stepped into like the Secret of Monkey Island. Like, I know he's not technically out of place in the Star Wars universe, but the tone of everything we've seen in this episode, and then suddenly this guy was jarring.
I can't wait to see more of him. He's the only thing I'm invested in at this point.
I want to see this guy. I want to see him fight. I want to see him actually fight.
About him. No, yeah, I want to see him and Grief have like a fucking duel, like a melee.
No. I want to see him have a cutlass battle with someone with the Darksaber.
he beats Din in combat and becomes the ruler.
Becomes the Mandalorian king. Mandalorian king Gorian Shard.
Yes, make it happen.
Gorian of Clan Shard. Anyway, they're all target locked on him, and they're in the same solar system as Din's friend and the planet Navarro, which is, as we've now established, definitively has no security. Yep. And Mando not even like hyperdrives his way out. He just powers his way past, and apparently they can't shoot him quick enough, even though they've got a gun lock. Which
raises a lot of questions about like why
raises many questions.
Ever did that when they were trapped by like an Imperial Star Destroyer over Hoth or anything like that. You can just sublight past them and then you just bail.
Yeah. But also, and then now we get the character assassination part of it.
Grief. He doesn't notify Grief about what's going on. So I guess they're all dead.
Yeah, he just pisses off and he's like, I know there's a giant pirate frigate that's hovering essentially right over my helpless friends, but I'm not going to let them know that they're here. That's Greece's problem now.
Yes, the Eclipse is like the biggest Star Destroyer. You know, it's Palpatine's personal flagship. It's of course going to be the biggest. And that's essentially like what Gorian Shard has. So,
it's a smaller version, right? Like his one is not that big.
I would assume, yeah. Proximity and scale are kind of hard to tell in space battles because you're not always sure like how far away Din is from this ship. He could have been, several.
I mean, I'm gonna
100 meters from it. I don't know.
Let's be generous and be like, I doubt the Pirate King has a giant Super Star Destroyer. I think it's more likely a frigate. And also,
how did he get a hold of it at all?
Well, again, if it is a Super Star Destroyer, that only worsens the Din just fucked off without telling them problem. Because. Goddamn, Din.
Oh, dude, fucking moron.
They're not fighting off the Executor.
I mean, here's the thing. Again, it goes back to like you need more security than just one marshal. Even with Din there, they're mounting like a defense against this guy. I severely doubt they're going to be able to fend him off. Maybe if we had a sect of wayward Mandalorians in desperate need of a home, maybe they might
maybe
be
we could
Mandalorian shard.
maybe we could even have a subplot about having to barter weapon sales from the New Republic, who are unwilling necessarily to fund an independent pirate republic. Maybe we could talk about like buying shields from planetary shields from local friendly neighbors, like maybe from Batu or from Maz Kanata's connections. Or there's I presume the Hutts maybe could sell them. So there's all sorts of things, but we're not gonna world build.
You wonder like what the New Republic thinks of them. Because the last time we had a separatist movement of sorts that decided to become independent of the Republic, a very obscure conflict broke out.
Yeah.
Maybe they don't want to repeat history. I don't know.
Who knows? The New Republic are, well, we'll get to them in episode 4 because, oh my god. But like, until then.
I'm just going to bring this up real quick. This guy keeps mentioning Succession. I haven't seen Succession. I'd like you to stop bringing it up in chat. Thank you. Have you seen Succession, Jolly?
No. I know Brian Cox is in it, but other than that, I have no idea what it's about.
I plan on getting into it eventually.
Maybe. I mean, I've got a lot of things to get through first, but like, it's on my list. Anyway, he then powers past them, leaves Navarro to its fate, and he turns up in the Mandalore system, which like, oh wow, so we're gonna go to Mandalore, right? Because you're gonna just forget the droid and just drive straight there. I presume. No. It turns out there's another planet in the system, also in the habitable zone. That is just, I guess, like it's just Bo's planet because no one else is there.
Well, that's the thing. So we're going to establish here in this scene that Bo, she had like a whole army. I wouldn't say army, but like a bunch of people like supported her and rallied behind her in the last season of Mandalorian. But now she's just by herself, and everyone just kind of fucked off and abandoned her and took her fleet.
And the reason that's given specifically is that because she doesn't wield the Darksaber, which is bizarre considering that the people who followed
her before that,
they followed her before that, and also we were given a little bit of their thoughts, right? Because they agreed with Bo that the Watch are a strange, weird cult. So presumably these Mandalorians were not the kind of Mandalorians who gave two shits about the Darksaber's symbolic value and are much more pragmatic.
Well, even if they do, it's just going to raise the question why she doesn't challenge him, because there are several moments where she has the chance and she just doesn't, like including this scene where she asked him if he had it and he said yes, and I was like, oh, it's going to happen now, because
it's fight time.
It's fight time. And no, she doesn't. She's just content to sit on this throne in this empty Mandalorian castle all day, every day, and do nothing. That's just what
so I'm gonna. That's the thing. I'm gonna give a very quick rundown of her, character, and then I'm gonna say what's happened, and you can tell me whether it makes sense. So Bo-Katan is introduced to us as somewhere between the ages of like 16 and her mid to late 20s, like somewhere in that time gap. I'm going to be generous and say that she was in her late teens to early 20s in the Clone Wars. She is a firm believer in the idea that Mandalore needs to go back to its roots, not in a cultish sense, but just in a kind of like they are a warrior society and we need to be proud of our tradition sense. Yeah. So much so that she's willing to betray and possibly murder her sister, who is the ruler, following Pre-Vizsla, who is the head of the Death Watch, which is a separatist-aligned anti-pacifist insurgency. Basically, they're terrorist cells. They bomb their own people, and kill innocent civilians. And she's prepared to do that, and she's prepared to kill her own sister potentially. That's all fine and dandy. Darth Maul then took over the joint by beating Pre-Vizsla in a Mandalorian duel and taking the Darksaber. She decided that no outsider should ever rule Mandalore, and so she split off from her faction and even invited the Republic that she despised and hated. So convinced was she of the pragmatic need to remove Maul as a cancer in her own society. She then spent decades fighting against the Empire and trying to unify the clans against an outside threat. She is a fierce warrior, a pragmatic commander, someone who is highly goal-orientated and takes no shit from anyone. Along the way, she even manages to put aside her differences with the hated enemies of certain Jedi. Like she comes to respect Kenobi and Ahsoka. And that's where we leave her basically in Rebels. Is like she's now in command of Mandalore and has the Darksaber because it's given to her by Sabine, and all the other Mandalorians seem very fine with this. And then off-screen, Mandalore got destroyed in a war against the Empire, and then she's reintroduced, and she's still just as committed. She's like, nope, we lost, but the Mandalorian way is to keep fighting, and I fully believe in the victory, and I'm still going to do everything I can pragmatically to win back my planet and its culture. We're going to steal fleets from the Empire, which is what happens at the end of Mando 2. They get a bunch of ships together to retake what they need to retake. She's got a fair few followers. And she doesn't get the Darksaber, which is annoying to her. But the way Mando Season 2 ends strongly implies that she's now going to become a threat to Din because she wants the Darksaber and he has it. And then between then and now, she's lost everyone. She apparently didn't put up a fight over this. They all just abandoned her because she's definitely the kind of person who would just give up when there's a mutiny and not fight for her place. They buggered off with all her resources, which she also allowed, and she never spent any of that year's gap hunting down Din ruthlessly and pragmatically to win back the saber in a fight that she would definitely win, to reestablish her primacy amongst Mandalorians. Instead, she's just sulking on a chair in her palace by herself with a butler.
Yep.
Discuss.
You nailed it. You nailed it in one, Jolly. She doesn't. Yeah, she should have challenged Din right from the start in the season 2 finale. I don't know why she didn't. Maybe it was because they were like, being surrounded by dark troopers, and there was a more clear and present threat. Then immediately after Luke came and saved the day and took Grogu, like, all right, fight time, go. But she didn't. The Mandalorians fucked off and left her, which she allowed, and took her resources, which she allowed, and she never tried to hunt them down and get them back. And she never, ever challenged Din at any point in however long it's been since then, which is a fight, yes, like you said, she would easily have won. And yeah, she's just content to sit in her fucking empty palace forever. I guess until she dies. What's the plan here?
I don't know. And again, to address her, because the pushback I've seen, without naming names, the tweet I saw on Twitter that defended this was like, well, of course she's like this. She's at the end of her rope. She's done all this for Mandalore, and this was the straw that broke the camel's back, and now she's given up. She's just done. And I'm like, okay, this is the same thing I said about Luke Skywalker earlier and the robot thing earlier. Like, if you are going to have these large shifts in character, you cannot have them happen off screen, not mention them, and then leave them up for the audience to write in an explanation. That is not how, like, you can technically hand wave that away in headcanon that as making sense in your head, but the show has not provided that explanation, and you are writing for the writers now because nothing has been left to imply that either. So you have just made that up whole cloth. That's not a reasonable inference. You've just made shit up.
Well, yeah, you kind of get this impression with Bo-Katan just in general when people are talking about her. There's not much there. And people kind of just project whatever they think she is onto her rather than actually ascertaining what her character is based on her actions in the show and like what her motivations seem to be.
Did you see, sorry, on exactly that note, did you see people getting annoyed because they're like, oh, it seems to be like that she and Din might be more than, like, there was some, like, again, take this with a grain of salt, I don't know if this is true, right? But there was a leak in inverted commas that like she and Din were going to get closer over this series, and people were like up in arms because like, oh, they've straight washed another queer character. And I was like going like,
yeah,
wait,
I've been seeing
that. Wait, hang on, when was she established as queer? Like, if that's the case, then like, yeah, that's bad. But when was she established as queer?
Yeah,
and they're like, well, do you not remember in that episode of Clone Wars, she slapped Ahsoka on the butt playfully once?
No.
I'm just like, no.
Is that really the best? Because that's the thing. People kept saying she was lesbian, and I was like, that's perfectly fine for you to headcanon. And, if they ever actually made that canon, like, great, cool, but, like, they haven't yet.
No.
So what's the problem?
I mean, if anything, surely I'd have been like, it's much more likely that she was sleeping with Pre Vizsla than that she's lesbian.
Also, let's take her slapping Ahsoka's ass as irrefutable proof that she is into girls. Bisexuality exists. She could also still be into men. Also,
wait, well, hang on, Sheev, because I don't think that's true, because I distinctly remember as heel versus babyface telling me that bi people don't exist in fiction. So that can't be true. We're not real.
He said they don't exist in comics. This is a TV show.
Oh, okay. So we are allowed to exist in TV, but in comics,
yeah.
Okay. I'm glad this was straightened out for me. Oh, I can't. No, not straightened out. Ah, shit. Damn.
Oh fuck! No shit! No.
It's erasure. No.
I'm glad Bo was straightened out. Jesus.
Oh god. But no, she slapped Ahsoka on the arse once, not knowing who Ahsoka was. And mostly did it, I think, to get under her skin and be annoying.
Yeah,
but yeah, she slapped her.
She was fucking with her.
Also, Ahsoka was underage at the time. I'd like to put that out there. Ahsoka was like 15 when she did it, or 14 when she did that.
Well, again, it's like, how old is Bo-Katan? If she's 18 by the end of the Clone Wars, then she was probably underage in this scene. Maybe
wasn't my simple point is, like, I don't think you're supposed to interpret the slap on the arse as sexual. I think it's just meant to be like, at least she's fucking with her.
Who was it that put out that tweet about how the only reason Ahsoka's popular is because she's hot?
Oh, I don't know.
That was weird. That was weird.
Okay, everyone, listen up, right? It's fine to criticize things. We're doing it right now. I love to criticize things. Learn to do it well. You can't just point at things. No, seriously, you can't just point at things that you had an emotional reaction to and then be like, my emotional reaction definitively proves my point. No, your emotions can be wrong. I'm sorry. They can just be wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Like, not wrong to feel, but just out of whack with the evidence that is presented. And that's fine. That's not a character flaw in you, but just stop making shit up. It's really irritating, and it makes the actual job of actual critics much harder. Because, like, for example, if Sheev now wants to criticize Ahsoka's character writing, there's an easy response now from everybody else, which is, oh, you're just a misogynist, Sheev. You just want her to be hot. It's like, no.
Damn.
It's not. Anyway.
No, that's why I go after those. Even though I'm obviously a very staunch Disney Star Wars critic, I go after a lot of people on Twitter who criticize Disney Star Wars because they fucking do it wrong a lot.
Yeah,
it's bizarre because it's so easy to pick apart this goddamn franchise, especially Disney Star Wars.
Like, my favorite one so far was someone was like, "Oh, Rey has the same haircut in all 3 movies." I'm like, okay, even if that's true, it's not true. It's not true. But even if it was true, who the fuck cares?
Who fucking cares?
That has no, like, yeah, she has a favored hairstyle because she did her hair herself growing up on a desert planet and is probably not going to salons during Jedi training.
You know, Obi-Wan had the same hairstyle in all 3 of the original movies. Granted, he was dead for 2 of them.
Yeah, but apparently you can change how you look when you're dead. So, because Anakin just came back as young, hot Anakin.
Well, according to Rise of Skywalker, also with Luke, you can grow your hair longer post-mortem.
Oh yeah, that's true as well. Don't know why he wanted that, but you can do that.
So for all we know, Obi-Wan could have had, like, shown up in episode 5 with a whole ass mullet.
I like the idea that, like, you're repressed, like the Jedi Order have repressed your gender identity the whole way through your training, and then Obi-Wan dies and comes back as a girl, and everyone's like, wait, what? Like, I would love that if only to watch, like, some of the fandom menace lose their minds. Like, they transed Obi-Wan.
It's like, I came out to Master Windu and he told me to shut the fuck up.
He's like, I came out as bisexual. Actually, isn't this a thing now? Like, Obi-Wan is bisexual, and people were like, "Oh, they've ruined Obi-Wan." I'm like, what?
There was a book that came out earlier, I think either last year or earlier this year, where all that happened was a prepubescent Obi-Wan was having thoughts about, like, natural thoughts that children have at this stage of their life, like about kissing and about romantic involvement. And one such person that he was thinking about happened to be a guy. And everyone lost their minds.
Again, I can't stress this enough. Learn to criticize things well.
Dude is like 14. Like, it's not that deep. He thought about kissing a boy.
Just before you... guys, general thing, and this is true for me as well, this is true for everyone. Everyone needs to take a step back and learn to think before they speak. Learn to do the research before you open your mouth on a public platform, please. Not just for our sake, for your own sake, and for my sake. Mm-hmm. Just do the research first.
It's a great
thing that think about it.
But it's a great thing that thing with Obi-Wan happened in a book and not a comic. Otherwise, he would have just zapped out of existence.
Yeah, that's true. He would have just, like, immediately, like, been decanonized, and then Luke would have canonically lost because he couldn't have been there in the original movies. It would have been a rewriting of the timeline immediately. But anyway. So Bo is sulky.
Yeah, and he's like, I'm going to go to Mandalore, and she's like, yeah, well,
which is in the same system.
So, Yeah, it's in the same system, but he needs to go find a droid. So, he's not just going to go there immediately. But she's like, yeah,
it's a good thing that
so none of this matters. And he's like, yeah, well, fuck
well,
you.
hang on, Sheev. It's a good thing then that Bo doesn't have a droid with her.
God, please, Jolly, please.
Because
that droid because she needs a butler. It's okay.
She needs someone to announce all the visitors she doesn't get.
Jesus Christ! I wonder if she's ever gotten up from that throne in the entire time that she's been there.
You know what's so bad is I literally that thought has only just occurred to me when I was like, oh, it's funny that he's going all the way to Tatooine and then coming back to get a droid, and I was like, wait, she has a droid. Why is he doing that?
Because he wants IG, but then the second he's presented with a droid that's not IG, he accepts it. Jolly.
Well, this is my point. This is my point, right? So canonically, what has happened is he's like, I'm going to go find a droid. He's talked to Bo, being like, okay, I don't have time to get IG. I'll bite my tongue. I'll do the hard thing. I'll just get on with it, and I'll get a droid. And he goes all the way to Tatooine to get one. There's one in the room.
What he says though in the scene is it? He doesn't say he's just going to go for any old droid. He's
no. But
I'm going to go to Mandalore.
No, but my point is, like, even if you want to headcanon this, right? Even if you want to be like, okay, so what's happened canonically in the fact, like, as proven by the fact that he did just settle for any old droid, is that he's had the conversation with Bo and been like, okay, no, you know what? I'm just gonna. I'd rather it was IG, but whatever. I'll bite my tongue. We'll just do it now. We'll just do it the hard way. Therefore, I shall fly to Tatooine to get a used droid rather than just ask Bo to borrow her butler, or even get Bo to come with me, which you'd think she'd volunteer to do, by the way.
Well, yeah, you'd think even if he's just going to settle for any droid, and he's not going to take the butler droid, is there not, there'd be a closer system to go to, surely, than Tatooine?
Well, surely she has other droids. I mean, this is a whole ass palace.
But I don't.
She's a princess.
We can't even headcanon that he made that decision because he literally made that decision on the fly in the next episode. He said, "No, I need this specific part for this specific droid," and Pelimato was like, "Or you could use this one." He was like, "Oh, sure, I'll take that one."
I'm impressed that you know her name. In my head, she's just annoying Tatooine lady.
I learned her name because I kept forgetting it, and I kept having to go, stupid comedian lady who isn't a good character. And that's hard, that doesn't roll off the tongue. So Pelimato. I had to say it over and over. I'm
going to call her Pelican.
Okay. Anyway, that concludes episode 1 at just under 2 hours.
Wait, hang on. I want to let's stress this. When we say it ends, I mean it ends.
It literally just stops. Yeah, it doesn't. It's not like it's an end. I was gonna say, yeah.
It's
he
almost
fucks
like
off. He's like, I'm gonna go to Mandalore. He's walking away, and we just cut to black, and it's over. And it's like, oh, okay.
It's The Sopranos, the meme about how it just cuts to black in mid-sentence. It's almost that. It's very like the editing is so. This is one of the again right at the beginning where we're like, this is why I think that there was more stuff in the original 3 episodes beginning of this that was then shunted in the Book of Boba Fett because of how weird the editing is. I think this is one of the things that but leads me to suspect this strongly. This edit is so odd, even by the bad standards of the Mandalorian, that I'm like, clearly this was originally stuck between something else, and that's just been taken out. Yeah. It's really odd. I can't stress this. I can't stress it enough. It's just bizarre.
Yeah, no, it was a very jarring and abrupt ending. But it's over. The first episode is done. Directed by, I'm not even going to, I don't know how to pronounce his name. Rick. He's
Fukuyaga? I can't remember his name.
Yeah. I've only ever read it, so I don't know how to pronounce it. But yeah, he directed it. It was written by Jon Favreau. Shocker. Jesus. Fucking hate that episode. Yeah.
Don't worry. I guess it gets better.
Before we even continue, to any of you who said I needed to elaborate on my thoughts on just 301 because I said it was bad without any further clarification, there you go. There's 2 hours worth of me picking it apart painstakingly. I'm just glad that
there's going to be less to pick apart in 3 because we're taking quite a while for these. So
yeah. I did say we can only go for about 6 hours and then I'll have to go. So hopefully we can.
Okay, so episode 2, he goes to Tatooine and buys a new droid.
Yeah, well, and again, I don't want to get hung up on all the little details for reasons we just laid out, but like, goes to Tatooine. really glad to see this place again. Pelimato
Yeah.
is scamming a Rhodian, basically. He's like, I need parts for this. And she's like, well, I got to order it from the mid-rim or something like that. You know, so it's going to be a lot of stuff. Pay me now and I'll have it done in like a couple weeks. And he's like, fuck, I don't want to do that. And she's like, yeah, well, you're making me work through Bunta Day. It's Bunta week. It's, remember?
It's the Bunta Eve Classic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so she's scamming him.
What a coincidence.
And the second he leaves, she calls the Jawas back in and they start reassembling the parts off of his speeder that they stole, proving that not only is she just a kind of piece of shit, but also she is literally a piece of shit. She literally scams people for money, which is like, oh, cool. I'm glad we've canonized that.
Well, so here's the thing, right? Like, you can have lovable rogue character. Like, we're not going to be pulling an EFAP pyramid. Like, you are a bad, morally bad person, therefore you're a bad character, right? It's not that she's just morally bad. It's that she's morally bad with no redeeming features except being very annoying on screen for the little we get of her. There is nothing for me as an audience member to latch onto beyond she makes a bunch of very bad, irritating jokes. She scams not just like bad people, but she scams characters that we care about, that she has been through stuff with now, right? Not just like tangentially knows and is doing business with, but like people who have saved her life and done good stuff for her and, you know, really helped her out with some jams. And, you know, she's supposed to really care about Grogu and Din, but no, she's still prepared to scam them as well. So all we have of her is a scam artist who's really annoying and who once had sex with a Jawa. Okay. Why is she here? Honestly, you know what? Honestly, they could have replaced her with Watto and I would have been much happier. Sheev? Sheev. Oh no, we lost Sheev.
Sorry about that. Someone knocked on my door and my dog started barking and I had to go take care of it.
Oh, okay. I was like, what the hell happened there? You just vanished.
Yeah, I did. You were in the middle of a diatribe and I didn't want to cut you off, so I was like, I guess I'll just have to not be here and he'll have to be confused.
No worries. I was just saying that, like, I don't understand why her character exists, and if we're gonna have a character like this, I don't get why it wasn't like Watto or someone like that, someone who's explicitly a piece of shit, rather than like this confusing muddled, you're supposed to care about them, but they've got no redeeming features character.
Yeah, I don't like her. I don't like her at all.
Yeah,
but
there's anyway, not much to like.
But the thing is, and this scene is a great example of it. Mando will just show up and need a thing, and she will give him like something that doesn't at all suit his needs, and he'll just accept it. He will just take it. And I don't understand why. I don't understand. That's what happened with the N1 Starfighter when he showed up looking for a Razor Crest. And it's what happened just now. He needs an IG memory circuit. And she's like, well, I can give you this R5 unit. And he's like, okay, sold.
The thing is, like, yeah, not only does it establish her character as like someone who's really not worth having in the show, but also like it damages his character, right? Because one of the few traits we have of him is that he has spent a long time working in criminal circles and as a bounty hunter in shady areas and shady places for shady people. The idea that he's bad at haggling, the idea that he's not going to be firm in bartering with people like this is bizarre.
Just the idea that he doesn't have other contacts to go to when he needs parts for a droid. Like, why do we only ever see him meet with people that he's met on the show that we know? Why do we never just like find people from Mando's past that he's known before the show started that that we could be introduced to?
because that involves world building, and we can't do that, and character development, and we can't do that. But yeah, she sails them in R5, which I love it how when this ship was put together in Book of Boba Fett, they're like, well, I know you don't trust droids, so we've hollowed out the droid pods to make a Yoda pod. And then literally like one episode later, they're like, no, say goodbye to the Yoda pod. We're getting the droid pod back. And I'm like, what was the point?
There wasn't one. I don't know. There are also a few lines in the scene that I don't want to skip over. First of all, he comes to Tatooine and he's like, I'm here on business. And she says, oh, are you taking out Boba Fett? Which I really like. She says, are the Hutts back? Are you taking out Boba Fett? And I want to explore what that means, like why she said that.
Or why she's so happy that it's happening.
Yeah, has he become some sort of like horrible dictator?
I mean, to be fair, Book of Boba Fett did show that he was absolutely useless at being the daimyo. So,
but the thing is, yeah, but also she specifically would know that he is good friends with Boba Fett since she was there when this battle was happening that he was taking part in on Boba's side. So why she would think that he would work for the Hutts in order to take him out is beyond me. But also,
why she'd be happy about that is another, because
why would she be happy about that? But also because she doesn't even live in the town that he rules over. She lives in Mos Eisley. He rules over Mos Espa. But also, why would the Hutts be coming after his territory when they already gave up on it?
I mean, why did they give up on it? But yeah, agreed.
Yeah, I mean, they shouldn't have. That was really dumb, but they did. They just decided it wasn't worth it, and they gave him a Rancor. But, like, are we establishing that maybe in whatever continuation of that story, they'll just decide, actually, we do want this territory, and they'll send bounty hunters after him?
Oh, I don't know. It's set up in inverted commas for a Book of Boba Fett season 2, which we all desperately want.
It just reads like, hey, we're on Tatooine. Boba Fett's the daimyo over in Jabba's palace. We want to reference the show that we did. But it's like, it doesn't fit the context or the characters. So cool.
Why not say, are you here to do another job for Boba?
Something like that. Or is even just like, oh, are you here to see Boba? Something. Anything. Literally anything.
Or just, are you here to bet on the Boonta Eve Classic? Like, which apparently is happening right now? Which,
yeah.
Again, like, so if I have a friend who spent a lot of time on Tatooine and they move in shady circles and they just so happen to turn up at the Boonta Eve Classic, which is like a yearly event, right? Then my presumption would be like, oh, well, they're here for that, because otherwise that's a huge coincidence.
Well, actually, my assumption is that even though this big event is happening, the reason that my friend is here is to take out his friend who he like literally fought side by side with in order to help him maintain leadership over this territory.
Yeah. And again, it sounds like we're getting hyper fixated on small lines, but the issue is not that we're being, anal or pedantic or nitpicking. What we're doing with these is using them to draw attention to a wider problem, which is that there is no thought given to how characters would behave given their history and their personalities.
And there's
things
no thought
just happen.
like this larger world. We're trying to build this Mandoverse, but like we're not actually getting like staying consistent with what even exists, what factions are there, and who is loyal to who, and who cares about who.
It's a jumbled mess, and there's no attempt to make this cohesive or coherent, which is why it frustrates me to no end when people are just like, oh, why don't you just turn off your brain and enjoy it? It's like, no, I would love to be able to turn off my brain. I can't, because the show keeps needling me.
It'd be really funny if when he showed up on the Jedi Temple planet and he met with Ahsoka, she's like, are you here to kill Luke? Like,
oh god.
Why would I be here to kill Luke?
No, he turns up on the planet and then Darth Vader just walks out and goes, did you come here to kill me?
Fuck. No. Why'd you have to bring Kenobi into this?
Because unfortunately Kenobi is canon and its existence destroys everything. So it has to be referenced.
It's not.
It can't be canon. Looks like the show can't be canon. None of the Disneyverse other than Andor can possibly fit into canon.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway.
So yeah, he goes to Tatooine, R5. This is the same R5 from A New Hope, right? Like we're just doing that.
I think it's supposed to be.
She also said that he fought in the rebellion. which I just found to be a strange line.
Yeah, I mean, okay, let's be generous and say it's not the same R5. It's just an R5. It's like, but he fought in the rebellion. Well, that's cool. I wonder if this droid will have any personality that is directly linked to his service in the rebellion. Maybe he's pro New Republic. Maybe he wants to like try and push Din towards doing stuff like that, or maybe he's just a really loyal soldier or brave. You know,
exact opposite. He's cowardly.
Oh well, exactly what you'd expect from a veteran of a long-standing war.
Like, see, and people are going to bring this up. That makes sense with like C-3PO because he's not a combat droid. R2 units, R5 units, they exist to like help people in dogfights in combat situations. They're not meant to be cowardly. That doesn't make sense.
They are meant to be combat navigators and combat engineers. That's what they're for.
Yep. To have one who's just like, I don't want to do this thing that you're forcing me to do because it's scary and dangerous and I might die. It's like, what? The fuck? He's a what?
Yeah, it's again, and to put this out there, we with IG-11, because like being a nanny was contrary to being like an assassin droid, but he had to be reprogrammed for that.
Mm-hmm.
He had to be like directly manipulated. Like, his core programming had to be re-engineered and manipulated to make him into something completely different in order to get him to go against his central original programming. And even then, apparently, all it took to knock him back was a sufficient clunk on the head. I don't understand why an R2 unit or an R5 unit or any R unit is a coward. That is completely antithetical to what they're designed for.
Well, maybe Peli Motto randomly decided to reprogram him to be a coward. I don't know.
Well, yeah, I guess. I don't know.
And it's like, guys, I promise I'm not touting this as like a huge deal, but again, it comes down to like, they don't care about the little details. And if they don't care about the little details, why do you think they would get the big details right?
Well, the little details are just the obvious symptoms of a larger problem, right? This is not we're pointing to someone's acne. We're pointing to the fact that someone is repeatedly getting acne outbreaks, and that probably has something to do with their immune system being faulty, right?
She does say to R5 in this scene that if he doesn't settle his bolts, her words, not mine, she's going to sell him back to the Jawas. I really think they are trying to say this is the same one from A New Hope. She bought him from the Jawas after he exploded on the Lars farm.
All right. Well, then how did he ever serve in the rebellion? Oh, never mind. It doesn't matter.
It's like
there is no answer.
Because I remember there was like a non-canon comic that was like about this droid. His name was Skippy, who was force sensitive. Again, it was never canon.
Jesus, I remember this. Isn't this like he spontaneously destroyed himself so that R2 could get to Luke?
The reason that he died, he blew up, is he was like, this droid needs to be bought by these people. He's important to the rebellion. And I like, are they trying to allude to that? Are they like, do they think that that's something they want to add to the story? Like, unironically, I hope not.
Sheev, I'll be honest, man. I don't think they gave it that level of thought. I don't think they've thought about it at all. And even if they had, if that's the lazy way they're doing it, to half incorporate a story that on its own is canon breaking because it's a fun little reference, then that speaks again volumes as to the systemic problems that are at the core of these terrible shows. That they're built to sell toys and marketing. They're not built to be stories.
Yeah, no, it's okay. I'll move on because I don't really.
Yeah,
the whole scene is just weird, and as I was watching it, I was like, I don't understand any of what they're trying to tell me is happening. Why are we suddenly trusting this droid? I thought that was a whole thing. No, okay, we're going to Mandalore. No. Awesome.
We have a Tatooine mandate that we have to be on Tatooine at least once a season.
Why? I don't understand.
I don't know. Anyway, so yeah, he takes the robot and he goes to Mandalore. And he's like, okay, all right. So he has to fly through atmosphere and land on the ground, and then probe the entrance to the collapsed and buried city of Sundari. And he's like, I don't know whether it's safe to go outside because the planet is poisoned. And I think this is the point where we need to talk about what does he mean by poisoned? Because up until this point, I presumed, given that we were explicitly shown nuclear detonations on Mandalore in the flashback, that he was referring to radiation poisoning, that the surface of the planet was so heavily irradiated that organic life couldn't move around on it safely.
Mm-hmm.
Or at least that's what everyone thought. In which case, staying inside your ship makes sense because a spaceship that's designed to fly in space where there's a lot of cosmic radiation is going to have to be radiation proof. So that's all fine and dandy. Sending out the droids to check, I don't know what that accomplishes, given that you could definitely just use the Geiger counter on your definitely radiation detecting ship for the reasons I just outlined to see if there's radiation around. But even presuming you have to send out the R5, it then turns out that what he actually means by poisoned is that the air it would not be breathable. He literally means that the air would be toxic. Which, two things. Why on earth couldn't R5 take an atmosphere reading up in the air?
Yeah.
The atmosphere is everywhere, guys. I don't know if you noticed this about planets. It's not like I could suddenly walk outside and encounter a patch of the Earth that has no oxygen.
Well, he sent him to get samples from like beneath the rocks. He's testing for something from in the ground, I guess.
I don't know. But also then, yeah, when the R5 doesn't come back because it was ambushed by troglodytes, he then, oh God. So he vacuum seals his suit because that's something he can do.
Apparently.
Goes outside of his, and he opens up the pod on the M5. And now here's the thing. Baby Yoda is sitting with him in the front seat. There is no longer a safety pod because that was taken out to put the droid thing in. So Yoda has just been exposed, Grogu has just been exposed to the air that you think is potentially toxic.
Right. He tells him to get into his pod, and I guess he meant the little spherical thing that he can hang out in.
Where the hell was that? How does that fit in the seat?
Yeah, that's the thing. A, I don't believe that that's what he meant because where was that? And B, he then opened the cockpit canopy and got out, which would have then meant that if there is radiation in the atmosphere, you've just introduced it into your cockpit. So now even when he gets out of the pod, which he does here in a minute, he's inside of this radiation-filled cockpit.
Well, it's not just that, because obviously radiation doesn't just like bounce around the inside. Presumably it would flood in, and then when you shut the thing, whatever radiation's there is passed through you already, but that's still damaging. Yeah. But the issue is, again, it's about the air being breathable. We're explicitly told it's about the air being breathable, in which case you've just exposed, by opening this cockpit immediately after telling him to get in his pod. There wasn't time for him to go. You've immediately exposed him to air that could potentially be lethally dangerous.
Well,
or even if it's not immediately lethal, just very bad for you.
Mm-hmm. Well, but also, like, the question is just like, why is he here? Why did he bring Grogu with him?
Why not leave him with Tatooine lady?
With fucking stupid bitch, or even leave him on Kalevala with Bo-Katan. Something, anything. Don't bring him here.
Couldn't you leave him with the watch? Given that, like, yeah, you're an apostate, but Grogu is an official foundling and is too young to have a helmet. So why is he an apostate?
Well, then the question is, like, if he's a foundling and Mando isn't considered a Mandalorian, would they not try to stop him from taking him?
You'd think.
But again, it's like he's a Mandalorian in literally every way except by name, apparently. He's an apostate, except he gets to keep all the armor and the Darksaber and the foundling, and it's fine. He gets to keep the jetpack, which, remember, that was like a thing he had to earn.
Yeah, and he can fly back and ask them for advice whenever he wants.
So yeah, nothing has changed. The point we're trying to highlight here is that there were no consequences of him becoming an apostate, other than that maybe it's a thing, like they're playing on religious trauma, but it kind of looks like they're not. So
we'll get to that, because that's the bit where I'm going to get angry. So yeah,
but also, it turns out he pressurizes his suit. He doesn't have an oxygen tank, so it's beyond me what that even means.
I guess he does. I guess the implication is that there's a limited supply of oxygen somehow from that hell. I don't know how that works, but
how long do you plan on being out here? Like, why wouldn't you bring oxygen canisters? Why didn't you prepare?
I don't know. Because he's chronically stupid. This is the only consistent character trait, is that he's chronically an idiot.
Well, but then again, the question would then be, where would he store them? And that's a great question, because he has a ship that can only fit one person.
A good question for another time.
That's so bad.
Anyway, so yeah, he gets out. He finds that the droid's been is hiding. He gets ambushed by the troglodytes. He beats them off. He goes, but this does nothing. This narratively and thematically does nothing except to fill out one of our action scene quotas. It's very badly choreographed.
But so also mostly he's still struggling with the Darksaber, which I had thought he'd gotten better with it in the Book of Boba Fett, but I could be wrong.
No, he never did. And again, this is one of those things when, the reason I say that's not thematically or narratively important is it tells us nothing we didn't already know.
Yeah.
From watching the show, and you'd think, if anything, that he would basically never use it and would just leave it on a ship. Well, maybe not even on a ship because it's important, but like he would never use it because it's just dangerous and a liability.
Yeah, I don't understand why he uses it when he has perfectly good combat weapons that he's trained with.
What happened to the whistling birds?
Eh. Well, also, I kind of did want to just address that. Like, I love how the reason we realized R5 was in danger is because we were watching him on the radar, and he was represented by a little red dot that just blipped out of existence because he was attacked. But like, it's not like he was damaged or destroyed in any way. They just knocked him over.
Well, not even that, isn't he? He's hiding. Oh no, he is knocked over. No, sorry,
yeah. The creatures attacked him, and they like knocked him down. But he's completely intact. Mando, after he beats the troglodytes, he finds him and he restores him vertically, and he's just back to normal. So I don't know how he blipped out of existence and alerted. That's the whole again, you guys are going to call this a nitpick. That's the reason he was alerted to the fact that there was danger at all. So I want to do better. Yeah. Even put like a camera on R5 or something, and then have like it go staticky or whatever, and then we see like from R5's POV he gets like knocked over or something.
Yeah. This whole thing was just an unnecessary action scene. Anyway, so he decides that everything's fine, the air's breathable, so he and Grogu and R5, well, I guess R5 stays with the ship, right? Him and Grogu go down through the ruins of Sundari. And my immediate question, which I'm not going to raise as a criticism yet, the criticism is going to come later when we get more information on this, but my first thought was, where the hell are all the bodies?
Yeah, that's a good question. This place was orbitally bombarded.
Yeah, it was the capital city of Mandalore, a large and thriving galactically relevant and important, planet. Where are all the bodies?
I guess they all got off, Jolly. They all escaped.
Well, so the reason I'm going to raise this, not as a criticism now, but later, is the show provides something that could have functioned as an answer to this, but then they don't use that. So we're going to talk about that when we get there. But for now, it's just weird, how there's no bodies in this devastated and nuclear bombed capital city. Not even like shadows on the walls from from nuclear shadows like in Hiroshima. No Beskar burnt into the concrete. No bones lying around. Nothing. Nothing. It's a ghost town. Sinks through the levels, goes into the entrance to this underground cavern. That's like clearly like the beginning of the mines and not the city. And there's a bunch of wildlife there. We see some neat little shots of various little things wiggling around, which is cool. And Grogu's a little anxious because he's a kid, which I like. And that's all fine and dandy. Then they get into this part of the cavern where, correct me if I'm wrong, doesn't he find like a helmet or something?
Yeah,
buried in the ground.
It's like a trap, basically, that's been laying for anyone who wanders upon this trap, who you'd imagine wouldn't be very many people, since nobody knows this planet is habitable somehow. Yeah, you pick up this Mandalorian helmet beneath the dirt, and you get caught in this big trap by this fucking weird creature thing.
Right. So this is where. So do you mind? Because I'm going to describe it very briefly, and then I want to talk about the creature thing and the implications that were made and never followed up on. So yeah, there's this trap. The helmet's just lying there, and it's clearly like bait for a trap. The trap activates. Din is captured. He's tranquilized, and the creature drags him off to essentially a giant meat griddle where he's like imprisoned, and then starts draining him of blood. Now, this is its own problem. So before I get to the creature, Grogu gets away by doing his strange puppet Jedi ninja tricks, which I don't believe. And it looks awkward and gawky, and we'll talk about this again when we get to the Order 66 stuff, but like what the show thinks about Grogu's intelligence is bizarre in terms of like when he is and isn't intelligent, and in what ways. Is very strange, but we'll leave that for when it's relevant later on. Grogu gets away, flies the pod all the way back to the ship, and then flies off to the planet in the same system, which let's be generous and say this is only going to take like an hour or two. Like, take a ship to Bo-Katan to get her help.
Yeah, you get off Mandalore and maybe go toward Kalevala at sublight speed, like we saw at the end of Book of Boba Fett. It takes a few hours. I don't know. They're in the same system.
Yeah, let's be really generous. Let's say this. Let's be really generous. To get Bo-Katan all the way back there takes an hour. I don't believe that, but let's just be really generous and give them, say it happened in just 1 hour. The last we see of Din is that he's hooked up to a machine that is pumping out his blood.
Oh, he's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry.
No, he's dead. I don't care that you tell me he's fine, show. He's dead. He just had all his blood His blood has been pumped out for an hour. He is dead.
Well, 2 hours round trip. He's got to get to Bo-Katan, and then she's got to fly
Oh,
them back.
Yeah. Like, so he's definitely dead. Now, Bo-Katan comes down with Grogu. They share a couple of nice little moments. She then starts to rescue Din. But before we get to the fight, I want to talk about this creature that took Din, which is a mostly mechanical creature, but its central eye socket, its central thing that's behind the lens, is very clearly an organic eye.
Mm-hmm.
And there's an interesting implication that I thought they were going to do, which they were never going to do because they would never get this dark in Mandalorian, but it would have been so cool. Which is like, I thought maybe this creature is a survivor of the Mandalorian purge. Like, that this is after the bombing, the few surviving Mandalorians took refuge in the mines, and it's essentially like a buried alive, like almost like the dwarves in Erebor in The Hobbit. Like, or a subway nuclear explosion in a metro, like that these people were just trapped in the underground caverns and without food or water and slowly scavenging and going cannibalistic, and maybe one of them slowly did a grievous and replaced themselves with mechanical parts, just so desperate were they to survive, and they were preying on other Mandalorians and like using them as, using the armor or other Mandalorian bodies as bait to grab the other ones. Like, I thought it was going to be something really dark like that, which I would have been fascinated to see. And like Bo's reaction to seeing that would have been really interesting, given how much she loves her people and what they mean to her. To see that they were left there in the caves when she could have come to save them, but didn't because she thought the planet was poisoned.
Well, and she would
have been
blame
really
herself
cool
for having lost the planet to the Empire in the first place.
Yeah, exactly. There was so. Yeah, but it turns out we're not going to get any backstory on this creature other than the eyeball. Nothing is mentioned about this thing. It's destroyed without a comment. No one even talks about what this thing was.
Yeah, I mean, after it's killed, we just cut to the next scene and it's over. No more of that creature.
Yeah. Now, again, the fight scene, there's nothing really character-worthy to talk about here other than, well, I guess there's one thing, right? Bo-Katan seems to be using the Darksaber pretty comfortably.
Well, yeah, which you'd expect, considering she did pretty well in Rebels.
Well, no, but I guess the point I'm making here is that in the because obviously this was not something that was introduced in Rebels. The whole Darksaber is super heavy thing as a Mandalorian invention.
Mm-hmm.
And they very clearly used it to be like a "you are not worthy" thing, right? Like that you haven't yet learned to wield this properly because it only responds to the worthy or something. That's very clear the paradigm that's been set up with this weapon. And Bo's character arc has been her thinking that she's unworthy for stupid reasons, but her thinking that she's unworthy because she doesn't have it. And then when she picks it up, she can wield it properly. Now, I suppose that's what they're going for, and if so, it's a nice little thing if it's done cohesively, if it's addressed cohesively.
The operative word there, because what they're doing with Bo-Katan in the later episodes that we'll get to, not a fan of, and I don't like the direction it's going, and I'm hoping against hope that they turn it around, but who knows?
Yeah,
I didn't want to skip past the line. Did you think your dad was the only Mandalorian?
Oh God, yeah, that
a weird fucking line.
Grogu has literally met Bo and other Mandalorians already.
Well, yeah, he's talking to one. She is a Mandalorian, and she like
Bo is well aware. Yeah, Bo is well aware that Grogu has met other Mandalorians besides Din. She was one of them,
and like she immediately follows that question up with describing what these creatures are. So like, my best faith inference is that she's like, what she meant was, did you think that your dad
he's the only badass
people dressed like him are the only type of Mandalorian, like the ones that wear armor and fly around on jetpacks? Because there are other individual sentient beings that lived on Mandalore, but like that's not
by the way
that at all. So
Bo also raises a question that I just raised about Grogu, where she's like, "Oh yeah, so you went to learn to be a Jedi. What happened with that? I used to know Jedi. Where are your abilities at? What can you do? Are we going to address your capabilities, Grogu? Are we going to address how intelligent you are or you aren't?"
It depends on the scene, I guess. I don't know.
Well, I just find it funny that Bo raised that, because that means that in universe, a character has noticed that Grogu was very strange in terms of his like consistency. Yeah. Or I guess the alternative was just Bo really sucks at small talk. I guess.
Well, she's just like me for real. So
yeah.
But yeah, they rescue Din and free him. And then we cut to the next scene where she's sitting around like a campfire that she's made, and then like wakes up and he's like, "What the fuck? What happened?" She tells him, "I rescued you, everything." Like just that scene. And this conversation is a little funny. Like, I got to skip a lot. We kind of sped through that, so I'm way behind on the playback that I'm using. She's like, "Your kid got to me and brought me back to here. This desolate wasteland." He's like, "It's not poison," and she's like, "Isn't it? Look around you." It's like, "Well, it's not though. You can breathe here. It's not radiation filled."
Well, let's be fair.
And
Let's
I'm
be
curious,
as fair as possible and
she's
say
acting
that.
like. Go ahead.
Sorry, go on. No, that's right. Up to you.
Okay, fine. There's a huge delay between us. I'm noticing more and more. It's today of all days was the day that my Wi-Fi just decided to be complete shit. So anyway, yeah, here's the thing. She's acting like, there's no rebuilding that can be done on this place, and it's like you just have to let people know that it's habitable and you can come back and rebuild your society. I don't really understand what the conflict is. Like, you should be overjoyed.
Well, I guess, and again, this is what I was about to sort of hint at. I guess what she's really saying with that line is like it's not that it's literally poisoned as much as it's metaphorically tainted. That she's like, he's like, "Oh, it's habitable," and she's like, "Yeah, I guess, but this place is just nothing but like a huge pit of traumas and failures now. That's all this place really is anymore."
Well, and also there are lines from her in this episode that allude to her sort of disillusionment with the warrior way that she once wanted to restore, constantly fighting wars that didn't really even make much sense when you thought about them and like what it's done to her people. Maybe she is starting to see, this is like what I'm hoping for with Bo-Katan. Like, she's starting to see that like maybe the warrior way that she fought for and that she joined the Death Watch for originally isn't necessarily the best way to go about it. And like, if we can restore Mandalore, if we can reunite our people, maybe we should try that whole peace thing, but also be militaristic, sort of
I would
like
love
a middle
to
ground between both.
I would love again. I thought they were going to do it, and then they backed away from it. So because when after the scene they go to the entrance of the mines, and she's talking about I was brought here for my initiation ceremony by my father, and I was the princess of the people. I recited the lines, but it was just pageantry. I never really believed it, which is nonsense. She clearly did believe in the traditions because she fought an insurgency for them, but never mind.
Yeah.
But I thought we were going to get a mention of Satine. I thought we were going to finally have Bo address the trauma of being like, I lost a sister to fanaticism because I was too stubborn and young to know better.
Well, and so these shows kind of do this a lot where they sort of seem to just outright skate around referencing characters. Like, there have been multiple times where it seems like they're actively avoiding saying the name Sabine Wren in reference to like who gave Bo-Katan the Darksaber. They'll constantly say it was gifted to her, or this and this, and it's like, you can say her name. And now with this, it's like you're outright refusing to say the name Satine. I don't know why. I don't know why we're like skating around these names. It's really weird to me.
Well, can I point out, by the way, and this is not a problem with this show, but it will be for the Ahsoka show. The destruction of Mandalore by the Empire means that Sabine watched her people get obliterated and them fragmented and scattered to the four winds, and was still like, nah, Ezra's my priority.
Yeah, she just stayed on Lothal despite that. Like, okay. She couldn't have had like Zeb or someone continue her watch while she dealt with that.
Well, I guess Sabine's mother died in the Purge, right? Because we have not seen her.
Who knows? But yeah,
I guess
the
brother's gone too.
I wanted to get back to this scene specifically. She's like, I can't believe you still believe this bullshit. And it's like, well, yeah, nothing's changed. He's going to continue to try to find the waters of life or whatever they're called. And he's like, I can go by myself. You're free to go. And it's like, well, you do need her. You don't have a ship now.
Yeah. You've never been here. You don't know where to go.
She's your ride, first and foremost. Like, you guys are stranded without her. But yeah. So she's like, I'm going to take you. And then they travel the mines. We get the dialogue we were just talking about. And then we get to the living waters of Mandalore. This is a scene that happens.
It is a scene that happens, yeah. Particularly given what episode 4 then tells us about this. There's the context of this scene.
He's gonna go in there, and he's gonna redeem himself. He takes off his cape and his jetpack, but leaves everything else on, which is funny. I don't know what I was expecting. I was assuming he would take off, all of his clothes and redeem himself. But...
except the helmet, because he can't.
I don't know. I don't fucking know.
It's naked Pedro Pascal with a helmet on.
Well, maybe they would have done that, but Pedro Pascal wasn't on set for any of this.
They were like the actual stunt. Yeah, they're like the stunt head is actually black, and we can't explain that discrepancy. So
we'll just go from behind and put on like a curly haired wig. I don't know.
And just hope that no one's asking why Pedro Pascal is suddenly really tanned.
Well, that's what typically happens when you're constantly wearing armor that you can't ever take off, is that you tan.
Yeah, that's what happens when you stay out of the sun continuously. You'd think they all have a horrible vitamin D deficiency, but oh well.
They'd have to, yeah. But yeah, this ends up causing it. Like, so he's reciting the creed or whatever. He's walking in the waters, and then he submerges quickly and deeply.
Oh wait, hang on, because there's an important piece of context, right? So it's before he gets into the waters, Bo-Katan is kind of like not sassing him, but she's like being sarcastic and bitter, and she's like, "Oh, everyone thinks this place is special, and apparently it's where the Mandalore the Great found a mythosaur in here. It's nonsense. It's all just a lie. It's just the waters that collected at the bottom of a mine shaft." And then basically the thing that's important there is like she's like, "Oh, the mythosaur being here is a really important part of the religious stuff, but that's all nonsense."
Yeah, well, but anyway, yeah. But I wanted to set that up because like, he doesn't take off all the armor, which is what causes him to sink. Because what I thought happened was he was pulled under by the mythosaur or some other creature that's underneath the water. But no, the weight of the armor just submerged him down, because apparently like the bombardment that Mandalore took caused like seismic activity that made it so that the waters are now deep when they were originally shallow. She wasn't expecting him to go to be very deep, because they're not supposed to be, but because he's wearing armor that weighs him down, he slips and just falls really far. Like really far. He sinks pretty deep pretty fast. She jumps in after him and uses her jetpack to fly toward him, and still he managed to get all the way to the bottom before she caught up to him. Like, yep. I assumed that like the creature, this mythosaur that we're about to encounter, pulled him under, but no, he just fell. He just sunk.
It's really it's chronic stupidity yet again.
Yeah. It's really lame. She
jumps in.
She's taking him back to the surface, and she sees the eye of a mythosaur. They're not extinct. It's all true. The religion is real, I guess. I don't know.
Well, yeah. So this is.
I don't know.
This is presented initially as like there's almost like a vision, not even a vision, right? Because she pushes back on that, but almost like she got to the bottom of the thing, and there is this religious experience that she has, because it's very much painted as a religious experience, where she sees a mythosaur and it shakes her whole worldview about whether or not the way is true or not. Gets out of the water and she's like, "Oh, did you see that mythosaur? Or did you see anything rather?" And he's like, "No, I didn't see anything." And she's like, "Huh." And then they go back to I don't know what the planet's called, right? Where the watch is, the beach planet, Crocodile Zone.
Zone. We'll call it that.
I'll call it Crocodilopolis.
Crocodilopolis. It rolls off the tongue.
Anyway,
it really does.
Yeah. Well, there's an ancient Egyptian town called that. So.
Okay.
Crocodilopolis. They come back and they're like, "We've been to the mines of Mandalore," and Paz is like, "You're full of shit. I don't believe you, because it's nonsense." And they're like, "We can prove it because we took a water sample." And apparently the unique fingerprint of this water sample is so unique that no other planet in the galaxy has water like this.
I don't know, Jolly. It's Beskar water, but that's also not even this episode. That's episode 3. So do we want?
Oh, is that episode 3? Oh, okay. Yeah, we'll cut it there for episode 2 then.
Because remember, they intercut the Dr. Pershing stuff between them going to Kalevala, being attacked by the Imperials, and then they jump to hyperspace, and then they come back to Crocodilopolis and then do that. So that's
Oh
all
yeah.
episode 2.
All right then. So we'll cut it for episode 2. So, Sheev, what did you think of episode 2 out of 10?
Out of 10, I'm thinking a solid 2.
Yeah, it's not good.
Maybe a 3. I'd be very generously willing to give it a 3. I'd have to be convinced on that though, and I don't think you're gonna do that.
No, it's episode 1 was really bad. Don't get me wrong, and episode 2 is not as bad, but God, is it charitable?
Yeah. Well, and one thing I do want to say, and again, this is going to be addressing from episode 3, but before I lose this thought, do you not have to say the words of the creed while bathing in the waters to be redeemed? Because Bo-Katan didn't do that. She jumped in and saved him, but then in the next episode, we're going to find out that she's also redeemed and is able to walk away if she so desires. So you don't need to do that. Apparently.
I guess not. I guess he was just standing on ceremony, right?
He was just doing it. He was just doing it because he could.
Well, it's because he's got religious trauma that we're going to not talk about. Anyway.
Yeah, we're going to get to the best episode of this season.
Unironically the best. Though everyone seems to think it's the worst, and we're going to talk about those reactions too.
Yeah, it'll be great. Let's go. Let's do this.
So do you want to take the Mandalorian intro, and then I'll walk us through the Pershing stuff, and then you can bring us back with the Mandalorian.
Sure. Yeah. You'll just briefly start talking about a completely different show that definitely wasn't supposed to be Rangers of the New Republic. We start off right after the last one ended. We're out of the living waters. We're chilling. Din's passed out. She's looking out at the water contemplatively, and then he wakes up, and she doesn't tell him about the mythosaur that she saw. She's keeping that close to the vest. And they leave, and they're on their way. They're like on their way back to Kalevala when they're attacked out of nowhere by this Imperial Star Destroyer that sends out a bunch of TIEs after them. The Imperials just decided, you know what? We're going to go to the Mandalore system and attack Bo-Katan now. We just decided we're going to do that. It's just happening now. So then he's like, get back to Kalevala, get me to the N1, and I can reinforce you. Meanwhile, as they're getting back to Kalevala, he's like shooting at them from the gun turret on her ship. Then he jumps out of their ship and lands on the platform, gets to the N1 just before it explodes. And he is now in the dogfight. It's him and Bo-Katan versus the TIE fighters. Do you have any particular thoughts on the way this battle plays out?
So,
I don't really care.
So you've missed out a very important and a narratively rich element of what happened, which is that when he got in the N1 Starfighter, we heard the "oh" noise again, and it'll keep coming up in this goddamn scene every time he does anything. Once again, we're being spammed with this noise. Anyway,
I really also love that Bo-Katan tells Grogu she grew up surrounded by these cliffs, which are surrounded by water.
I'm so tired of characters telling me they grew up surrounded by things.
I just think it's funny.
Grogu's like, well, I grew up surrounded by Jedi and this pod.
Yeah, I'm my best to save my life. So
yeah, Jar Jar saved my life. We'll get to that. Anyway, yes, this dogfight is a pile of shit. Also, I don't understand what the Empire are doing here. I don't understand why Bo-Katan is a target. I don't understand who or what or why any of this is going on. And then it turns out after, the 4 fighters that are chasing her get destroyed by Mando being cool while she can't do anything until the very end and then pulls off a 360, literally a 360 no scope with her ship. It then turns out that there are hundreds more TIE fighters incoming, and I don't know why they weren't there immediately.
Yeah. Well, also to your point, what I assumed was happening when I was first watching this was like, I assumed that these TIE fighters maybe because Pirate King Gorian Shard was able to commandeer an Imperial Star Destroyer, it didn't seem out of the realm of possibility that along with that came TIE fighters. I just assumed this was Gorian Shard. He found Mando and decided to give him his comeuppance, but that's not what we ended up doing. This is just an Imperial who I guess decided to attack Bo today of all days for no reason.
Yeah, I don't know why or how. I mean, this is clearly going to be linked to Moff Gideon. It's clearly going to be something to do with I forget her name, his second in command that we see in the middle of this episode. It's going to be something related to that because apparently
Pain,
he just has a man. Yeah, because he just has not grief. What am I talking about? Gideon just has a kind of Mando obsession, I guess. I don't know.
Well, I mean, it's not Gideon. This episode does allude to like there's a rumor that he escaped his war tribunal, which is a weird line because first of all, if that happened, that wouldn't be a fucking rumor. That would be all over the news, right?
You'd think.
Well, no, apparently not. Apparently that's a rumor. The point is, I don't buy that happened. At least I hope that's not what they're saying happened. And he's just back with the Empire now, I guess, and he's decided to take it out on Bo-Katan first. I guess. I don't know. I really hope they're not telling me that he escaped off screen somehow.
Somehow Gideon returned. No one's ever truly gone, Sheev.
I just don't care anymore, Jolly. They've ruined
This is the thing. I've lost all investment in any of these characters or the show, or even this like entire canon, this universe, this IP. I've lost it all. They've squandered it. Yes, that attack happened. They destroy her castle essentially out of spite, from what I can tell. She's going to go suicide bomb them, but doesn't because Mando talks her out of it, and then they both hop, skip, and a jump their way out of there to go to Crocodilopolis.
I did also want. They did this in The Force Awakens as well with Maz Kanata's castle. You would imagine that these. I know they're supposed to be ancient-looking, like medieval type castles, but like this is also the Star Wars universe. Why are there not, planetary shields or like shields around these castles that would stop any old ship from just coming down into the system and blowing it to Kingdom Come?
Well, again, so let's be really more blunt about this, right? So let's be as blunt as we can about this. What is a castle? A castle is a fortified settlement designed to withstand sieges and attacks. That's literally its job description. And this thing is explicitly a castle. It's a Mandalorian. It's called out as being a Mandalorian. Yeah, it's a Mandalorian castle. So we have a structure that is designed for defending against attacks, built by a laser gun or a plasma gun wielding culture of space Spartan warriors. And there are no defenses on this thing. No shields, no air turrets, no droids, no guards, nothing.
Yeah, well, apparently, Jolly, shields can't survive in atmosphere.
Oh, well, I mean, nonsense, because she had that little shield, like literally her shield on her arm in the last episode, which, by the way, second thing, I know they've cropped up before, but if these things exist, why the hell doesn't everyone have them?
Yeah. Well, someone even mentioned these earlier in the chat. There are these Mandalorian things called Vam bracelets, basically. They're meant to be able to withstand, and like they're like little wrist items that you can use to deflect melee weapons, including lightsabers. They work on lightsabers. They've existed, and Mandalorians have used them since the EU. I don't even know why we're bothering with these shields when Vam braces are a thing.
Yeah, well, just because it's rule of cool.
Side nitpick. Yeah, sure.
God forbid what it actually does to the actual canon, but yeah.
But anyway, this fortified castle gets blown up by some TIE fighters that is, it was helpless against. So that's fun and all. And then they fuck off to whatever the hell you called it, Crocodilopolis.
Crocodilopolis.
And then for like a brief 40 minutes or so, we have a solidly decent episode for the most part, and then we cut back to the Mando stuff at the end.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
What are you, rags? Yeah, so I'll give because here's the thing. part of what is going to make me be filled with joy about this little brief rundown is because it's mostly good. I don't have to stop much, and we can actually wait to the end to criticize the bits of it that don't work. So we checked back in with Dr. Pershing. You might remember he was the guy who had Grogu for Moff Gideon. He was the cloning guy with the Camino insignia on his arm, and he specializes in cloning. And he's giving a speech. He's giving a little TED talk at the Opera House on Coruscant.
Remember that?
You remember? Yeah, you remember that Opera House? Interesting things happened there. It's nice to see it back. It's nice to see a Pershing giving a lecture, and basically the summary of what it is that he goes, "Oh, so I spent ages in the service of an evil empire, but I've been offered the second chance by a new republic to do things that really matter and put things right. Because really, all I ever wanted to do as a scientist was to just help people. And here is my research." And he gives a public lecture on his research. Now, this will be important later for why it's public, right? Comes back to his housing, which is essentially like a special set of apartments that have been built for ex-Imperials, mostly in fact, all of them except for Pershing, rank and file troopers and officers who have gone through a separate psychological assessment center and have been judged that, like, these guys, they did bad things, but they didn't commit war crimes on the scale of like Moff Gideon, so they're not going to be executed or imprisoned. And there's a chance that they could be redeemed because they're just grunts who are following orders. And we're trying to be a merciful new republic, so they're going to be placed, they're psychologically assessed to be capable of being redeemed. Members of the Empire will be put into these special housing units, and they will serve out what is essentially a probationary sentence of community service with re-education and psychological assessment to try and reintegrate them into society in a way that's nice, rather than the way that these guys point out the Empire would have dealt with things, which is just killing them, right? And that's all nice and dandy. I like this. It's weird that Pershing is here for reasons I'll go into later, but he's part of this group. They have a fun little conversation. These troopers, they invite him to sit down with them. They're all outside having a drink, including a woman who was Moff Gideon's second in command, who he's not happy to see initially. But she seems to be on the program. It all seems to be kosher. They're sitting down and they're talking.
I really like this scene. This scene specifically.
I do as well.
Ex-Imperials reminiscing on the days and talking about like the little things they miss, like the crackers, the biscuits that came in the ration packs. That's really neat. I want more stuff like this, please.
Well, I adore this for two reasons, and they're both great. So the first one is we get to just see like the day-to-day lives of these troopers and why they served with the Empire at all, right? Which is something we sorely need. Well, they're basically like, we thought we were in helping keep order after a terrible war, and it was a job, and there was, if people from impoverished backgrounds, for people from like badly backward planets, the Empire is a way out, right? Like Luke was saying in A New Hope, it offers them a way to get out of their backwater planets and do something that they think matters, and be a part of something bigger.
That's even congruent with Dr. Pershing's backstory that we find out in this episode. His mother fell ill and wasn't able to be saved, which could have been done very easily with this galaxy's technology if only it was accessible on their backwater planet. That's why he does what he does.
Yeah, and it's also why he was suckered into being part of a larger empire that had the promise of being able to be more egalitarian with that kind of thing, rather than a corrupt republic.
Resources and allowed for cloning technology to be used and dispersed, but they were having him practice unethical methods and do things that just aren't okay.
Yeah,
he went in and was forced to do bad things.
Well, it's not even that he was forced to, right? Because I think there's an interesting thing that happens in this conversation about this is the second part I love about it, which is like good people wanting to do good, being frustrated by bureaucracy and what they see to be rules that are just getting in the way and not doing anything except getting in the way of them actually helping people. And so they start crossing those lines and getting rid of that bureaucracy, getting rid of those rules and just cutting directly to what they think is best, until you realize that what they've actually done is just enforce what they think is best on everybody else. It's how good people slip into tyranny. And again, Andor did an even better job of this, but like I like that. And what's really neat about this is like when they're talking about it and they're like, "Oh, what are the things you miss?" And Pershing's like, "Oh no, I don't miss the Empire. The Empire was bad." And they're like, "Oh yeah, no, we all agree the Empire was bad. We didn't say we missed the Empire. We're just, like there are some things that I miss, like the camaraderie and the uniforms were cool and there's ration packs. Weren't they great?" And Pershing's like, "Yeah, I really like the biscuits. I really like the biscuits." And there's like this slow. Yeah, it's this slow, subtle thing of like, these are good people who were indoctrinated into doing terrible things under justifications of good, And even though they've been told that it was bad and know that it's bad, a part of them does still miss it, does still miss the little things. And the little things can quite easily build up to the bigger things, because that's how it started in the first place. So I like this detail. And obviously Pershing goes back to his apartment, and a little bit later someone knocks on his door, and he goes outside, and someone has just left him a big case full of these ration biscuits. Nice little gesture. Someone's being nice to him. And he's like, oh, that's cool. That's nice. I feel better now. He takes them inside. And then we get to see he goes through like a psychological, like a scheduled psychology assessment with a droid that just asks him like this rote questionnaire. That's basically just a box ticking exercise. Then he goes to his workplace where he's referred to by a number, not a name, and it's like this drone-like bureaucratic workplace, almost like where security man Mandor was posted after he fucked up, right? Like it was just the bureaucratic kind of like box where he's just doing paperwork, and he's dehumanized in a very Empire-like way. And one of the things he's doing is he's asked to be. They're sorting out the decommissioning of the New Republic's, the Rebel Alliance's old fleet, and all the Imperial Star Destroyers, and all the old Imperial equipment. And Pershing's unhappy because he's like, well, this equipment is perfectly good, and the equipment wasn't ideologically evil. It's just equipment. This could be used to help people. Why isn't it just being used to help people?
Yeah, he's having to organize it so that it can be sent to be destroyed. This perfectly good bit of a bunch of equipment, like resources that could be allocated to help people, and he's just being told, yeah, we have a job to do. Let's not question it. He's like, okay, fine, sorry.
Yeah, he's tempted to push back on it, but then he meekly just gives up. He's like, no, actually, I'd rather not rock the boat on this. But it's clearly frustrating him. Like he's a good person, but in some ways he's a weak person, and this is going to become relevant. So he goes along with it. He's not happy, and he's so unhappy that I can never remember her name. I need to actually get her name down.
Kane.
Kane, yeah. So Kane is like, oh well, that sucks, and I get it because it's really frustrating. So why don't you let me help you? Maybe we can. If your research is that important, maybe we could do something with that to help people. And he's like, oh yeah, I'll ask my parole officer, essentially the parole bot, if that's okay. And she's like, cool. In the meantime, let me take you to a night out in Coruscant, because you haven't had a chance to really see the city, and it would be nice to give you a break. So they go out to this little like circus fun fair in the middle of Coruscant. We see them eating like nice ice creams, and they're talking about like how the planet's changed since the Empire fell, and the cog wheels have all come down. And Kane's like, well, people seem happier. I thought when I came here that it was fine under the Empire, but now that I can see the difference, it all seems to be like people are freer, and that's good. And she seems to genuinely have come around to the idea of the Empire is bad, and he's reassured, and he likes watching all the people being free and happy. And there's a fun little moment where like they go to the peak of the highest mountain on Coruscant, which is just like, because of the way the planet's been built on, it's just like this tiny little rock poking out above the fair. And he's like, can I touch it? Can I do this thing? And she's like, yeah, sure. And he's like, it's a little fun moment, but in the way that good writing often is, there's a double meaning here. It's this thing that seems innocuous. It's this thing that seems like it's not a problem if you just wanted to reach out and touch it, but there's a rule. And when he breaks it, a little security bot goes, no, you can't do that. And he's like, oh, I'm sorry. And Kane's like, haha, I fooled you. I made you do the thing. I made you break the rule. Isn't that funny? And it's a fun little moment, but it's going to mirror their characters in bigger ways. It's doing two things at once, like good writing does.
You'll love to see it. Oh, the foreshadowing.
I do. I love to see it. I was so happy to see this. And then
I did not think I would ever say this about an episode of The Mandalorian, but like I do love the subtlety.
Oh god, yeah. It's again, this isn't The Mandalorian, this is Rangers of the New Republic. But it's in The Mandalorian. Yeah, anyway, Pershing goes back and he asks his parole bot whether he can pursue his research, the research he was publicly lecturing on at the beginning to a crowd of senators. Oh, wait, there's something about that I forgot to mention. I'll come back to that in a second. And the parole bot's like, no, I'm sorry, you can't do that research. All cloning technologies are prohibited under the New Republic. Sorry. And he's very upset, but he pretends to be okay with this. Actually, I'll leave the senators thing to the end because that's probably worth talking about later.
Yeah.
He goes back to his workplace. He's still frustrated. He asks his colleague about it. The colleague's like, no. If you could file a report, but no one ever does, and doesn't really go anywhere. And he's basically alluding to this giant bureaucracy that's uncaring and unlistening. And Pershing's deeply frustrated. And so he goes back to Kane and he's like, okay, let's do your earlier suggestion, which I dismissed, of getting going out of our parole limits to go and steal a mobile lab from an old Star Destroyer, so that I can do this research. Because once the Republic see my research and they can see how it can actually help people, I'm sure they'll come around to my perspective, right? I'm sure they'll do the right thing. And Kane's like, okay, I'll help you do that. So they go out and they do that. They get on a train. They get Pershing past a system of the checkpoints and things. And then some robots are going to come check their tickets. And they're like, oh no, we don't have tickets. So Pershing is like trying to get the hell out of there. Oh, so there's a nice little moment where they come back on board and Pershing is just really nervous because he's not naturally inclined to be a rule breaker, particularly after the Empire. And he thinks this other commuter is looking at him funny, and Kane just looks up at this other commuter and is like, oh, I forget what the Star Wars version of the Wednesday thing is, right? But they're like, oh, Wednesdays, am I right?
Yeah, Wednesdays.
Yeah, and the creature just nods at them as you would, and it's all nice and friendly. Yeah. And but then the robots try and check their tickets, and he's like, oh no, so they're going back through the compartments to get away from these robots, and they burst into what is essentially a slightly nicer compartment, and everyone's looking at them, and Pershing's nervous, so he tries to regurgitate the line, and she's like, yeah, that didn't really work, we'll work on that later. And just moves him through, and it's a nice little moment where he's clearly panicking in ways that make sense for his character, and it's kind of sweet. Anyway, they jump off, we'll come back to this, they jump off the train onto a tarpaulin by the scrapyards, and they get into an old Imperial Star Destroyer, and Pershing's really nervous, but Kane is reassuring him, and they're going through the wreckage, and he's telling her about they're basically remarking about how things have changed, and then she's like, well, I walked past you all those times in the corridors, and I never even asked you your name, I never even really introduced myself. And he was like, no, don't worry about it, that's just how things were back then. And she's like, no, it does matter. Hi, I'm Kane, it's nice to meet you. And he's like, hi, I'm Dr. Pershing, and they have this nice little moment. And they get to the lab, and he tells her about his mother. He's like, oh yeah, when I was on a planet, I grew up on a backwater planet, and my mother was a really good person. She was a doctor and she helped people. And then one day she fell sick. And had we been born on a rich planet nearer to the galactic center of the Republic, the technology to cure her would have been easily available and so cheap. But we lived in the backwater, so she died needlessly and pointlessly. And I knew I wanted to stop that ever happening again. So I wanted to, oh God, we'll get to you, Cosmo. So yeah, he's like, this is why I wanted to help people. This is why I was suckered into the Empire. When they told me that they could cut through all this red tape and cut through the corruption and the bureaucracy to actually directly give help to those who needed it, I was all for it. And it was only later that I looked up and looked around and saw what I was actually part of. They then hear a noise. They're trying to wheel out the supplies quickly, but oh no, the New Republic security have found them. And it turns out that Kane lied. She's betrayed him. She set him up. She tipped them off, and he's then captured. And she then tells the New Republic that he was trying to capture supplies for the Empire, and that he's succumbed back to imperialist thinking, and he needs to be sent to be re-educated. So they put him in a device that's intended to remove bad thoughts and memories. Which Pershing is like, oh, this is a mind flayer. This is a torture device. And they're like, no, don't worry. We've redesigned it so it's not that anymore. Now it's a therapeutic machine. They put him in it, and he sees nice lights and colors. And then they all leave the room, and Kane turns up the device to screw with his mind, and he's screaming in pain. And she's reaches into her jacket, pulls out one of the Imperial ration biscuits, and eats it slowly while watching him with a cold-eyed, dead expression on her face. And that's the end of that segment.
Yeah, and then we get to the Mando stuff, which we'll get to in a bit. But yeah, so lots to break down here. Like you said, really good for the most part. I love the scenes of them getting to know each other and us kind of exploring the Coruscant atmosphere, going to a fair, seeing the mountain peak. Nice little bit of music used as well in these scenes. In this scene where they're talking at the fair, sort of a more upbeat version of the New Republic, the Resistance theme is playing as sort of a campy fair song in the background. It's neat. And also at one point in the episode when they're talking about the concept of cloning, they're playing Snoke's ominous theme, which is basically just Plagueis' theme, but way deeper. And I don't know if those are meant to like mean anything to like for like the future of this.
So
I love that it's used that way.
I think it also harks back, right? Because the scene where he's talking about it is also the scene where he's talking about his mother and how her death pushed him to the arms of the Empire, basically. Mm-hmm. And so it mirrors that thing with Anakin of like Anakin was a good person who wanted to do the right thing, but was frustrated by all the stuff that he was getting in the way of that. And then he had the scene with Palpatine being like, there is a better way of doing this. Mm-hmm. And that was the opera theme. And it's mirrored here, right? Like he's talking about that, and in the background you get the opera theme. So it's the same little note. And I was like, that's neat. I like that as a detail.
It's very cool. But yeah, so overall, good episode. The New Republic is fucking incompetent, though.
Right, yes. So there's two things I want to talk. Actually, I forgot the Senators bit, so we'll talk about that because it does feed into the way that this is doing a sort of bad Andor impression, right? Like it's still much better than the Mandalorian, but it's not quite nearly as tight as Andor is. When he gives his lecture, he comes out, and some of the senators are like, "Oh, it was really interesting," and I don't even really notice the Empire, Republic, who cares? And it's supposed to be like, look how out of touch these elites are. And I'm like, I get it, show. You're being very ham-fisted with it, but I get it. And I'm glad it's here, but it is ham-fisted. Compare it to like the scene in Andor, for example, where all the senators are at Mothma's drinks party. Mm-hmm. And they're talking about the new prison law that Palpatine's introducing, and one of them was like, "Oh well, why does it matter? Like, if you're innocent, you've got nothing to fear. It's only
wrong.
Yeah, it's only the people who do something wrong." And Mothma, so what are you afraid of? And Mothma's like, "Well, right now I'm afraid of how you're defining wrong." Mm-hmm. Like, and I'm like, that's a really neat way of pointing out how the elites just don't care because they don't have to play by the same rules, so it doesn't affect them, so they don't notice it. But that's not a much more subtle version of what we get here. I'm still glad, don't get me wrong, I'm glad it's here. I'm glad we have a senator talking about this, but it's done ham-fistedly. The Republic, and now back to the real problem. The New Republic is not just incompetent. They're not just, like, awful. They are shockingly, ridiculously, cartoonishly stupid. There really isn't any way around this. And it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, so, for one thing, why is this being allowed? This like just destruction of perfectly good resources that could be used in other places from the Imperial fleets as well as the Rebellion fleets. Would Mon Mothma and Leia and all the other higher ups who fought in this rebellion and fought to build this New Republic, would they not be like, no, we're going to use that stuff. We're gonna put that stuff to good use. Why is it even a directive at all that these people have to follow, where they're just sending these things to be destroyed? That's bullshit.
Well, it's so again, to stress this, Mothma, the wartime leader of the rebellion, whose character journey was going from being a pacifist to a brutal pragmatist, in order to win out for the right side. She is the Chancellor at this point. This is only 5 years after, right, of Return of the Jedi. She is the Chancellor. In either her first or her second term of the term limits that she should definitely have, because oh my god. But yeah, so like she's the Chancellor, and they are still fighting Imperial remnants. We know this. Like Moff Gideon and other people like him are still around with enough resources to be a problem. And for some reason, they're decommissioning 80% of their fleet and all the captured stuff. When it could be used to help people, when it could be used to fight off the Empire remnants.
I knew
what the hell?
I knew that the New Republic eventually demilitarized, which, I mean, fine. But, like, wait until the war is officially over. Wait until there aren't warlords out there, like, carving swaths of territory for themselves. Like, you need these ships. You need these fleets. Why are you fucking decommissioning them?
Well, I've never understood. I've never believed in the New Republic being a demilitarized thing. That's never struck me as true. Or, like, never struck me as consistent. But even if that's where they end up, as you point out, the idea that they're doing it now is bananas. Just simply bananas. Now that's problem number one. Problem number two is, okay, so you have this reclamation project to re-educate those members of the Empire that you can save. And I'm like, that makes sense. That fits with what we know about the rebellion. I'm happy with that. Here's the issue. One, people like Dr. Pershing would not be sequestered with the rank and file. Much like we did with Operation Paperclip after World War II, people like Pershing would have been hoovered up and kept on a much tighter leash in a separate area earning their freedom in other ways. They would not
be vastly important to this new republic. He is one of the most prominent scientific minds that they can use him. Like he was Moff Gideon's personal scientist. He is very valuable. He wouldn't just be in one of the fucking cubicles working at this job, reallocating and decommissioning this fleet. That's stupid.
On top of which, his research is apparently well known about, and he's famous enough as a mind that he's giving lectures to senators on his reclamation, as an ambassador for the reclamation project, but also to talk about his work, to lecture about his work, and give a scientific lecture. But his research is banned. Like, he can give public lectures to senators about it, but he can't do it.
Yeah,
that's bizarre. Like, absolutely mad. I don't believe you.
Well, also, like, I don't even know why cloning would be illegal. Like, I do understand that, the Clone Wars happened. You should be wary of cloning, but as Pershing tries to make clear in this episode, and that you'd think that the intelligent minds behind the New Republic would also be able to see, there's nothing intrinsically bad or unethical about cloning when it can be used to save lives.
Well, also, he's only advocating for cloning specific organs and things, which is something we do in the real world for the very rich anyway. Like, never mind in the Star Wars verse.
Yeah, to save lives.
There's a difference between cloning whole people for the uses of armed conflict as essentially purpose-built soldiers and slaves, versus just cloning organs to be used for people who are dying. Particularly given that this is a universe where plenty of people have been mutilated or traumatized or damaged by the Empire. So you'd think that using Empire research and forcing those Empire scientists to undo the damage by giving people back legs and limbs and arms and things, just organs, anything they can do, particularly planets where their lungs are damaged by mining activity or forest fires created by the Empire, all of these things.
Yeah,
it's odd. It's really odd.
And again, if they're allowing him to give lectures on this apparently illegal research that he has, then you can't give the excuse that they just don't know about what he's trying to do, because he's literally giving this lecture to senators.
Yeah, and also surely if he's giving lectures to
Leia and Mon Mothma and them don't know about this stuff.
If he's giving lectures to senators, then presumably he is high up enough that his handler from the project is someone that he could talk. I don't understand why he can't bring his proposal directly to either Mothma's office or a senator.
Mm-hmm.
Why does he have to go to his parole bot?
I don't know.
Why does he have to submit bullshit forms that go nowhere? Why are they referred to by numbers rather than names?
Yeah, that was the next thing I was going to bring up. That, again, people called it cruel irony, and I'm not naming names. Yes, I know it's cruel irony. I don't accept it. It's stupid. I don't believe that. I do not believe that.
Particularly a Mothma-led republic. A Mothma-led republic would not be okay with this.
Even the old republic from before the Empire, not officially, but even they allowed their clones to operate by name, even though they were all officially known by their numbers. Even the fucking clones were allowed to use names and not numbers. What's happening?
Yeah.
Whose idea was this?
A number being used as an administrative way of just tracking you, that's one thing. But referring to you by that number is mad, right? The second thing is, if you want to keep these people, this is just a general criticism of them, right? If you want to keep these people in a confined area that they're not allowed to leave, why don't these people have ankle monitors on?
Yeah, I don't know.
You're just trusting that they're not going to roam free. Also, Pershing can call taxis, but they decide to take the train. I don't. Okay, sure.
Yeah, I guess
I don't think the taxi driver ever.
I guess these taxis are like the taxi driver droids are just aware of all the members of this re-educated society that he's part of. They're aware of who they are, and they're like, "Oh, I'm not allowed to take you past this point."
There's also, again, adding to the incompetence. So, when Kane portrays him, when Kane rats him out, first of all, I would not believe that Moff Gideon's second in command is the less fanatical one of him and Pershing. The idea that she's been given any kind of authority to dob in anybody else or report back to them or given any kind of handler responsibilities over any of the others is completely insane, especially given how recently Moff Gideon's capture was. On top of which, the idea that they would leave her alone first of all, the idea that they have a torture device, as repurposed or not, as a way of dealing with people.
Right. Even if it's been reworked, I guess you could call it ethically. I wouldn't call it ethically to only get rid of certain memories very carefully, which is still like, oh, that's fucked up. I don't know why you're doing that.
If you're gonna reprogram the machine in that way, why do you even have the higher settings on it?
Just in case they want to leave an like a fake New Republic person who's actually an Imperial alone, so that she can turn it up and which they left her alone. They left.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? So there's the setting, like you've repurposed this machine, but you've still left the torture and destroy settings on this thing. You didn't change the control panel to stop that from being a possibility. But on top of that, you left the ex-Imperial alone in the room with him. Why? Why would you ever? And also, like, small
like,
thing.
Oh, he's my friend, and he's like, "Oh, okay, that's fine."
Yeah, no. So everyone is just chronically stupid. And on top of that, like, this entire scene was geared in a way that we could just tell the fishman, "Oh no, it's a trap."
Yeah, no, I didn't even catch that on my first viewing. Then on my second viewing, that happened, and I just like, so I was watching with my roommate, right? And I was walking into the kitchen to go get some food, and I heard that, and I saw at the corner of my eye that after he said it, it was just the camera was just showing the reaction of this Mon Calamari, and I just stopped dead in my tracks, and I was like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah,
I was irrationally angry.
Well, you know, Sheev, the thing about the Mon Calamari is that they grew up surrounded by traps.
Oh, apparently, yeah. No, but what was I going to say? How did I still want to understand the logistics as well. So she is also a reformed Imperial who's out here past where she's allowed to go. And she's, I guess, reported him. But, like, you're here too. If anything, it's your word against his. Why is he being arrested and why are you in the clear? Is it because you're the one who called it in? Because you could be setting him up, which is exactly what is happening. And
well, you'd think they'd interview him first, right?
Yeah, she's allowed to, like, file a report. He doesn't get a say in, like, what was said or what she told them happened. And then they hook him up to this mind flare, and they just believe her fully.
If I had two ex-Nazis doing this, and like one of them was like, "Oh, it was the other guy," I'm like, "No, we're taking you to separate rooms, and we're gonna interrogate you first before we decide what the hell just happened here, and then we will decide on consequences. And neither of you will be in the room with the other at any point."
Mm-hmm. Like, I'm gonna ask you guys what happened, and you better have the exact same story, or you're both in trouble.
Or we're gonna take this further, and then we will be pulling out the hot knives. But, like, okay, New Republic incompetence aside, there is also, like, this has happened several times in the show now, but I just found this one particularly funny. Conservation of momentum just doesn't exist. Because they jump
the train.
Yeah, so for those listening, conservation of momentum, if you are in a moving vehicle, let's say going 70 miles per hour, the reason things are stationary relative to you in the car, you know, while your cup isn't zooming away from you, is because you and the cup are also going 70 miles per hour and are therefore going 0 miles per hour relative to each other. But if you jump out of the car, you don't suddenly lose that speed. You will carry on going 70 miles per hour until air resistance or hitting something stops you. So when you jump out of a moving train, you don't just jump sideways and immediately fall flat to the ground where you jumped. You carry on moving in space at 70 miles per hour as you jump, and then you will hit things laterally sideways on the ground. But Pershing and Kane jump out. They lose all that momentum. They fall onto a tarpaulin, roll off, and they're fine.
Yep, they're completely fine. This is the thing. I was watching the scene, and they're just continuing to move from car to car as the droids are following behind them in close pursuit. And I'm like, what's the fucking plan here? This was your master plan when you snuck onto this train, knowing that you'd be checked for tickets. Which apparently,
side note,
apparently you've done this before, so you can't even say that she just didn't expect this to happen. But the grand plan was to just jump from the train and hope that there's a platform on which to jump that you want. Well, like, what the fuck?
Yeah, on top of which, I do love it how, because, like, they want to set up the jump as like, oh, that's easily survivable, don't worry about it. And 5 minutes earlier, when they're jumping between carriages, they make a big deal of the fact that this train is going super fast, and if you don't make the jump, you're going to die. Which, by the way, why is the train designed like that? But screw it. So you can't have your cake and eat it show. Sorry.
Yeah, you should have written it to where she had an actual competent plan. Like maybe she pickpocketed two of the passengers and got their tickets, and then they got those passengers got removed from the train because they don't have their tickets, and they're like, no, what happened?
Again, side note, this is something I was talking about this with my sister, and we came up with an idea for a scene where we're like, if you want to show the Empire ex-Imperials being re-educated, you know what would have been a really cool thing you could have done? Is the same thing that we did with German soldiers after World War II, where we made them sit in cinemas and watch footage of the Holocaust and the camps. Imagine that the field trip, all these guys in their reclamation apartments, imagine they all took a field trip to Palpatine's palace / the old Jedi Temple, which has since been converted into a museum of Imperial horrors. This is a museum full of all the bad things the Empire did, so that people can see forever why this thing should never rise again.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see the scorch marks on the walls from Order 66, or the genocide of planets, pieces of Alderaan that were recovered from the fragment field and put in cases.
Mm-hmm.
All of this. How cool a scene would it have been to watch Pershing's face or Kane's face, or even the comparison between the two, as they're taken around all these exhibits and shown directly what the Empire did.
Yeah.
That would have been cool. We're not going to get that. That would have been cool.
Well, and that
sadness
caps off my complaints for this section. Do you have any
agreed.
More?
No, I think this section is largely excellent.
The general rundown, largely excellent, but definitely flawed in a lot of ways. I don't agree with the people that are saying it's boring, or that it's the more boring part of the show so far. It's no, it is still astronomically better than anything we've gotten this season, and really the whole show.
Well, this comes down to an Andor, because obviously the comparison that got made was, it's trying to be Andor. I mean, even I did this, right? It's trying to be Andor, which it kind of is. And so the people,
it's diet
people's
Andor,
pushback is
for sure.
Yeah, and people's pushback has been this is really boring. The same thing for Andor, right? They're like, it's really boring. It's just not Star Wars. I found it tedious. And so, look, I'm not going to tell you what you objectively should or shouldn't find boring, because that's nonsense. Mm-hmm. But what I will ask you is, those people who think it's boring, why? What is it precisely that you found boring about it?
Well, there's no serotonin boost.
I mean, I got plenty of serotonin boost from watching this.
Give me a reason. Don't just tell me that it sucks and that Andor sucks as well.
Yeah, I'm genuinely interested, right?
If you hold this opinion on Andor, you are in the wrong place, buddy.
Well, I mean, again, so I don't want us to be just dismissive of this guy, right? This is not me saying I want to hear your reasons so I can laugh at it. I'm genuinely interested to know why you think it's boring, and also why you think boring means bad. Just because you personally found it boring does not mean that this show is a bad show. Those are two different things. But I'm interested to know why you find it boring, and I'm interested to know why you think that this show is bad as a result of that. Of the reasons that you found it boring.
Why didn't they check Andor's ship at the border?
Yeah, why didn't they check Dr. Pershing at the border of the train station?
That's an actual valid criticism. But yeah.
Well, while we're waiting for that, do you want to come back to the thing that's going to make me actually angry, which is the beginning of Bo and the Watch?
Yeah. So after that completely different episode that had nothing to do with the rest, we go back to Din and Bo-Katan, and they've arrived out of hyperspace at Crocodilopolis, and go down to the stupid little beach cave area where all the other cosplaying Mandalorians are hanging out. And he goes up to Paz Vizsla, and he's like, hey, I bathed in the waters, we're redeemed. And he's like, bullshit. And he's like, I got proof. We took a little vial and got the water, and they take it inside, and the armorer tests it. She pours it into some I guess regular water, and it gets all mystical and fairy-like, which proves that yes, they did in fact bathe in the mines of Mandalore, and they are now redeemed. Both of them, she says. Even Bo-Katan is allowed to walk the way should she desire, which she just does. She's just like, okay, yeah, this is the way. She hasn't removed her helmet since, so she is She is a redeemed person now. She is all good. Thoughts?
Yeah. So I think we had a brief discussion about this, right? Where I was like, I do not like the idea of Bo-Katan genuinely signing up to this ideology, given what we know about her and given who she is as a character. If she's faking it, if this is just a way to get what she wants, if there's a grand scheme at play here, I am happy with that. But the next episode is going to stamp quite hard on that as an idea.
Yep. Well, I mean, is there anything about this scene in particular that you have to say, or do you want to kind of lay out the references in episode 4 first?
Well, I guess the only other thing is I find it really funny that they're like, oh, you also bathed in the water, Bo, and you kept your helmet on since. And she's like, yes, I did. And it's like, cool, you're redeemed now. You're one of us. And she's like, at no point does she go, oh yeah, there's a discussion about that, about whether I even want that. That maybe needs to be had. Or...
I know, that's the thing. I'm watching the scene and I'm like, why would she want that? What? It's like how the episode ended, like on her face, like I guess reacting to this from behind her Mandalorian helmet, and I'm like, I don't know that why would she want this? What are we setting up here? And I don't like what we set up here, as we're going to get into.
Yeah, there's going to be the thing. I'll wait for the next episode on this.
Hang on. So Cosmo is just a Lucas purist. If it's not made by Lucas, then it's not Star Wars. That's fine. You are welcome to hold that opinion. But the 6 films that were made by Lucas are all not nearly as good in quality as Andor. So,
yeah,
there it is.
I love the original trilogy. Don't get me wrong. I will defend
me too.
All of them, even Return of the Jedi. Even though Return of the Jedi is flawed very heavily, but I even love the prequels. They're very flawed, but I love them on just an emotional level. And I like what the story they were trying to tell, not necessarily how they told it. But Andor is just better. I don't know what to tell you here, guys. I'm sorry. Andor is just better made. It's a better constructed story. The characters are better.
Here's the thing. Even if you don't agree with that, which is fine. If you don't agree, but you at least will agree that it's good. Like, who cares if it was made by Lucas or not? Who gives a shit?
Well, I guess the question is, like, does that mean Clone Wars is decanonized, or is the fact that he was involved in any capacity enough to redeem it? Like, I don't like this. The original author didn't make it, therefore it's not canon thing. That's not how it should work, right?
I know it's kind of like, I mean, I don't know how involved he was, but like, would that also mean that the Lord of the Rings trilogy isn't real Lord of the Rings because Tolkien didn't make it?
Well, I'll go further. Tolkien. Okay, so weird digression. I actually had the pleasure of meeting back when he was alive Tolkien's son, who was then heading up his estate, because I briefly worked as an intern on the Agatha Christie Festival in Torquay, and him and his agent, who also is on the team that sort of manages Agatha Christie's books, happened to be there. So I got to talk to him about The Hobbit and the Lord of the Rings movies, and he hates them. He just absolutely despises them. He thinks they are a negation of and a betrayal of his father's legacy. And from what I understand, the new head, which I think is the grandson, also thinks the same way. That they just do not like the Lord of the Rings movies at all, and think of them as being completely separate. So does that mean that? And here's the thing: I'm inclined to believe them that J.R.R. Tolkien himself wouldn't have liked the films, given how much of a purist he was about his own work. Does that mean that the Lord of the Rings movies are no longer good? That they're no longer canon in inverted commas? Well, whatever that means.
Define canon at that point, because
yeah, exactly.
Of course, they're not canon to the books. They're an adaptation of the books, but they are canon to themselves.
At some point, I feel like maybe this is not today, but at some point, I'd like to have a discussion with you or someone else about the adapting things in spirit versus by the letter of the letter of the law. Say which of those is a more faithful adaptation in inverted commas, and what that even means. I think that's a really interesting conversation, but. Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you come down on the side that it's not Lucas, therefore you're not interested, okay. I'm not going to tell you what you shouldn't like or should like, but at the same time, just please then have enough respect to not tell me that I'm somehow invalid in how I think because I do like it.
Cosmo, The Lord of the Rings is not a direct adaptation of his work. It's very different. A separate story. It has a lot of differences. It's like, where do you draw the line?
The film is nothing like the book, like at all. Really.
Is it just? Do you just like the Lord of the Rings trilogy? Because that's fine. Here's the thing: you're allowed to enjoy the Lord of the Rings trilogy, even if it's not even if it is by the definition of his offspring, like the bastardization of his work. It's fine. It's not a big deal. It's really not.
Well, again, this is the kind of interesting thing where, like, this is what I mean by the spirit versus the letter. If J.R.R. Tolkien himself was alive today and was like, I don't recognize those films, they're not my work, they're not an adaptation of my work, they're a completely different thing, I would disagree with him. I'm like, I think they are a faithful adaptation of your work in spirit. And I think that the changes that were made were necessary given the transition between the book medium and film medium to tell the story and convey the themes you wanted conveyed. That's a discussion to be had, right? And again, you don't like it because it's not Lucas, fair enough. But then if I'm going to respect that, don't then turn around and disrespect me by telling me that if I do like Andor, I'm not a real Star Wars fan, or that I don't know what I'm talking about because I like a thing that you don't consider canon. Right?
Mm-hmm. Well, and to be fair, maybe he did say this, but I haven't seen Cosmo say in the chat,
this is a general view.
You're not a Star Wars fan. Yeah. He's just saying
no, this is not
it's not Star Wars, which again, it's like semantics at that point. It's good, so I don't give a shit.
I'm directing this as a general view, right? Like, I haven't seen Cosmo do this, but the problem with the whole "this isn't real Star Wars" thing is that it tends to get brought up in puritanical arguments over who is or isn't a real fan, and therefore whether your opinion is or isn't valid when talking about the franchise. I have no time for that.
If you, from the perspective of someone who doesn't consider Andor real Star Wars because it's not Lucas, if you only like Andor, you don't think any other Star Wars is good, does that mean that you're not a Star Wars fan? Because I would say that you are a Star Wars fan. If there is even one Star Wars thing that you like, you're a Star Wars fan.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's a tangent, and we have one more episode to break down, and it is the worst one yet.
It's the worst one. It's appalling.
Dude. Because that tweet that I put out saying that I was exceptionally horrid. Sorry, that was like my guttural reaction right after watching it. I hadn't even the credits were still playing. I hadn't even really processed what I'd just seen. It's fucking appalling from start to finish, and it's gonna take a while to break down.
I was just thinking about this morning. Oh, yeah, this morning my time, right? Last night for you, like 2 in the. Actually, I guess 2 in the morning for me, so like 8 o'clock at night or whatever for you. Mm-hmm. And I sent you a message being like, I'm settling down to watch Mando. Am I going to hate it? And you didn't see my message, and I didn't see your response until after I'd already watched it. I picked up my phone, looked at my Discord, and you're like, "Oh, what did you think?" and I was like, how did I describe it? I was like, "Oh my god, this was the awful. This was so bad. My kidney started spontaneously shutting down on principle. Yeah, so toxic was the thing that I imbued. Like,
I fucking busted out laughing when I read that.
Like, I may not have actually ingested a toxic substance that my kidneys are having to filter out, but my brain is encountering such toxic sludge that the kidneys are just shutting down out of sympathy, just out of camaraderie with my brain.
It was a mercy kill, yeah.
Yeah.
But
God, it was awful, just horrendous.
I guess just to get started, we're back on the beach. All the Mandalorians are hanging out and doing like combat training. We've already gone over this, like, why are you here? Why not move to a safer planet? And like I said earlier, Grogu's just sitting there in front of the water by himself. Din is just allowing this to happen when he was present for the crocodile attack and is the reason that they didn't all die.
Well, I mean, to be fair,
water.
To be fair, Sheev, maybe this body of water was only big enough to support this one creature, and now that that's dead, the beach is very safe. Because as far as we know at this point, there haven't been repeated animal attacks that resulted in the death of the foundlings. Because if there were,
if not only
there were,
a crocodile that attacks this beach regularly, but also a giant dinosaur bat thing also swoops down and regularly takes foundlings and eats them. Wouldn't that be an insane thing to establish in this episode?
Yeah, at that point, you'd have to really wonder about the mentality of the kind of people who would stay on that beach day after day, offering up their children to the sky dinosaur.
Yeah, so they're all doing combat training, and Mando's like, all right, kid, you're going to fight this child now. I'm going to challenge, I'm going to initiate a challenge for you. You have no say in the matter. You just have to fight now.
Yeah, but hang on, before we even do that, there's a little point here. It's really minor, but the background combat stuff that they all walk past, all the other Mandalorians doing their little combat training and stuff. Such cosplayer vibes. I can't even begin to describe, because none of these combats are cohesive or coordinated, or they're all just like, basically it looks like what happened was they had everyone on the beach, right, and then the camera crew were like, oh, you guys are doing military drills, break up and just improvise, and everyone just went off and did random shit. Like, people are just shooting at the water, not targets, just the water, like just dropping grenades in the water, and some people are like blocking things with their arms, and others are just sort of like running around or staring at things. Like, it's really just massively discoordinated.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it gives you the impression that these are cosplayers and not actually, hardened warrior Mandalorians who have been training their entire lives.
Yeah, now we got to Din's bad parenting.
It just adds to this like effect where all these new Star Wars shows not only just bastardize the fucking universe, but also they just feel fake. They don't feel like they actually exist in this world.
It's horrifyingly bad. Anyway, yeah, so Din becomes an abusive father.
Yeah, he's going to force his infant child, into this combat situation with another kid. Okay, so I'm assuming, just based on inference, that the children, when they're doing sparring practice or whatever combat practice, they have to use training material, while the adult, because like there are 2 adult Mandalorians who shoot actual fire at each other, which, what the fuck? But yeah, I'm assuming that when it comes to children, they can't use actual weapons, because like he lets the kid choose weapons, and Ragnar's like darts, and we find out that it's really just like paintball basically. But like, I was watching it and I was like, Din, you're just gonna let this kid shoot darts at your child? What are you doing, buddy?
Well, I mean, even with the paintball, right? Like, so Baby Yoda is eventually essentially 90% eyeball, right? A paintball in his eye from that close range, you could blind him.
Yep.
For life.
Yep.
He's not wearing a helmet.
Yeah, this isn't safe. He's not wearing any armor. He's wearing fucking rags. But anyway,
I guess, hang on. I guess the question here, and I guess this is the time to have it, right, is the show's inconsistency with exactly how immature Grogu is in various ways. Mm-hmm. His capacities, his intelligences, because the show simultaneously wants me to believe that Grogu is essentially between a baby and a toddler. He can't form words. He can't even speak. And yet he is smart enough to take instruction from people. Jedi jump all over the place and fire weapons and go fetch people and operate machinery, but he can't speak because we need him to make the cute baby noises.
Yeah, this scene establishes that he could easily take out this kid, and he's holding back because he's afraid of showcasing the power that he has. And Din's like, "It's okay, you can show it. It's fine." And it's really weird because, like, in every sense of the term, he is a baby. He looks like a baby. He walks like a baby. He doesn't talk like a baby. But no, he's fully cognitive, as the former seasons and even Book of Boba Fett have like shown. He's able to make decisions as big as like, do I want to be a Jedi or do I want to be a Mandalorian? And he's able to just Jedi flip around this kid and shoot him with paintballs, which also I don't think I understand the rules of this paintball game, because like it seemed like Ragnar was only shooting him once per round, because I figured that was the rule.
I was going to raise this.
Once you get 3 hits, you win. But like, he shoots Grogu. Grogu just kind of takes it and he turns back to Din. And then round 2 happens and he shoots him again. And then for round 3, Grogu like flips around him, then flips back and then shoots him 3 times all at once. And it's like, wait, so Ragnar could have done that then.
Yeah,
he could have just done that.
Really... Well, I guess they want to try to set up with like Ragnar is toying with him because Ragnar's a bit of a bully. But the problem with that is twofold. One, there's no consistency on that. It's not paid off again at all. But secondly, Ragnar is the one who's like, I don't want to fight him. He's a baby.
Yeah, not fair. It's weird. Yeah.
Yeah, like he's literally like, he's too young to fight. I don't want to fight him. This is not honorable to fight a baby. And even the judge is like, no, this guy's too small. You can't do this. And then Din's just like, yeah, whatever. Yeah, I'm his mentor. I say it's okay. It's like, oh, is that all it takes?
Apparently.
Parental consent? Okay, sure.
All right, yeah, fine. It's just a weird scene, and
Well, what
actually
would they have
seen
done if
people on
Ragnar
Twitter.
had Sorry, go on.
No, go ahead. I want to hear what you have to say.
I was gonna say, what would they have done if Ragnar had been like, I pick vibroblades as the weapon?
I don't know.
Like,
Here's the
I
thing
pick my
again. Like
fists.
I have to assume that these children aren't allowed to use actual deadly weapons because what the fuck? But even then, I'm still like, why are any of the Mandalorians training with actual weapons? Like you could have those two guys shooting flamethrowers at each other. You could have burned each other. You could be dead right now because of that.
I'm making a simpler point here, which is that the only way Grogu wins this training, even with his powers, is if the weapons are ranged. Because if Ragnar had been like, okay, I want to do a fist fight, I'm going to use our hands. We're going to do martial art combat, even like something non damaging, like judo flipping him, right? Like sumo wrestling him almost. What the hell would Baby Yoda have done without just like using the Force to like throw him? Which presumably wouldn't be allowed, right? Presumably that's outside the rules of hand-to-hand combat is to use the Force. That's not particularly a Mandalorian way of dealing with things, the Force.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a bizarre scene. And I will say that I have seen a lot of people on Twitter kind of get mad about this scene and Din's characterization in it, which, yeah, I agree. Not only has the show depicted him as just being negligent in general, like putting Baby Yoda in these dangerous situations when that could have easily been avoided, as we were talking about earlier, and even just leaving him by the water when we know that it's like infested with crocodiles that will jump out at random and try to kill people. But like now you're forcing him into a combat situation that he doesn't want to take part in because he has to become a Mandalorian and fight. It's just such a weird scene.
Yeah, it's very strange.
Mm-hmm. But then, so Grogu kicks his ass, right? Let me just skip a little bit. Yeah, Grogu beats the shit out of him with the paintballs. And then fucking dinosaur bird swoops down and
Yeah.
and takes Ragnar and flies away. And Din pulls out his gun and fucking Paz Vizsla's like, don't, you'll kill the kid if you shoot it. So they fly after it with jetpacks and they run out of fuel. I don't know how far they flew in chasing this bird. Presumably your jetpack's going to carry you for a good while, right?
I presume they're going to do that. Yeah, it's been a while.
I'm imagining it's been they like flew several miles. I guess I'm fine with this bird flying several miles away from its home in order to find food, especially because we're establishing in this episode, it's done this before, so it knows that there's a food source here in this specific spot on the planet. So that's fine. But of course, that's not addressing the bigger issue of this has happened before, and not only have the Mandalorians not done anything about it by way of hunting it down, finding its nest, and killing it, or even just moving or preparing for it to come back in any other capacity. They just continue to hang around out here on this beach, undefended, kind of doing their thing. And then they'll chase after this bird whenever it comes and takes one of their foundlings. And then they always lose it because they run out of fuel. And then the kid just ends up dying. It's like, okay, that's great. It's so stupid.
Like we really care about the foundlings. It's the highest calling of a Mandalorian to recover and save a foundling, but also we're happy to let them be taken off this beach and like chase it a little bit of the way and then give up. And this has happened multiple times. We've lost multiple foundlings to this thing.
But also, Bo-Katan is the only one smart enough to chase after it with her ship, which is what allows her to find where its nest is located, which I guess means that they never knew where its nest was located.
Alternatively, they don't have a ship, but then I have so many questions as to how they even got to this planet.
Yeah, I don't even want to open that can of worms. You just have to assume they have a ship, at least one, because why the fuck wouldn't they? And at that point, it's like, you fly over the planet, you scan for heat sources, you're going to find this bird, and then you should fucking kill it so that it can't keep taking you young.
Well, again, so you know how in Boba Fett, he just hovers over the Sarlacc pit and bombs it? You'd think they just do that, right? Like,
Yep.
as stupid as that was, you'd think that would just be what they did. Is that they go with a bunch of ships and just blast it out of the fucking sky.
Mm-hmm. But no, apparently not. You just wait around on this beach for it to come by, and then when it grabs one of your kids, you chase after it with a jetpack, but you always manage to like run out of fuel before you can catch up to it, and then I guess you just
Oh,
you just walk home.
you see, Sheev,
Okay.
what we need to do, see, is capture 3 baby ones so that they can be raised by the Watch, and we can have a Boba riding the Rancor scene, but with 3 of the Watch on these flying dinosaurs, because that'll be so cool if we do that.
So
No,
yeah. Yeah, so they lost the kid. He got taken by the fucking bird and was eaten and died. The end. Like Bo-Katan tracks it to its nest, comes back to the beach where they've all regrouped, and is like, "Hey, found the nest. We need to like stage a rescue mission." And they gather around a map, and they're like, "Yeah, we can." You know, it's hanging out. Its nest is on like these cliffs. We can just fly there. And Paz Vizsla like, no, if we fly with jetpacks over the ship, the beast will hear it and kill the kid. So we're gonna need to like land a decent distance away from the nest, walk there on foot, and climb the footholds in order to get to the kid. That's the plan.
I have an immediate question. So
yeah,
just the presumption, because it's necessary for the plot, right? But like, just think about it for a second. Whereas like, if we fly over with jetpacks, it'll surprise the bird and it'll kill the kid. And I'm like, really?
why?
Is that what will happen? Yeah. So this bird, like, I want to stress this. This is a predatory nesting animal. It is not a hostage taker holding a hostage, right? It wants to eat the kid. So if it hasn't eaten him immediately, which is presumably what happened, right? It would take it back to the nest and immediately feed him to the bird.
Yeah,
chickens.
I don't know why not. Yeah.
It's not like storing him for later, I presume. It's not like it's got a fridge. But like, you know, they turn up. They surprise. Let's say like that's what's happening, right? It drops them in front of the chicks. They all turn up and surprise the bird. What happens? It's like, well, the bird probably isn't going to just kill the kid on principle. It's going to attack. It's either going to attack you or defend the nest, or it'll try and get its offspring to safety if it thinks it can't win that fight.
Yeah.
It's not going to be worrying about Ragnar. If anything, that's to your advantage, right? Cause chaos and like get Ragnar out of there while it's distracted with the main ship.
Yeah, but apparently no. The plan is that we need to go and land a decent distance away from the nest, walk there and climb up to its nest, and then save Ragnar.
Well, I just really like the idea that they've tried. Like the reason the foundlings died before was they did track it down to its nest, and they got there, and the bird would tell you like, "Not one step closer, or I fucking kill him. Don't make me do it."
It's fucking holding the kid at gunpoint.
Yeah, it's like, I'll do it. I'm crazy. Don't test me.
Right.
You think I'm playing? You think I'm playing? Fucking playing.
So then Bo-Katan basically gathers a hunting party, which includes Din and Paz, and they go off toward the nest, and Grogu stays behind because he's too young, which I find interesting just because, you know, of how powerful he's been shown to be. Like,
why wouldn't he just stay on the ship?
He tamed a Rancor. I don't know.
He did tame a Rancor.
Maybe he could be useful in this situation where we're dealing with a wild animal with a hostage.
Yeah.
But yeah, so now that Grogu's staying behind and he's with the armor, we're about to get a different thing that happens.
Yeah, so the armorer is beating some. That sounds really bad. Also, she's beating something. She's forging a new. She's forging a roundel for Yoda to add to his ever-growing collection of armor. I just enjoy the mental image of an armored Yoda. It's just funny.
Mm-hmm.
But like, yeah, while she's doing that, the sparks and the metal clanging noises give Grogu a Vietnam flashback.
Which typically happens in this show whenever she's doing her little blacksmithing. The Lawrence PTSD flashbacks. Remember, that's exactly how we learned Din's backstory in season 1.
I guess really the Forge funny. Just is it. That. Yeah, I guess the Forge is just a therapy bot as well. Like it's an exposure therapy machine. Whatever.
It just seems like this in the Book of Boba Fett felt they needed to like trigger these flashbacks. Like they needed an excuse to have them happen when it's like, no, you can just do them. You don't like need you know, you don't need Boba to be in his back to tank in order to be having these plot relevant flashbacks with the Tuskens, right? You don't need Grogu to be sitting with the armor and watching her weld and blacksmith and bang on the metal, and that trigger his PTSD flashback of him sitting in the temple being guarded by the Jedi. You don't need that. I don't. Maybe it's a stylistic choice. I guess.
It's
weird.
It is a thing of like, you can just have Grogu having a quiet moment where he's on his own on a rock and he's just thinking about it because he would, because it's a pretty pivotal moment in his life.
Yeah,
that's very traumatic.
I guess the idea we're going for is that he doesn't remember Order 66, like he repressed it all, and for some reason this metal clanging brought it all to the surface.
I mean, which is weird because the metal clanging is not the noise that you get in the flashback. It's you know the cutting noise of the lightsaber going through the door. It's not even a lightsaber. Yeah. It's just they're cutting their way through the doors.
You know, maybe you could just rework it a bit where maybe she's got like a blowtorch and she's welding two pieces of metal together, and it's making kind of a similar sound to what you'd imagine it sounds like when the clones are like cutting a door open so they can get through. You know, maybe we could do like a cool transition shot where it shows like the blowtorch going down on the metal, and then suddenly it's a blowtorch opening the door from the clone's perspective.
I do like the if we're gonna do the whole hog, we're just making this as funny as possible. Just like have the armorer talking to another Mandalorian, and she's like, you know what we need? We need 66 things, 66 things, 66, and it just like flashes back to Order 66. We need to execute those 66 orders we have for armor, and it just flashes back.
I would not be surprised. I like the idea. It'd be really funny if like Ahmed Best's Jedi character is like running with Grogu. They accidentally like bump into Reva and the other younglings, and like, nods at them and then runs past them. It'd be really funny.
No, we need to do the thing where like almost like they're running down a corridor, and like we've got like a side-on view, and as they're running past various different like intersecting corridors. In one corridor, you just see Reva being stabbed by Anakin. They run past the next corridor, and the two worms are just there, and then they run past that corridor.
They're like playing cards.
Yeah, literally.
Just open the door and the two worms like look over in their direction.
What I was going to make the joke, my joke was before we got this scene, because I knew the Order 66 flashback was happening in this episode. So before I watched it, I was like, I really hope I get an opportunity on this call to make the meme with Sheev that the actual, because we've been waiting to find out who saved Grogu for ages. I really like the idea that it was the two worms. The two worms saved Grogu.
They saved Grogu.
They just wheel him out, like carrying him in his little pod. like two just like two movers with a large piano, with like they're standing on their little hind legs, like trying to maneuver this pod out.
It's like Abbott and Costello.
Oh. Yeah, so I guess
we triggered an Order 66 flashback,
and
it's really bad.
Let's start with the technical aspects first before we get onto plot. Let's talk about like how the scene is constructed from a production standpoint.
Yeah,
we're back to having we're loving our shaky cam. We're having the stationary shaky cam we had in Kenobi all over again. That was fun. I hate that. Make it go away. You're not Paul Greengrass. Please stop it.
I really love when this show reminds me of Kenobi.
Oh God, yeah. The lightsabers. We were talking about this just before the call started. The lightsabers in Disney do not look real. They look fake.
Mm-hmm. Well,
because they look like the toys.
They actually do use toys.
They use the actual light-up props that they sell at Galaxy's Edge, and it really, which amongst other things, if you notice, is why the lightsaber hilts in the Disney stuff outside of the mainline films, all the hilts are too big. This was something I first noticed on Kenobi. There are many shots where his hilt is like a good hand length longer than it used to be.
Mm-hmm.
Which I pointed out to She one Midsummer Night's Day. But this is, again, in Order 66 flashback, happening again in Kenobi, and also in this show. The lightsabers look crap, the cinematography is crap, the clones
look so fake. And it's so weird because these are actual live-action clones, unlike in the prequels where they were CGI.
Yeah, and they're shockingly incompetent. Also, guys, I can't stress this enough. They're clones. Why are they different heights? I'm really tired of this.
That's honestly, that's missing the forest for the trees, I think. Let's break down like actually what happens in this scene, okay? So we're watching from Grogu's perspective. He's sitting behind 4 Jedi, presumably masters, at least knights, and they're fighting off 2, count it, or no, 3 clones. One of the clones goes down. It's 4 Jedi masters versus 3 clones. Who do you think is going to win this? Who do you
clones,
think would
definitely
win this? So
absolutely. The clones have plot armor.
Like I said, one of the clones goes down, 2 of the Jedi go down, and then before the rest of the clones are even finished off, the 2 remaining Jedi that are guarding Grogu just walk away. They just go on to a different corridor as if the job is done. When these are still clone troopers in tow behind you shooting, they just disappear. They just stop existing.
I'm so tired, Chief. I'm so tired of this.
The clones that were there, they're not dead. They should be following right behind, but they're not. Because then we cut to we see Grogu behind them, going down this different corridor. There's no clones behind him. Nothing like that's happening. These 2 Jedi are fighting off the clones and they force push him into an elevator to get him out of there. And one of the Jedi go down because these Jedi fucking suck at their jobs and apparently can't take on a few clones.
Also, the clones. The firing squad of clones have Grogu trapped in a very small open-doored elevator and miss every shot.
Mm-hmm. Well, and I'm going to get to the clones, trust me, but I just want to highlight I assumed that the reason that the Temple Massacre was so successful was because of sheer numbers. Obviously, the clones stand no chance. One single clone against one single Jedi, even a knight, it's no chance. The Jedi's taking it, of course.
Oh yeah, it's sheer numbers and surprise.
You have maybe 5,000 Jedi in this temple because a lot of them are out, interspersed throughout the galaxy, against, I want to say probably 20,000, 30,000 clones in this 501st Legion. Probably more than
Anakin,
that.
yeah.
And Anakin. They overwhelmed him by sheer numbers. Showing me that 4 Jedi Masters against 3 clone troopers and the clones take it. What the fuck is this? What is this?
Again, to make this abundantly clear for why the 30,000 troops prevail, right? Because I'm it's not just 30,000 troops; it's a surprise attack by 30,000 troops that you previously trusted, led by the most dangerous Jedi alive, who you also trusted. There's just sheer panic going on. It's the middle of the night. There's panic, smoke, fire. You have no idea what's going on. You can sense all your brothers and sisters dying through the Force. You're desperately trying to get whatever whatever Padawans you can to safety. It's just chaos, and no wonder they all got cut down. You have no idea what's going on. Everyone's dying around you. The people you trusted are gunning you down in the corridors. You don't even know what's going on necessarily until it's too late. And at that point, you're surrounded.
It's disorienting and it's claustrophobic, and again, just sheer numbers are taking it. Even then, I'm fine with some Jedi being able to get out or escape because, of course, there's a lot of them and they're skilled warriors, presumably, allegedly.
Yeah,
but for the most part, it was a pretty sure thing because of sheer numbers and, again, elements of surprise. The clones had a lot of advantages in this fight. That's why they won. And again, a lot of Jedi were also scattered about the galaxy, leading their own clones in the war. Yeah. So they were
even then I would be
who outnumbered them by the thousands.
Even then, I'd be very surprised if the Operation Nightfall, which is the attack on the temple, didn't have heavy clone casualties.
Oh, I'm sure it did. You have to imagine it did.
You think there'd be dead clones galore.
Anakin walked in there with 30,000 troops, let's say. He probably walked out with no more than 15,000, if that.
Yeah. He probably walked out with less than half the number of he walked in with.
Yeah. Because the Jedi are supposed to be vastly superior to clones in combat.
Yeah, and unlike
you're telling me that these clones are able to take on 4 Jedi Masters.
Yeah, or even just 4 Jedi Knights. I just don't believe you.
Mm-hmm.
It's very silly.
Knights. And also the Jedi seem to be coordinated. They know, I'm going to call him Kelleran Beck because I think that's his name. They know he's downstairs, I guess, because one of the Jedi literally says, "Get him to Kelleran." And then they push him in the elevator. So what exactly are the logistics here? They know he's downstairs. He's not going to go up there and help them. He's just why is this specific youngling so important to get to safety?
That's the question, right? Because it's why? Because a lot of effort has been put in place by many Jedi who have responsibilities to their fellows and other younglings. and also, as we're going to see later, a heavy involvement from Naboo around this one youngling. Why?
Why is he so important as opposed to any other Jedi?
I don't understand it, and I don't think we're going to get a satisfying. Well, I know we're not going to get a satisfying explanation of it, but
Well,
also
the thing is,
I love it how
my natural assumption was just that Grogu was with a pack of younglings. Like there were more than just him being guarded by those Jedi, and that all of them were being ferried out. Because naturally, of course, what you're going to do if you're the Jedi is like, let's get these younglings to safety because they're children and they shouldn't be part of this massacre.
Yeah, no, you're desperately trying to save the children.
It's just Grogu, apparently. He's that important.
Yeah.
For some reason.
He has a special escape plan all set up for him. It's with involving Naboo, and because remember, Operation Nightfall is a surprise attack.
Yeah.
How the fuck is this all in place?
My assumption is that these Jedi were able to contact Kelleran, and he was like, "I'm downstairs. Just bring him to me." That's like.
But then Naboo are there. The Naboo guys are waiting for them.
I don't know what his connection to the Naboo people are. I don't understand. Like, I'm hoping we get more. I'm hoping we get further context, because as it stands, that we are vastly missing some significantly needed context.
I will say I did find it funny how everyone was like, "Who saved Grogu?" I don't think anyone had Jar Jar on the cards.
Well, my assumption was that he wasn't saved. He was brought into Imperial custody, and like. The reason he's significant is because of something to do with cloning. Palpatine specifically was like, I want that Jedi youngling to be cloned or something. I don't know. I assumed he wasn't saved. I assumed he was captured.
I'll be honest, man. I was hoping that because I don't think we, other than like IG being like he seems to be 50, we never got real certainty on that. I was actually hoping that if they're going to do this cloning arc, that he was literally a Yoda clone, because I don't think much else would have made sense. But Anyway, there's a special escape plan just for Grogu, and all the Jedi Knights are incompetent, and all the clones are incompetent, and all the cameramen are incompetent, and the director is incompetent, and the scriptwriter is incompetent. So at least we're being consistently incompetent.
Yeah,
but yeah, they get him downstairs, and Kelleran picks up another lightsaber because that's okay. This is a minor thing, but why? Why would you pick up a light? So these are very dangerous weapons, and you have to be very specially trained. And I know that most Jedi are going to be trained at least a little bit in Jarkai, which is the double lightsaber technique. But if that's not your natural technique, why would you do that when you are being surrounded by enemy troops? Why is now the time to start fucking around, experimenting with a style you're not comfortable with?
To bolster this as best I have clones coming at me from one direction and the other direction. They're surrounding me. I need to be able to put up a defense on both sides.
Maybe.
I'd have to let me pull up the sequence. I don't know if that's actually what happens in the scene.
Like no, I think they come at him from one direction and then another.
Yeah, so what happens is when he picks up the other lightsaber, the only clones that he has to deal with are the ones that arrive on the platform, and they're all right in front of him. The other clones don't show up until after he takes them out. Which also, considering this show just established how fucking useless Jedi Knights and Masters are against small handfuls of clones, kind of weird seeing Kelleran just take all of these clones on.
I mean, the other thing is, how come, because again, Operation Nightfall, you're trying to take out all the Jedi in one fell swoop. You think part of the operation would be you've locked down the port, the escape options. Why is there no air perimeter? Why are the Alat gunships not literally hovering outside the doors?
So, here's the thing: you don't even have to infer that. Revenge of the Sith literally showed that when Bail arrived at the temple to see what was going on, and there were clones out. Like, the clones weren't doing anything; they weren't actively fighting Jedi. They were just there to make sure that if any Jedi tried to escape, they would get cut down, which is exactly what happened.
Yeah, and even if one of them gets out, why is there not a bunch of because we know from the show and Revenge of the Sith that there are Lat gunships around the place. Why are they waiting off camera? Why aren't they literally just hovering outside the platforms to shoot down anyone trying to get out? The perimeter
would be secured. There is no escape route. I assumed that there had to have been some kind of secret passage that the clones didn't know about. Maybe Anakin didn't know about.
Some tunnel.
But no, he just literally leaves from one of the the landing zones in the Jedi Temple. Just public act that exists. It's really weird. This whole fucking sequence, dude.
then we get the chase sequence, which before we get to the main problem with the chase sequence, I would like to point out that Kelleran's bike, I want to know what that thing's made of, man, because it takes a direct shot from a lat gunship and survives.
Uh-huh.
That thing is made of Beskar. I don't know what's going on there.
Does it have shields? Is that what we're saying?
I don't know.
No, it literally like causes it to smoke out. I'm watching.
Yeah, because he's like the engine. Yeah, because he even says the engine is hit, right?
Yeah. Engine sputtering. That's what the captain say. They hit the engine. This is gonna get a little rough, and then he does like a crash landing on the platform where the Naboo yacht is just chilling out. He's got these connections to Naboo royals, I guess.
Well, hang on. Before we even get to that, this thing about the chase I want to highlight, right? So, not only are they shooting at him with plasma bolts and thereby causing so much carnage, like literally it's shown to us, carnage and destruction to surrounding buildings, which you think would cause problems, right? You think that'll be an issue?
Yeah.
But on top of that, fuck my life. So these gunships, they happen to have two weapons that might be really useful in this situation if you're chasing a bike. One of them is a direct beam laser weapon on the sides. That would be useful. The second one is these things have homing missiles.
My assumption would be, again, that the Empire wants Grogu alive. That's why
they shot at the.
Assumed hang on, but that nobody rescued him.
But they shot at him.
Ahead.
They shot him. They can't be true. They shot at him with plasma bolts on a bike. Yeah.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Is like if your goal is to not kill him, you're doing a piss poor job at it.
This hurts my soul. And then they land on the platform, and the Royal Naboo yacht and a bunch of Naboo guards are there waiting.
Yeah, I don't know. Because I haven't seen the game show that he's like the main character of, Keller and Beck. But like, does he have some kind of tie to the Naboo royalty, to like Padme or something?
Not that I'm aware of.
I don't think that show's canon anyway. But like, I do think that this is a character who was canonical before this episode. So like, did we know anything about him that might suggest that he'd have this connection to these Naboo royals that would be able to help him get this specific youngling off world when Order 66 went down?
Again, weird. So people are going like, you're nitpicking. Here's why it matters, right? If the Naboo have advanced, someone in a very elevated position in Naboo society has advanced knowledge, or at least is acting currently as Order 66 goes down. Now, here's the issue. That can only be one of several people. That can either be the literal queen or king of Naboo at that point. I think it's a queen, right? No, it is a queen. Queen of Naboo at that point. Or it's Palpatine as the representative of Naboo and Chancellor, or it's Senator Amidala. These are the only people who have the ability to call and command the Naboo Royal Guard and Naboo Royal ships. Now, it can't be Padme. It can't be Padme. Don't you dare make it Padme.
I'm going to be fucking pissed. Yeah.
Because she had no idea what was going on and was worried about the temple and was worried Anakin was being attacked and doesn't get any closure on that until he turns up and tells her what's going on, right? So it can't be that. It could be the Queen, but I guess the question is then, why didn't she alert her senator to what was going on? Given that Padme's her representative, and if it's Palpatine, then we have real issues.
If it's Palpatine, he's okay. I wanted to run down this actually. If it's Palpatine, right? He's ordered these Naboo royals to intercept this Jedi and help him get off world and escape the clones. Why? Is the goal to like then intercept him and capture Grogu and kill him? Because why not just ambush them on the platform at that point? Yeah, why wouldn't you just have Grogu be captured in the fucking temple? Maybe this was like a backup plan, right? He was like, let's just say that this valuable Jedi that I want manages to be rescued by a Jedi Master, and he takes him away from the temple. Let's have him be lured to my guys, and then my guys can like capture and intercept him, and then. But that's not even what happened. They die before he can get on the ship.
Here's the whole issue.
Royals fighting each other if they both work for Palpatine in that case.
True. Also, there's a larger issue, right? And it surrounds, because we brought it up now, like Palpatine wants Grogu for some reason. which I presume is correct, right? I presume that is why he's being directly targeted. There's no other thing that makes sense here. So Grogu is directly targeted by Palpatine, presumably for the purposes of cloning, because otherwise, what the hell is Dr. Pershing doing in the story?
Mm-hmm.
This is some way going to be linked to Snoke and Exegol. Jesus Christ. but every explanation I've seen of this is bullshit, because you see, Palpatine already has access to the blood of someone with a very powerful midichlorian count. In fact, the most powerful midichlorian count. Particularly after this, I mean, like, not only does he have access to it in terms of it's his apprentice, but during Vader's reconstruction, you can take blood samples, and he wouldn't even know. You have Vader. If you're going to try and use midichlorian-rich blood for the purposes of cloning, and it's to do with the midichlorian count, and that's what's important. Why the fuck aren't you just using Anakin? You have him. You've had him for 20
Palpatine
years.
Was like, maybe Palpatine is just like, well, maybe Anakin might die during all of this, so maybe I'll just secure this, the close second.
Well, hang on. Well, then surely what you do when you're like, do what must be done, Lord Vader. Do not hesitate. Show no mercy. Also, I have a doctor next door. Take a blood sample real quick, and then go.
Yeah. The thing is, like, maybe Anakin would be suspicious of that, but at that point, he's fucking doing anything for Palpatine.
Yeah, it's like, I want to go kill the children. It's like, yes, sir. It's like, also, I need a blood sample. And Anakin's like, whoa, man, I have needles. I'm not I'm not cool. I read on Reddit they can give you autism. And Palpatine's like, well, actually, Anakin, it's a very safe. Hang on, you believe that shit? Oh my god, no, you're not my apprentice.
Anti-vaxxer, no.
Vader, the anti-vaxxer.
He's like, I'm imagining him having like a heated debate with Padme, like, when this child is born, we are not going to vaccinate him. Like, Anakin,
you're breaking my heart. We're going down a road I can't follow.
Like, calls Obi-Wan. She's like, can you fucking talk some sense into this kid? He thinks that vaccinations cause autism. And Obi-Wan's like, yeah, strange thing for him to think. She's like, oh my god.
No, I just want the entire, like, Padme, you're breaking my heart speech when he's like, we're not getting our kids vaccinated. Just like, you're going down a path I can't follow. Yeah, he's like, I don't believe it. Obi-Wan was right. You've become an anti-vaxxer. I don't want to hear more. I don't want to hear any more about vaccinations.
Bill Gates turned against me. Don't you turn against me.
Oh my god. Only a Sith believes in anti-vaxxing.
But anyway, that was the Order 66 sequence, and it was fucking horrendous. Dude, when I tell you, when I'm watching this episode for the first time, I think it was yesterday for work, I was losing my fucking mind. It was so bad.
There's also really small detail just to add to your frustrations, but and this is actually something I'm going to criticize this episode for generally, of have they run out of money? Because the amount of set reusing is really noticeable. So there's obviously the beach, which they should have evacuated, and it doesn't make any sense that they don't. We're reusing that location, which fair enough, it's just an established location. But of all the places that this guy could have crashed in his mid-chase, the mountain that we saw in the last episode from the fun fair.
Yeah.
Did we just have to get more mileage out of that set before we dismantled it? I
guess. I don't know.
Well, holy coincidence, Batman. I guess that's really helpful.
I don't know, man.
Again, and that's what I mean by the laziness of the people in charge, right? Like, it's such a small thing to notice, and on its own, sure, whatever. But as we've said with all the other small details, the reason this gets to us is that it's indicative of a larger pattern of apathy and a lack of attention to detail and a lack of care to attend to anything even approaching consistency or good storytelling. And that is why I'm getting frustrated with this.
Yep, pretty much. Real quick, I'm gonna take a leak, and then we can continue breaking down this absolutely abhorrent episode.
Yeah, no worries.
All right,
I will entertain chat. Yeah, I'll entertain chat. Hang on, I need to get up the actual YouTube stream to do that. Let's have a look.
Wait. Jolly, you can't see the chat from StreamYard?
No, I can't.
You should be able to see chat from. Oh, you're using your phone, aren't you?
No. Oh, there we go. For some reason, my computer was just being really spastic about it. Oh, sorry. That was a slip of the tongue. Excuse my language. Not a word you should use. That is my public schooling coming back to haunt me. But yes. Hello, chat. I can see you now. What's anything interesting? Vaccinations are the enemy from my point of view. Yes, vaccinations are a cursed Jedi artifact and an attempt to control the Republic. Do not give in to vaccinations. Vaccinations lead to fear. Fear leads to anger. Anger leads to autism. That's how that works. Yoda told me, and I believe him. Hey Sheev, I just finished listening in the audiobook for the Revenge of the Sith novel, and it blew me away. If only Matthew Stover co-wrote the prequels with Lucas. It was everything I wanted from them. Yeah, if there's one takeaway of the prequels, I think it's just you needed someone there to rein George in. Like, he's a wonderful ideas guy, but he's really bad at getting them into anything resembling a competently told story. You need someone there to kind of hold his hand through it. Jolly, the clone should have just blown up the platform. Potentially. I mean, I certainly, if you see a bike just on there, destroy the bike. Like, that was just apparently waiting for them. Definitely blow that up. Disable any and all vehicles you come across, so they have to at least flee on foot. But yeah, I mean, I suppose given that Palpatine canonically turned the temple into a palace, you want to limit the structural damage, but that's a weak source excuse. So yeah, maybe. Cloning Palpatine was bad in the EU, and they did the same mistake, but even worse. In The Force Unleashed, it's established that cloning Force sensitives is impossible or very dangerous. Yeah, I am not a huge fan of The Force Unleashed. There's things I do like about it, but one of the things I like about it is the idea that, yeah, cloning a Force user should be much more difficult than just like spitting out a superpowered being whenever you want.
Force Unleashed is shit, both games.
Yeah, there are nice little moments in it though. Like, I really like, I think I've told you this before, right? I really like the scene with Proxy when he's like, oh, I hate being him, in reference to Vader. And Starkiller just like quietly says, I think he does too.
Yeah.
It's a lovely little moment.
I like that. Yeah, I like it a lot.
They should lean more into the idea that Vader is self-hating. I think that's a really interesting part of his character.
Well, yeah, it's the one thing about him appearing in Kenobi that I was actually like, maybe maybe we could like get Vader introspecting on like his past mistakes and what he thinks about himself and about the Empire and about Palpatine. Something other than like what he thinks about Obi-Wan and why he's so mad at Obi-Wan. I don't know.
Well, he's mad because Obi-Wan didn't kill Anakin Skywalker. He did, and now Obi-Wan's taking the credit or something. I don't know. That show is bad and needs to be stopped.
I hate that show so much, dude.
The gameplay is all right, Jackson. It's solidly good fun. It's not anything spectacular, but it's worth picking up if you can get it on discount, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But anyway, back the rest of this absolute shit pile of an episode. So after the whole Order 66 sequence, we flash back to the present day. She's making him a little armor pendant with the mud.
Yeah, a roundel. Yeah, a roundel.
Yeah, sure, roundel. I don't know enough about armor. Yeah, she's added to his ever-growing collection of armor, like you said. It looks really cumbersome on him.
So I imagine, because the thing with a roundel is essentially like I guess that version of it, right? It's almost like a chest plate. It's almost like a buckler shield, but for your chest. And so I think she even says you'll grow into it, right? Which, like, no, he won't. He's not getting that much bigger. But never mind.
Maybe, I don't know. I wonder how tall these people think he's going to get. Like, they have no frame of reference as far as we're aware.
It'll just be like that. I don't know if you've ever seen that Instagram meme of like what Yoda looks like when he's stretched to be Obi-Wan's height. It's really disturbing. Yeah, the things gonna look like that.
I'm imagining though, like it's been about 150 years, and Grogu's coming into like actual adulthood, and they're like, "So you're really not going to get any taller than that, huh?" And he's like, "Shut up!"
They're just mocking him for being small.
The short king. But yeah, so we cut back to the Mandalorian party that Bo-Katan is leading. Going to go rescue the child, and they land again. They land a good decent distance away from the nest so as not to perturb the creature. They walk a good ways. They finally make it to the cliffs, and nightfall is approaching. So they're like, "Yeah, we're going to make camp, and we'll go." In
so they take a nap. Yeah, they take a nap. I can't. Oh my god! Like, I need to.
What are you doing? Time is of the essence.
Yeah, like, do you think what's happened? Like, I'm so intrigued by this line of thought. Right? Do they think that the bird got back with Ragnar and was like, oh, looked at his little bird watch and was like, oh, it's too late for dinner, I'm afraid, kid. Well, I'll tell you what, we'll order takeout tonight and we'll have Ragnar tomorrow.
Yeah, it's like, what the fuck are you doing? And again, when we find out that this is like he's actually Paz Vizsla's son, I'm sorry if that's my kid. I'm not waiting until daylight to go. No, I'm going up there right now.
I mean, if that is his son, if I was Ragnar, I would definitely have questions as to what the fuck was taking him so long. It was like, oh, son, you're okay. It's like, yeah. That was 12 hours ago, man. I've had to dodge being eaten loads in that time period. What were you doing? Did you find, was it difficult to find me? And he's like, no, I needed to rest and consolidate my strength for a surprise attack on this bird.
It's like, what are you doing, guys?
Ragnar's like, what the fuck?
It's really stupid. But yeah, so they make camp, they start a fire, and we get a scene where they're sitting around the campfire, and she's basically like, so, like, how do we eat if we're not allowed to take off our helmets? And Din's like, you don't. Everyone just kind of like separates from each other and eats by themselves alone, so they can remove their helmets. And she's bestowed the honor of staying by the fire since she's the leader of the war party, and they all go off in their own directions and sit silently by themselves. And
so again, I want to break this apart because again, it's going to seem like a minor nitpick, but again, it's about consistency of character. I have a real issue with the everyone trundles off by themselves to eat thing, and the reason I have an issue with that is like, if you are a military force, and every time your army needs to eat, they all have to wander off by themselves without backup or oversight. That is profoundly stupid and dangerous, and all of your troops will be ambushed and murdered regularly, particularly if people know that's something you do culturally, which they're going to find out. The idea that a militarily enthused culture, the idea that there's a culture that is like singularly geared towards warfare, just go off on their own, wander into the woods, humming to themselves to eat, is unbelievably insultingly stupid.
Yeah, like I was muted for a second there because I was checking something. So I don't know if you made this point, but like, no, yeah, you guys are like sitting around a campfire. I'm assuming, and this doesn't apply to this situation, but like, say you're like in the woods or something, you're on a hostile planet or whatever, you're in the middle of like a war. And instead of being around the campfire so that you can like all be together if like you get attacked by bandits or something, you've all just gone off in your own direction to eat food, and then you get picked off one by like a hostile force. That's stupid.
Yeah, that's basically what I just said. Yeah,
that's fucking ridiculous.
It's unbelievably silly. No, I wasn't criticism. I'm just saying, like, yeah, I agree with you. It's really silly. Don't get it.
Yeah, but also my nitpick was like, so I don't know exactly how this works. So you're sitting by yourself, right? You have your helmet off so you can eat. What if someone in the Creed like didn't like you, and so while you were sitting unaware that they're, you're sitting with your helmet off, what if they just walked up to you and were just now in your presence while you don't have your helmet on? Does that dishonor you?
Now you're an apostate. I mean, let's be generous and assume that there's some kind of etiquette around that. Like, apparently there's some like some rule that you can't do that. But even then, there's so many easy ways around that.
Here's the thing. We're assuming that this religion founds its beliefs and principles off of some sort of magic system. So, like, why is it wrong from a mystical standpoint to remove your helmet around others? Is it because it like taints you? Is it because it like poisons you? In which case you are an apostate simply by nature of being next to someone without your helmet on.
I mean, I presume it's a vulnerability thing, right? Because otherwise, like, it's just that others can't see you. You have to be one of the crowd of the Mandalorians. You're not allowed to be an individual, or something along those lines. But like, I don't know. It doesn't make any kind of. It's never been explained. Any headcanon I can think of it is nonsensical, given what we've seen of their other behaviors. I don't know. It's silly.
Really weird. It's just this Creed is stupid.
Yeah. Just a quick thing. So Jegs and Voorhees, whose idea was it to name a Mandalorian Ragdoll? So Ragnar, I presume, is named for Ragnar Lothbrok, the eponymous, well, not eponymous, but like the famous hero of Norse quasi-history / mythology. Have you ever seen the show Vikings? He's a central character, but he's
I thought I'd heard
sort
the
of
name
historically.
Ragnar somewhere.
Yeah, he's sort of historically attested. You should look into him. He's actually a really interesting chap. But yeah, that's where that name is from. I'm presuming that's where they took it from.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So they go their separate ways. They eat, and we cut to the next day. When
Where Ragnar is definitely dead. But
yeah, it's like what the fuck, guys? They put out the fire. Which also, did they have the fire going all night? Is that?
I guess so. You'd think this would be a ring wraith problem where the bird would definitely see the fire, but oh well.
Yeah, which we're trying to avoid happening, which is why we're not just flying up there. We climb up the cliffs because we can't use our jetpacks. We finally make it to the bird's nest, and Az is like gonna go save the kid because apparently, he's his son. Bo's like, you need to wait. We need to find the kid.
Well, no one even checked to see whether the bird was in the. Oh god, no one even checked whether this bird was in its nest. Like, you could have had a lookout. Like, you could have landed the ship, several miles away, had someone pop out with with binoculars, and just let you guys know when the bird had gone on a hunting expedition. At which point you can all jetpack up immediately and grab Ragnar if he's there.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, they didn't. He didn't wait to clear the area. He just goes in, and then gets attacked by like the three little offspring birds of the dinosaur.
The chicks.
And then the mother bird comes back, and he has to hide behind some fucking tumbleweed, I guess. It's
because the bird is profoundly stupid as well.
Yeah. And so I guess, how do I begin with this? The bird comes and like has apparently not regurgitated Ragnar. It like swallowed him, but didn't.
Yeah, how long was he there for? Was he in its gullet for like 10 hours?
He's just alive somehow. It spits him out and hangs him over the chicks, and the Mandalorians then spring into action and attack the bird. Paz like jumps into its mouth, which great plan. So it drops Ragnar and then picks him up with its foot and then flies away with Ragnar attached to its foot and Paz in its mouth, and then Din and Bo and all the other Mandalorians fly after it. And even though we've established already that like apparently it's faster than their jetpacks and they're unable to catch up to it, they do. So that's fine. And Bo is about to rescue Ragnar and then gets swatted by the wings of the creature and gets knocked down and almost killed. She's able to catch herself before she lands into the water and starts flying back after him. Still manages to catch up to him. So again, this whole idea of we're unable to catch up to this bird is really weird.
Yeah.
They're all flying after it. And, so Paz gets dropped out of the mouth. I guess it didn't decide to eat him. He lands on he doesn't even like use his jetpack to catch himself. He just lands on a rock formation and he's fine. So, okay.
Yeah.
And then I'm watching the scene as it plays out. They're like grappling onto it. And
those grapples again.
Yeah, it's great. Maybe shoot it. I don't know. I guess they don't want to shoot it because they're afraid of dropping the kid, which is what ends up happening.
Yeah, you've got jetpack to catch him.
Yeah, he goes into a free fall, and Din has to go catch him. And guess what happens when he does? Wow!
Yeah, we get the fucking sound. I'm so goddamn tired of that sound. Make it stop. I feel like I'm gonna have nightmares. Like I'm gonna wake up. It's like my Vietnam flashback. I'm gonna wake up in the middle of the night having heard that sound in my sleep.
Oh my god, it's so bad. It's just all bad.
Oh, just a really quick thing. This is just me being historically pedantic. Sunday Edwards, Ragnar Lothbrok is historically factual at this stage. We know he conquered Paris from the inside during his lifetime. So no, there were two Viking sieges of Paris. One in I think the 840s, like 845-ish, and then one in 885 to 886. The first was by a guy called Regan Harris, who might be Ragnar, if Ragnar was real, which we don't know. And then the second one was by a guy called Rollo, who in the series is presented as Ragnar's brother, but in real life had nothing to do with him in terms of familial relation. So yeah, sorry, that's just me being a pedant, but it's just a fun thing to read about.
No knowledge on this subject at all, so I will disagree with you on principle.
You're like, no, actually, it was Vader. Jolly. Vader was the one who took Paris from the inside.
Fuck.
He walked in and he said he didn't like droids, but then he did. It was fun.
It was great, yeah. But then, so the bird gets thrown into the water. which it's like about to fly out of the water and then gets caught by one of the crocodile things and eaten. You know, always.
Oh, so there are more of them. Oh my god, I completely missed that. So there are more of these things. Fucking leave the fucking beach then, guys.
Wait. Were you not joking earlier when you said that? I thought that was like a setup for this moment.
No, I didn't. Because I was cutting myself a slice of like food when that scene was playing, because I was like, I'm not particularly interested in this action scene. I'll revisit it later. And like, I know how this is going to end. So I missed like 5 seconds where I looked down to cut some food and looked back up, and clearly I missed the crocodile eating the bird. I just saw it go into the water
and eats the bird. And that's,
oh my god, there are more. No.
Yeah, no, I thought you were joking earlier. I thought you were you were setting up for this moment. You just actually were giving the show the benefit of the doubt, and it couldn't even take that.
No, I was like, I was genuinely like, oh, I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt and be like, there are more of these things in the water. Oh my god.
Jesus Christ.
Oh my god. No, show. I already thought you were pissed. How are you doing this? How are you subverting my expectations of how bad you are by being worse?
It's just wow, dude. Wow, that was perfect.
The bar was already on the
thought you were joking.
Show, the bar is already on the floor. It was so the bar was so low, it was on the ground in hell, and yet here you are limbo dancing with the devil. I don't understand how you're doing this.
So yeah, they saved the kid. They flew back to this beach cave base, and you know, all the Mandalorians are celebrating. Yay, Ragnar's back. Bo-Katan tells the armorer that we have brought. Well, I won't skip over this. Armorer says, like, you've honored your clan this day, and Bo-Katan says, this is the way. So we'll get into that in just a moment. But then she's like, also, we brought 3 new foundlings for you. And we cut over to the ship, and the 3 little chicks are being ushered off of the ship by Mandalorians holding like steak or something, like a really big steak. It's kind of a Thor Love and Thunder moment with the big goats, I guess. But like, how did they fit?
I don't know.
Okay, sure. They
didn't try to eat anyone either.
Why though? What was the point of this? Why did they?
Because we need the scene of them riding 3 of these things later.
That's gonna happen, I know, and it's gonna be great. It's gonna be badass, obviously, but like, just this show's really testing my patience, Jolly.
Oh my god, sorry, just Matt Veers. I want to address this comment, not right now, but we will come back to this.
Okay.
Yes, when we talk about Bo and the idea of this religion and the religious trauma, we're going to talk about your comment.
Do you want this comment when we get to it?
Hold on 5 seconds, Matt. We're gonna get there.
Okay. Yeah, and so I mean, the scene after that is like a new armor plate for her shoulder is being made by the armor. So Bo-Katan and armor are in the cave together by themselves. And she asks for a mythosaur to be put on it instead of the night owl. And she says, what would you say if I told you I saw one? Armor's like, what? She says, a mythosaur. She said, I would say you're very lucky. It is a noble vision. And Bo-Katan's like, no, I mean, like, I actually saw one, like, for real. And Armor says, beneath the living waters on Mandalore, when you choose to walk the way of the Mandalore, you will see many things. I'm assuming this is meant to be that, like, she doesn't believe her, or maybe she does, but she's gaslighting her because she doesn't really like her. Either way.
I think it's simpler than that. I hate it. But yeah, go on.
Yeah, but she either doesn't believe her or is gaslighting her or whatever. And Bo-Katan's like, this is the way. She's fully indoctrinated into this cult now.
Yes. So this is what I guess is why I don't think it's as complicated as the armor is gaslighting her. I think the armor has literally been like, oh, you have been granted this because you walk the way. It's a religious experience. And Bo's like, I guess it is. Yeah. And Bo is now. So this is what I mean. Bo pretending to follow the way to get what she wants is in character. If you want to have Bo have a religious, so there's 2 parts to this. If you want Bo to become a religious convert, you need to do a lot more than just show her a mythosaur for me to buy that. So this comes out of nowhere. This dedication to this cult that she thinks was previously thought was nuts.
Well, I'm also
And
just
actually,
confused because like
yeah,
mythosaurs. I'm sorry, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's in the name myth, but like I thought the mythosaurs were meant to like be known publicly as having been real, and they're like extinct now. Are we saying that
yeah,
they like only the religious zealots believed in them?
I
That's
don't
why they're
know.
called
And
mythosaurs?
again, because I just want to be, I want to be as precise about this as I can about why this irks me before we get to the stuff that really irks me. So
Mhm.
I think it's, if you want to have this presented as a religious experience, a religious conversion experience, and this is a genuine religious experience that she's genuinely committing to. Firstly, I think given what we know of her character and what she thought of the fanatics and how she blamed them for the fragmentation of their society and thus their ultimate defeat, that she's going to need a lot more than just seeing a mythosaur hazily through some water one time to commit to this ideology that she previously held in absolute contempt. Um, she is a ruthless pragmatist. This is wild. This is buck wild for her to be doing.
Yeah.
That's
Well, I
part
think
one.
it's like rationalization would indicate that like you don't believe in this religion. You see one thing that might apparently prove that it has some merit. First thing you're going to do is go, okay, is there any other sound explanation within reason that I can jump to first that like I can look into? And if that no longer becomes an option, then it's like, okay, maybe. But
I don't
like
know.
just
I just
immediately jumping from point A to point Z is insane.
so much needs to be done. So again, so bring up Matt because this is where I think his comments relevant.
Yeah.
So Matt, the idea of the helmets being like a spiritual garment, like Mormon underwear or something. I don't know why that's the first example that came to my head, but something like that, right? Like something you can't take off, or that's something that's spiritually relevant. I am not against some subsections of the Mandalorian having a weird culture around their armor and their helmet, particularly given the parallels drawn between the Mandalorians and Japanese society and Shintoism and Buddhism and a lot of those kind of ideas. Bushido, like Bushido, seems to be something they draw on heavily for the Mandalorian culture, particularly in Rebels. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that armor having a spiritual component, and I'm even fine with some fanatics being this crazy. The idea that most Mandalorians adhere to this extreme end of the fanatical scale, or that Bo-Katan would adhere to the extreme end of the fanatical scale, that's problem one. I don't buy it. Problem two is how the show presents that. And this is where I'm going to get very, very angry. I am someone who grew up in a very religious background. I am someone who's experienced religious trauma firsthand. I am really not liking that a cult that is not just fanatical but dangerous and exclusionary and gaslighting and violent and vile, and it's like demonstrably so in its belief systems, emotionally manipulative, blackmailing, masochistic, sadistic, just all of the things you could level at this cult that have been presented to us. The idea that the show is presenting the cult as like the true way, and Bo's conversion is a good experience, and it's a return to the truth of Mandalore, and it's this joyous, buoyant thing, and Din really should be cut up about being cut out of these people's lives because like they're just his family and they love him, and even though they treat him like garbage whenever it's convenient, this perpetuation of like, and again, this is where I think they're taking it. I would hate it if they are. I think Jon Favreau is going to try and play off the cult as like a found family theme, linking Grogu and Bo and all this to the cult. The idea that a religious cult is your found family, that you owe them anything when they mistreat you and indoctrinate you, is so insulting. Doesn't begin to cover it. I am disgusted. I'm just disgusted. It really annoys me.
I will wait for the rest of the season to play out before I make any final definitive conclusions. But the way Din's arc and Bo's arc in relation to this religion is being handled, I am not happy with at all. I think if Din by the end of this season is still like with these people and considers them like his family, I think then that like the whole point is going to have been missed, and I'm going to be really angry.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to a season of advocating for cultism. I'm not on board with that.
It's disgusting, to say the least. They cast him out over fucking nothing. Over fucking removing a helmet.
To save his own life. He would have died if he hadn't.
To save his own... Well, I think the that they're getting mad at him for doing it when he saved Grogu.
Well, in the context of the situation he was in, he did it to save Grogu, A. But B, if he hadn't, if that machine had held him up and people were starting to get suspicious, if that cover had been blown, then he would have died, and Bill Burr's character would have died as well.
Mm-hmm. No, but you're not allowed to, apparently, even in that situation. So it's like, yeah, he would have lost Grogu forever. He might have died. Bill Burr might have died. All in the name of the way, this abstract way that apparently he's supposed to abide by. And the show is now presenting it as though that is the right thing to do. That is like what he should be aspiring to. And
as though it's honorable.
Yeah,
it's
if
honorable.
By the end of the season, if by the end of the story, both he and Bo aren't like against this cult and like see it for what it really is, I'm just not going to be happy.
I raised this with Sheev when I saw that the title of episode 2 was The Convert. Episode 3 rather was The Convert. Was The Convert. I was deeply unhappy, and he was like, "Well, don't worry. It could refer to Dr. Pershing or this thing." And I was like, "Yeah, that's true. I'll wait to give it its due." And I'm still waiting to see if they pay this off in a way that I hope they're going to, rather than how I think they're going to. But Bo's little moment at the end here, where she seems to be genuinely buying into the idea that she had a genuine religious experience and she's now a full-on convert to this crazy cult of hideously manipulative, incoherent, illogical, ill-defined fanatics, especially given her own history, but also just as a message to be showing to viewers, then I will be not just unhappy, not just dismissive of this as a show, as a thing of quality, as an art piece, but just in terms of the theme it's trying to convey, I am going to be so angry.
Well, just from my own personal experiences that I know you can relate to in regards to walking away from religion, if they really do commit to this by the end of the story, I might actually put Mandalorian beneath Kenobi in regards to which I hate more. And that's a very subterranean bar.
It's so subterranean. It's down there in the mines with the weird crawling creature.
Yeah. Just on a deep personal level, I will hate this story more than I hate Kenobi if that happens.
I've just realized that creature basically functions as an analogy for how Disney have behaved towards the franchise and the Mandalorians as a culture. Of like this bottom-dwelling mechanical monstrosity that like captures organic culture and just bleeds it dry for its own ends.
Yeah.
Oh god. This is but a taste of the terror, Sheev. A taste of it.
Which concludes episode 4 and thus wraps up this little synopsis breakdown.
Yeah. This was the first part of our breakdown.
Yeah,
we're the first half of our breakdown. Overall, Sheev, thoughts?
It's fucking terrible.
It's horrible.
It is genuinely horrific, and we're not on a good track. I've also heard a lot of people say that it's disjointed to the point where I still have no idea like what we're building to, and I agree only in the sense that like I kind of see what I think they're building to, and I don't like it, and I hope that I'm wrong. But
I will say.
Like
I don't know how.
Overall,
I don't know how the 3 big story pieces we've been presented are going to tie together in any way, right? So we've got the rise of Space Nassau and Grief Karga's troubles with Gorian Shard, Pirate King Gorian Shard, forgive me, and we have the Kane Pershing Moff Gideon plot, and we have the Watch and the retaking of Mandalore and the Darksaber at some point, I presume, is going to become relevant again. These are 3 different arcs, and I can see how 2 might tie together in ways that are going to annoy me. But all 3, no. This is like when you drop Mandalorian episodes into Boba Fett. This is we have mashed together things that just do not belong together, and I don't know what you're trying to do anymore. This is no longer a show. It's a hodgepodge buffet of random treats that I just don't want to see together.
Well, yeah, it's like, do you want season 3 to be about this cult and about reclaiming Mandalore and liberating it and like Din taking his place as the ruler of Mandalore? Or do you want this season to be about like building on the New Republic and this empire that's still out there, and like, or do you want it to be about pirates and this pirate republic that Grief is building and the security
Who
that
knows?
he needs in order to combat Pirate King Gorian Shard? Because these things don't have anything to do with each other, and I feel
So-
like you need to pick a lane.
It's the song, right? It's like, one of these things is not like the others. Matt, yeah, here's like, I really hope they go down the route of being like, it's a Stockholm syndrome, a religious trauma thing. I want them to. This is how they should do it, right? Because the problem is the coherency and the consistency of the beliefs of this cult have just not been explored, and what we have got is incoherent and vile. So if they go down the route of Din slowly realizing, like, basically, like, Bo-Katan is only sticking around in the cult because she's come to care for Din and she's trying to break him out of this from the inside, that will make me very happy. But right now, that's not how it's being played. Right now, it's being played as the cult is mystical and correct, and these guys should just follow it because that is the way. Because the way is now a fucking catchphrase.
With good writing, I could actually see that being what's being set up here. Like, Bo-Katan doesn't really buy into it, but we, the audience, are meant to think she is. She's kind of going along and she's biding her time and waiting to like prove to Din that these are not good people and that they don't have his best interest in mind. I would love that. I really hope that's what's happening.
I would still have questions as to why the fuck Bo-Katan cares about Din, but like, as a person, I mean, rather than just a place that has the Darksaber.
I don't know.
People seem to forget this. Well, again, but people seem to forget this. Bo is a ruthless pragmatist. Like, and I say ruthless. I'm understating her here. She is extremely clinical and single-minded in terms of what she believes is the right thing to do and how to do it. She's not going to let anyone stand in the way of that, no matter how much she cares about them. She was willing to sacrifice her own sister on the altar of her beliefs and the independence of her planet and the lives of her people and her own life.
Mm-hmm.
The idea that she's going to just like take time out from saving Mandalore to rescue Din because they shared a couple of scenes together and then he stole the thing that she was after in the first place, at least from her perspective, like stole her birthright, stole her leadership. What?
Yeah, no, it's insane. I don't think her character has been handled very well in this season at all. Not even really in the whole show, but I think season 2 at least tried.
It was at least more consistent with what we've been presented before.
Sure, yeah. We'll see what they do. There's still 4 more episodes to go, Jolly.
Pain. Just pain.
But we will reconvene in a month's time to conclude this.
We shall.
However, I do want to say, I don't know how much of it you've been keeping up with, but it's kind of sad how the Bad Batch has been like outclassing the Mandalorian each week.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Bad Batch, but it is significantly more enjoyable to watch and more coherent as a story than what we're getting with this. And at least there are some good episodes of that.
I would say the one exception to what I just said is last week, where we had the overall fairly solid episode of Mandalorian and we had the generic island episode of the Bad Batch. But for like every other week that these two shows have been coming out at the same time, Bad Batch has been better. And like that's a really weird thing to have to say.
To the point where like the Crosshair and I forget the clone's name, but when they go out to the snow planet and there's actual comments to be had about why Crosshair's loyal to this empire that's just treating the clones like absolute shit. Mm-hmm. And you get time alone with these two characters. I really liked that. It's not perfect. Really cool, it's got its problems. But I'm a big advocate for the clones being given more of a story arc in post Order 66 universe, and so far we've not got it.
Well, have you seen the most recent episode that came out alongside this one?
I have not seen the one that came out yesterday, no.
I'm going to say, as the resident Bad Batch non-enjoyer that everyone thinks is super mean and cynical, I really liked that episode. I thought it was pretty good.
I will watch it today and see how I feel. I can't say I'm excited because I don't think I could use the word excited in relation to anything Star Wars related except maybe Andor at this point. And even then with Andor, it's excitement tempered with the misery of knowing that it's going to be an island of quality in a sea of shite.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I'll give it a watch. My soul is long since departed, but I will give it a watch.
But anyway,
well,
that about wraps
yes,
it.
it was a pleasure to come on again with you, Sheev, and thank you very much for once again having me on your channel. I really appreciate it, and I really enjoy these discussions, and I hope your audience do too.
Well, I hope they do, because I don't intend to stop. This is really fun.
I thought you were going to say, I hope they do, because I don't. And I was like, oh.
Fuck you, Jolly. Get off my screen.
Yeah, I was going to go on a monologue about, like, oh, it's nice to have found a friend on this Discord and in Twitter. Like, it's to pull this diamond from this sea of terror. And you're like, no, I think of you as just shit. Fuck you.
Yeah,
like,
fuck
oh,
you.
Okay. It's your hat, Jolly. Your hat annoys me. Your silly little bowler hat. Fuck you.
Who the fuck calls themselves a devil's advocate? What the fuck is that? Come on.
Well, like Fringy, I went to law school just for Satan. Like, no.
Yeah, of course, naturally.
Right, well, I
Anyway.
will sign off because I need to make some food. I've got some homemade burritos to be making, and I'm looking forward to them.
I work in about an hour and change, and I got to get ready for that. So this has been fun.
All right. Well, thanks very much, chat crew. I'll see you back here in 4 weeks. And Sheev, I will speak to you a lot sooner than that. But thank you for having me on.
Hopefully, yeah. Well, have a good one, everybody. This has been great. This has been Sheev and Jolly, the Two Worms podcast. It's the official name. I'm patenting it now.
We are the Two Worms.
Talking about the Mandalorian season 3, episodes 1 through 4.
Shotgun being the bigger worm.
Yeah. Goodbye.
All right, bye everyone.
And I've ended